Razva posipiti, mama, papa presti, ya sashla suma. Yes. Hey everyone, how's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez. I'm coming at you today with a VeVe OMI everything update video. Guys, if you're new, welcome. If not, welcome back. I love you all. Everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. Commenting, liking, and subscribing is a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon, smashing that super thanks button down below. Super chats as well. I'm not gonna lie, tummy's a little off today, so I'm taking the medicine, and we're going to see what we got here. Let's go. So much to go over. Let's start with Jeremy Pador because we're gonna go. We're gonna talk about him in a little bit anyway. Yesterday he says you have $1 million, but you have to buy collectibles. What do you buy? I go over and I say, okay, I'll take this Trophy Kangaskhan, I'll take this like trophy Pikachu, 3 Trophy Pikachus, Super Secret Battle promo, all Pokemon stuff, and then I say, give me 2 VeVe Golden Logo Secret Rares, because those are, I think, incredibly undervalued. Yeah, spend around 11, 12K, whatever. Brock McBlockchain goes and says several Koras. So a lot of people, because Brock has worked with the team in the past in many different aspects, is that like, oh, is Brock teasing something, or we getting something with like Tokidoki, like games or whatever, or airdrops? Be advised, this is an old joke from way back in the day where he just happened to be talking with a friend of his and be like, hey, what frivolous thing did you buy today? Like, I just bought like 8 Koras for like no reason. It's like, oh, I just bought 11. It's like, and they just kept going back and forth just with that first world problems, that FU money, just going and buying like dozens, if not hundreds of Koras. It's just a callback to that. He wasn't really teasing anything. We have a ton of teases to go over. Going back here with the news, you have Crypto Cosmo saying, had to scoop up partner statue number 4 while still at this price. And be advised, there was a ton of, I wouldn't say a ton of time, there was a decent amount of time where he could have gotten multiple of these at 1,000, 1,100, 1,200. And he decides like, no, other stuff was more important. What is that? I don't know. I'll get him on the podcast at some point. And he decides that, you know what, even though it's gone up 60, 70%, it's still a bargain. Like, it's still cheap. Throwback to that Kirk complaining about the 10-cent raise on Luke's Diner's toast. Like, oh, well, it went from $1 to $1.10. It's increased 10%. And Luke says, it's still a bargain, Kirk. Like, stop complaining. Crypto Cosmo saying like, hey, it's still really cheap, even though it's gone up 60, 70%. Kevin O'Leary shilling H-bar was not on my 2024 bingo card, but that's what he did. I thought that was awesome. I'll go over this real quick. There was a meme I saw yesterday that says, who wants rich people to help the world with their money? Everyone raises their hand. It's like, now who wants to sacrifice to become rich and then use your money to help the world? And nobody was really raising their hand. I thought that was interesting. Nope, not going over that. Had to say, so part of my, maybe it's not. My title is New VeVe Grails, ? OMI exchange frustration despite massive gain. So in one of my titles, whether it was on X or on Facebook or just advertising it wherever, it was like Futter's regret. Futters have big regrets. So you have J Dubs or Sniper J Dubs from back in early November saying, I hate to say it, but I just sold all 270 million OMI I had at 00038, lost about $600,000. I'll be watching to jump back in if it ever does something. OMI was the first crypto I ever bought, and I learned a lot from it. Like, don't trust people and don't buy the top of the bull run. So unsure what he means by the don't trust people, but not buying the top of the bull run. I mean, to me, this is one of the, and I know him. We're cool. We text every now and then. He's obviously very successful. You don't throw over $500,000 into something if you're not successful at least in one or a couple of things. Just in order to have that money. People are just like, oh my God, he lost so much money. I mean, he at least had that much money to lose. It's like when Lorelai Gilmore goes and they're reading the paper, it's like, oh wow, this lady shot her husband. That's horrible. And then her mom goes like, at least she had a husband to kill. Like, at least he had this much money to lose. He did lock in those losses. But again, it's not that people saying like, oh, that's stupid. And it's not that he's stupid. That action might not have been the smartest. Just, I mean, in hindsight, we can say that because it's pumped like 70% from there. Yeah, OMI's a dead token, guys. Like, sell it all to me. But again, it's pumped 70% from there. So it's obvious that there's a little bit of regret. There's a little bit of like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Now, is that what caused him to get back in? Is he back in? We're not sure. I haven't talked to him. But yeah, there seems to be some big regret from a lot of peeps that had sold me their OMI, that sold their OMI in general. And that's just one of those things that you can't put that genie back in the bottle. Like, you can't take that toothpaste and put it back in the tube once it's out, because again, you did something. It's like that episode in X-Men in the 90s, not X-Men 97, but actually back in the 90s, where Charles Xavier is talking to a couple of people that had gone through like the mutant changing machine, and says like, listen, the line is still there, guys. Like, you just crossed it. And saying that you can cross back over. So obviously, and nothing's a guarantee, but I don't think he's going to be able to get OMI for the price that he sold it for. Again, anything can happen. You could have Black Swan events. You could have some, incredible piece of FUD that people rally around, and then they go in and get that. But it's just, it's like Grail Pokemon cards. You can sell it, but it's likely that you'll never get it back for that price again. It's likely that you can get it back, but you'll just have to pay it back, or you'll just have to get it back at a higher price in which you sold it. Todd McFarlane be running. There's a promotional thing. Friends making memes out of me. Oh, my friends. Throwback to me 10 years ago at a Christmas party, double fisting beers. That might even be 11 years ago. With my boy. Oh my God, my other friend. Sorry. Going down to memory lane there. Remember, shout out to David Yu's hairline that had given my fridge some memes. I thought that was awesome. Be advised, so the Financial Times suggests that Tether is connected to criminal networks. I think that's a pretty serious allegation, saying money laundering scheme used by Russian spies and cocaine kingpins, global money laundering scheme. I think this is really just, for the title. It's just for like the views, the clicks, for the vine, whatever you want to call it. And this is why a lot of politicians stayed away from Bitcoin, because you had Elizabeth Warren go out and say like, oh, it's used to fund terrorism. And instead of actually doing the research, a lot of these politicians are very busy. Like, I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just going to stay away from it. And that's what happened. But obviously now a lot of education is pouring in through. You have people that can explain it a lot easier. I remember one time me and a friend were trying to convert my other friends. His retirement party, we're all drunk. We're on a little bit loosey. And we're trying to tell him about VeVe, and we just can't do it. Like, we couldn't explain it well at that point because we were all hecked up. But that's what like a lot of politicians were like. They couldn't really explain it. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. But again, now that you have a lot of people that are in crypto, again, Charles Hoskinson going in and explaining it to people, especially politicians, that just happens to be a much easier pill to swallow, because it's a lot easier to understand when someone like that explains it. I won't go over that just yet. Shout out to Aza or Kaki Gaijin saying my profile is just Ana. Ana meaning that he has the secret rare first appearance Ana. There's like less than 1,000 of her. I really like her. I had the chance to get the number 41 for like $800 last year, and I fumbled it. That was like a generational fumble. I should have got it. I knew I didn't. Anyway, what I am not going to fumble is my partnership with Mudo. They had a DNA, that's their crypto token, DNA, D as in Delta, N as in November, A as in Alpha. The pre-sale has sold out. They're thrilled to say that they have filled up the pre-sale completely. They've raised $2.25 million this round, and we want to thank each and every one of you who participated. Our TGE is getting closer before Christmas, but before that, we have another round on Launchpad. All details on our TGE and the Launchpad round will follow shortly. Stay tuned. And if you're going to go and do that, use code Chavez, all caps, and that would really help me out. Gutmeister saying, is there any way in the app to see my OMI? Talking about the new app that you have gotten after the updates. And Foster Hill goes in and responds like, not on the mobile app due to app store restrictions. So it's not something that VeVe had or Ecomi had like any choice in doing. Like, oh, this is one of the things they took away. Why did they take away it? Again, it is explained as being due to app store restrictions. You could still see it over on the web version at app.veve.me. Again, over in your browser. You just can't see it in the app. It's still there. It's like subatomic particles. They're all around us. We just can't see them with the naked eye. So OMI's on base. I'll get to this real quick. We will do some Crappy Bird giveaways later. Gotta love that Crappy Bird. Whenever I do giveaways, it just like for them, it's like $5. When I do Definity, it tends to be a little bit more. But I just want to get other people exposed to that to play the game. So we will do that later. And then listen, guys, I told a couple of friends about Moon tokens today, the Moon credits, MOON. Link the contract address for both Crappy Bird and Moon are down below. Crappy Bird is technically a meme coin on base, but it does have some utility. It does have a game that you could already play. I played it the other day here for you guys. And the Moon credit, it's just I don't, without saying too much, the guy behind the project is a writer, and this story that he has with Rex Starwalker, every single time. So Rex Starwalker, this character, has 30% of the entire supply of this Moon credit stuff, and every time that he spends money in the story, in real life, that same amount goes from his wallet to the burn wallet. So 30% of this supply is going to be burned at some point, just throughout the story, not including other burns, not including I really, really like it. Now that being said, I do not have $1,000 worth of it. I have like $700-800, give or take. I'll get a little bit more next month after the holidays. But obviously, now this is financial advice. It's just something where I really recognize that passion in this passion project that he's doing. Money doesn't mean as much to him. He's just doing it for fun. But speaking of passion, it's a lot of passion over here. And again, we'll get to the OMI stuff. I'll get more to Jeremy Paddor. Let's get to Jeremy Paddor first before we get to the passion. Let's see where we're at here. All right, where the heck are we? Jeremy, I don't know the name of that song. Something to rely on. Oh, we got to go over football stuff too. That's going to be wild. Did I even? Okay, we're just going to go to his tweet because I guess I didn't screenshot it because I'm an idiot. Jeremy goes on and posts, hey, meme coins are listed on major exchanges in a day. Do we have any logical explanation as to why OMI isn't? And this is something that I'll explain it like this. When you have somebody that's super busy, highly intelligent, but super busy, and they say like, hey, I'm interested in this. I don't know a lot about it. Can you explain it to me real quick? And you do. It doesn't matter what it's in. It could be in Pokemon. It could be in quantum and theoretical physics. It could be football. Like whatever. It doesn't matter. Pick your poison there. It might take like in sales, we're taught that you have to touch somebody 5 or 6 times and ask them these buying questions before they answer yes, because it's going to be no a lot of times. So in the same way, somehow some people learn. They might have to hear something a couple of times before then they'll remember forever. The reason I bring that up because every now and then, sorry, Bonnie Tyler, he'll ask something like this, like, "Hey, it's a sprint, it's a sprint, not a marathon. Get on these quickly." And super chat going to Planet Vampire says, "Song is keen. Somewhere only we know." Oh, okay, thank you. I hear that all the time on TikTok, but I just don't. I just never knew what it was. I've never like listened to it. Like it's like I've seen like Caddyshack, right? I've seen like the first half, I've seen the middle, I've seen it all like multiple times, but I've never seen that like sat down from start to finish. I've just, back in the 90s and 2000s, like before there was like streaming services, what you would do is you'd turn something, oh, this looks interesting. You miss the first half of the movie, but you watch the second half, or something comes up like, oh, I'll watch this for a little bit before you have to leave. That's how we watched movies in the 90s. We didn't have computers. Anyway, yeah, I've heard that song on TikTok. I've just never knew what that was, but thank you. Anywho, where was I? Oh yeah, so Jeremy, he'll ask these types of questions every couple months and be like, hey, why aren't we on exchanges? Like, explain to me again. I know you told me and I understood in that moment, but a lot more important information for him would come in. If anyone's ever seen Married with Children, Kelly Bundy is in like this trivia thing, and Al Bundy starts teaching her a lot of local facts about sports and like macro sports, not just local, but stuff that's like at the federal level or in the country. But Kelly can only hold so many ideas, at one time, and then another idea pops into her head, so another old sports fact, popped out. Um, I guess a better thing would be if you've ever, for anyone that has left their hometown, and whether they go to the military, they go to college, they just get a job somewhere, they leave, and then X amount of time goes by, X amount of years later, their mid-20s, whatever, they go back to visit, and then there's certain people that had never left. And there's certain people that are like, hey, you remember that time we were out in the 7-Eleven parking lot down by school, we did this? And it's like, yeah, it sounds familiar. I don't really remember. It's like, how could you not remember that? It's because when you have people that, again, do incredibly exciting things and incredibly memorable things, the smaller stuff tends to go away. And the smaller stuff, even though that might have been fun at the time, back in the mid to late 2000s, those memories are replaced by more powerful ones. Like the expecto patronum for somebody that never left their hometown will be completely different than the expecto patronum for somebody that had left and did, whatever they did. So obviously, all of this to say that Jeremy has heard these things before, but a lot of other stuff more important to his business, his livelihood, his family, would just take that spot and be like, hey, just remind me one more time. So that, again, this is why he's asking. And then just to read some of the comments here, Khaki Gaijin saying, like, I can only guess. My guess is that they want to wait for OMI to NFT to roll out on Stacker first. That's definitely a major possibility. You have Crypto Cosmos saying, listen, trading volumes. Meme coins generally achieve major exchanges as they achieve 200 million in daily trading volume. Get rid of that super chat. Thank you. It all comes down to the money the exchanges make on fees. If the trading volume isn't there, then projects have to pay big money or token allocations to list. Now, I do want to go in and talk about token allocations here real quick, because this is a major one. You have, I reported on this a couple months ago because it was relevant at the time. You had somebody big on Twitter says, I recently spoke with a tier 1 project that raised close to 9 figures. After wasting over a year of due diligence with Binance, they finally received a listing offer. So again, they did 12 months worth of work before they even get the listing offer. And then Binance was demanding 15% of their total token supply. Imagine paying $50 to $100 million just for a centralized exchange listing. Not only is this unaffordable for projects, but these tokens are also the biggest reason for bleeding charts. Something has to change. Now, I'm not just going to go and just assume that he's correct. But if you take a look at performance of tokens listed on Binance in 2024 year to date, now granted, this is about a month old, so these numbers aren't crazy new, but they're pretty new. AI listed on January 4th was down 74% for the year. XAI down 65% for the year. All right, so all these going from January 4th and then proceeding there. Manta down 69% for the year. I'm gonna comment nice down below for 69. Now you do have JUP, which is the outlier here. This is the exception, not the rule. JUP listed on January 31st had an increase of 21% since listed on Binance. So again, it's the exception, not the rule. You have Pyth, Pyth, P is in Papa, Y is in Yankee, T is in Tango, and H is in Hotel, down 43%. You have Ronin down 56%. DYM, that's Delta Yankee Mike, down 75%. Pixel down 78%. STRK down 81%. Portal down 89.9%, round that up to 90. Axel down 69.5%. Everyone comment nice down below the 69. WIF at the time was just down 6%. That's neither here nor there. Metis was down 73%. AEVO was down 90%. BOME is down 27%. It's actually fairly low for being down on Binance. ETH-FI down 57%. ENA down 65%. W down 86.5%. And TNSR down 82.5%. So if it was a one-off thing, you could explain it like that. Like back in the day when, like some dogs got sick from like the greenie streets. Okay, well, it was like 5 dogs out of the millions of dogs that have greenie streets, right? If you could say like, okay, well, there was one was like 4%, one was 8%, bear market, whatever. No, it's the breadth of all of these tokens that are down, and it's because of Binance's predatory listings. When Ben gets back on the podcast, which he will, I have to ask him about that. Be like, this is going to be similar. I'm not going to bring this up, but it'd be similar to like Kamala Harris going and picking what's his name as her VP picks. Like, you're already going to get Minnesota. Like why get this person from Minnesota that you're already going to get? Pick someone from Pennsylvania to help you win the state. Trump did the same thing with Vance. It's like, Trump, you're going to win Ohio by double digits. Why pick Vance from Ohio when you're already going to? Now, granted, in hindsight, he won the rest of the swing states. It didn't even matter. But like VeVe, why hire Ben? And obviously, I love Ben. He's doing a great job. And more on him in a second. But if he's not going to help you get a Binance exchange, like again, why hire him if Binance does these predatory practices? Now, maybe when they hired Ben or when they were going over this, they didn't know that this was happening. I'm sure that Ben might have leaked that to them and while they were in discussions of doing this. But it just goes to show that again, it's nice and easy to say, well, VeVe, you have the money, just pay it. When you want 10 to 15% of the supply, in this instance, it was 15% for this guy when he saw this guy Simon SJ Dedick talking about that tier 1 project. That would be more than the entire Ecomi business development wallet. That is absolutely ridiculous. Like, there's no need for that. That would be one of the biggest wastes of time, money, and tokens that you could ever do. Like, there's no, again, especially when Binance US, and again, it's like, well, Binance isn't just US. Binance, like, everyone has it. Okay, well, OKX is like a top 10 exchange. We have other exchanges that are big. The issue is not getting on a major exchange. We are on other exchanges. The issue is getting on an exchange that people in the US can use. It's like, well, Chavez, Binance has a US. You literally just said Binance US. Okay, you want to know the trading volume for Binance US last 24 hours? It is $28 million. That's like that's less than 4x the price of the volume we had yesterday. There is next to no reason to pay all that money for Binance US for $28 million. That is stupid. Now, I'm not calling people that want Binance stupid, because that's not the case. I'm saying that when you go into it and you read into this a little bit, you're like, okay, yeah, this is dumb. It's like I'm X the physics jokes for now. Anyway, apologies if I am going on and offending anyone. I don't think I am. Okay, we're good. Going back to Jeremy's tweet, you have Mark OMI that says, I understand your sentiment, but what do meme coins have to do to get listed? And again, it's one of those things where meme coins aren't held to the same standards. If anyone's ever seen Con Air, why does Nicolas Cage, Cameron Poe, get like 7 years in jail, where anyone else might have gotten like 1 or 2 years for self-defense? It's because he was a former Army Ranger, and when provoked or put in a situation, he can respond with deadly force. His hands are deadly weapons. A lot of boxers have to go and register their hands as well. And he's not held to the same standards as an ordinary citizen. Meme tokens, like OMI, is not held to the same standard as meme tokens. Meme tokens don't have to prove anything. There's no utility. There's no one to sue, to go after. If you're the SEC, they're just dumb little things, most of them. But again, OMI is just held to that different standard because it's a utility token. But again, if they don't want to go in and wind up like Dapper Labs, where they say, or not even Dapper Labs, that was a pretty tame lawsuit where they had to pay like $6 million, which again, if anyone's run a company and is decent at capital allocation, sure, you could fight the lawsuit and you could pay those legal fees, but it would be much better capital allocation if you take what would have been spent on those legal fees and spent it on growing the company, spend it on growing the hobby, spend it on marketing. So I feel like I'm getting a little heated here, but it's just I answer these questions every single day. So like to have it come up is like, oh, well, Jeremy's asking this. I'm like, I get it. And obviously the way I answer that I would answer Jeremy if we would have a private conversation would be like, hey, be advised, we have X, Y, and Z we have to think about. There's regulatory concerns, there's all that. That we don't know what's going on with, again, and I don't even want to speak to somebody like in conjecture where you don't have all the information. It's like, listen, I don't work for this company. The only reason I know some of these things is because I've worked for other meme coins, I've worked for other projects, and have these relationships with these other places, and I know where some of these bumps in the road are, but I don't work for VeVe, and there might be something else, whether that's going on with the court case, whether that's going on with things that it could be a license, it could be whatever, where they don't want to do anything, and that could be part of the stipulations of certain contracts. Like, hey, like remember the Minsk agreements in like 2014, 2015? They're like, hey, we'll agree to this, but we'll agree to this on this date. We have to pull our troops out, we have to do whatever. It's like, okay, well, if you're, and we'll go over Pokemon and anime in a bit, but if you're David and you're trying to get with like Nintendo and Pokemon, and Nintendo said like, okay, we'll have a agree to, I forget what that's called, like not a DBA, an agreement to do business together, but we'll have to go in and make sure there are some, what's it called, contingency here, saying that if we go and do business, we have to sign this first, stating that there's no new exchanges, no whatever, because we want to go in and fill our bags before any of these happen, because obviously then the price increases. So again, there's a lot of moving parts, and we're not sure, and publicly, like we're not sure like what's going on. So there's that as well. You have people saying that they just don't want to pay. Obviously, the people that are saying that, they are not, I don't even want to say in the know, but they're not looking at it correctly, and they're interpreting the data that they're receiving incorrectly. Scott Colantonio says the only logical reason has been regulatory concerns and not wanting to get a Wells notice from the SEC. Again, something like Dapper Labs with Flow, they have what they have to pay, like $6 million, whatever, which again is not a lot compared to like XRP, which paid well into the nine figures. VeVe would have to sell like 25% of their company just to pay legal fees. That is a horrendous use of capital allocation. They not want to get a well notice from the SEC. The risk is gone as of January 20th. If we don't get all the major exchanges in Q1, we will know that was BS. So to go further on here, Jeremy Padour has a follow-up. Now, I didn't say anything in his first tweet. His first tweet, I was like, all right, it's like, if anyone's ever seen Major League, after the Wild Thing gives up a home run, Charlie Sheen gives up a home run. He's like, should we call in, bullpen? Should we take him out? And the head coach is like, let's see how he reacts. And then he hits the next batter. I was like, interesting. So I wanted to see how other people reacted. I wanted to go, oh, let's see how the world does without me defending it. And Jerry Padour goes and takes a lot of that feedback. He puts it in another tweet, and he says, everyone's feedback falls into 3 buckets. 1, listing fees. Trading volumes, not sure. Regulatory issues, which are interesting. And 3, wrongdoing, would be speculative and defaming, and I'm interested in the constructive conversation to understand why we don't have major exchange placement. Now, he goes on and elaborates on this. It says listing fees. So let's test this premise. What are the listing fees of 4 popular exchanges? Binance, Coinbase, Kraken, KuCoin. Binance and Coinbase, I'm pretty sure that's 7 figures. And again, Binance, we just went over, wanting 10 to 15% of the entire token supply, which is freaking bananas. Like, Binance can go heck itself. Kraken and KuCoin, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was Kraken or KuCoin or both that had received a Wells notice from the SEC, but obviously it's like, what's his name? Harvey Dent in Batman is like, well, if I had to, where Commissioner Gordon's like, well, if I had to pick cops that weren't investigated by your office, I would have no one to fucking send. So obviously, what is a shorter list? Exchanges that are being investigated by the SEC, or exchanges that are not being investigated by the SEC? Exchanges that are not being investigated by the SEC would honestly be the shorter list. So I don't know how much of that you can use as an excuse, but again, he goes and adds all of them. Says, what are the listing fees? Has OMI filed for listing on these popular exchanges to date? If so, what have been the listing fees requested? I think it's a fair question. I agree. Now, I also will, I love Jeremy. I love that man. So obviously I'm going to come at this a little biased, but I understand saying, hey, if you come to me in person, we'll see what we can work out. And obviously he knows David's super busy. He knows Dan, so he knows, especially this month. But he probably could have sent a text, be like, hey man, if I were in his shoes, do one or two things. But hey, man, congrats on OMI running. I think it's great. I hope everything's going well for you. Just a question when you get a couple minutes, like, and you can do it in text, you can do it in call. Um, I had a couple of people I told about OMI and they just can't get it on exchanges. Like, are any of these coming? Or just because, again, early advisor in that. But then the other way to do it was saying, like, okay, if I go in and talk to someone privately, then it's private, and there's no public pressure on them to do really anything. But Jeremy Padua has double the followers that I do, is in the 40-ish thousand. So he goes and posts it and figure, like, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Hey, maybe if I make a little noise about it, maybe that's what they need. Like, whatever. Again, I don't know his mind. I don't want to speak for him. I'm just saying maybe this is what happens. He says there are more than 360 tokens and coins traded on Binance, 240 plus digital assets traded on Coinbase Exchange, 300 plus on Kraken, and 800 plus on KuCoin. Did each one of these tokens pay enormous fees for listing? Again, just a question. Trading volumes. I reviewed the 500th highest trading asset on KuCoin and found that it traded approximately $129,500 in the prior 24 hours before it got listed. Does that seem outside of OMI's potential? OMI, even on its like horrendous days, it does more than that. So I understand 100% where it's coming from. He says, I can't completely disregard listing fees and trading volume, but it would be great to get some very direct feedback here. He goes on and moves to regulatory issues. He says, what are the regulatory issues specifically? If the issues are of regulatory nature, what hurdles exist to get beyond those regulatory issues? And if there are no methods to ethically move beyond regulatory issues to get listed on major exchanges, let's get a very specific answer to this question. Do regulations place an immovable burden on OMI becoming listed on a major exchange? Like, will we ever get it? Because I personally believe reasonable answers to 1 and 2 above will clarify the path or no path to a major exchange. Sorry, give me 1 second here. I had a good city. That is a good city. Sparky, my bae. I love her. Would you actually? People are nuts. Give me a sec here. Woo, stomach's feeling a lot better now, thanks to the daddy soda that we have. Anyway, to read some of the other responses before I get to mine. Somebody says, like, they want early investors like yourself to dump the coin so they can buy it back. They now know the power of the community they have. That is just the most ridiculous thing I've ever read. It's not, but it's close. Somebody says it's enough. We want several tier 1 exchanges. I'm sure they want that as well. Homie Dan says, I was watching one of the spaces the other day, and Foster very strongly hinted that it was down to regulatory uncertainty when asked about exchanges. Iron Man says the first OMI to NFT has to be fully implemented. Sounds like he's presenting as if he knows what he's talking about, and it very well could be that. The second major exchange are promoting the token. Just a matter of time. They have some that are ready to launch, hopefully for Christmas. Be advised, guys, the holidays are like the worst times to get anything done. Brian Malone says, what we need is transparent explanation or review. People in the Web3 space allocate finance based off certain expectations. Forget the longevity of the app and vision if the fundamentals are burned. It's better, but makes zeros. Okay, so then there's been some speculation on my response, and I'll go over it here. I say listing fees are different for each exchange. Many do a combination of tokens and USDT or cash, whatever. Binance, however, generally takes 10 to 15% of the entire supply, which is more than the entire Ecomi business development wallet. This is a predatory practice. I said navigating regulatory waters is easier for some than others. Some aren't into this for the next several decades. Some only care about short-term pumps and would likely close down if they received a Wells notice from the SEC. VeVe and Ecomi, on the other hand, don't want to go through what many others have and see it better that money, which would be spent on legal fees, would have a better use if allocated elsewhere. However, now that Stacker is building third-party utility and rolling out their product in Q1, it stands to reason that more exchanges are on the horizon. And here's where it gets a little interesting. If there are no new exchanges by the end of Q1, I'll sell 90% of my collectibles and comics. I make this statement because they seem to be almost over the last regulatory hurdle, and there's no reason not to get any new exchanges after it's over. Anyone that has good memory, I've done this type of thing before. Earlier this year, the FUD was at like an all-time high. Like, and people were calling like David a scammer. They were calling this like a rug pull. They were saying like, oh, they're too cheap to pay for exchanges, or like whatever. I was like, guys, if there's no exchanges by Q2, I'll sell my shit and move on, because I knew that there would be, and the team delivered. So in that same breath, again, looking here, I say, if there are no new exchanges by the end of Q1, I'll sell 90% of my collectibles and comics. I'm not saying what I'm doing with the funds, just that I'm selling 90% of those collectibles and comics. A good amount of that would go into the OMI token, because if it's not here by Q1, it will be here in Q2. So I feel like people kind of took it upon themselves, be like, yo, is Chavez leaving? Is he gone? The reason why I would go in and sell 90% of my collectibles and comics, I told people I really wouldn't sell Lokis and the Marvel Mighties I really love, so got to keep those, would be to buy the token. Because if there's exchanges are going to come at some point, you have to live in two worlds. It's Schrodinger's exchange. You believe in a future in which VeVe and Ecomi are successful and they're on exchanges, or that they're not. And to bring this kind of to a close here before I get to the rest of the news and the rest of the comments, if anyone's ever read Marvel's Secret Wars, there are a couple of them, but the main one is going to be from the late 2000s, early 2010s. That's where it was, where Dr. Doom is talking to someone that's kind of hating on not Valeria, on I forget where it is, Latvia. That's where he resides. He says, "Tell me, which do you think is closer to the truth? That the citizens look up at Castle Doom and they believe its walls are beyond being torn down, or that they would lay down their very lives to see it stand for all time?" And in that same breath, I'll say, what do you believe? Do you honestly believe that David, Dan, Ben, whoever's in charge, are too cheap to pay for exchanges? Or are you one of those people that believe that, hey, there's no other people in this entire world than David, Dan, and Dr. Profit, I'll include in here, that wants to see exchanges and these pump? Because unlike most people that have maybe tens of millions of OMI, they have 30 billion each. So they're heavily incentivized. Like, if you believe that the people with the most OMI in this world don't want to pay a couple $1,000,000 for exchanges so that they could see their own personal net worth grow by the billions, you're fucking retarded. And at me, fight me. So again, if they don't have it by Q1, I guarantee you they get it at some point. And if I'm wrong, you will never see me again. If I am wrong, I will retire. You will never see me again. I'll change my name. I'll shave my head. I'll move somewhere else. But again, I might have gotten a little bit too passionate here for some of y'all. For that, I do apologize. Kindly lick my, no, I'm not gonna say it. Anyway, let's move on here. Where was I before I got to this? The DNA presale sold out, mobile app due to restrictions. Epico and VeVe. VeVe has grossed $55,000 in 7 minutes. They would have gone on and they would have sold out in the first minute if we were allowed to do so, if we were allowed to smash that buy button again and again and again to no avail. But we had to wait 6 minutes. We had to wait for the rebound. I was on the phone with Mr. MC1 and we were talking about something else. And he's just like, hey, do you see the buy button? I was like, no, I don't see the buy button. Where's the buy button? I had to exit out. I had to close the app. I had to go back in. I found the buy button. And then I go into the app at the 6 minute mark because we want to get the rebound. It's like, where do you see the buy button? Do you see it? I was like, no, I don't see it. Where is it? Oh, let's go to app.vv.me. Thankfully, it did not have it did not make me re-sign in. I'd gone there recently and I was able to buy another one. And I got 2 ultra rare Dans, which were dope. Those are cool. Gotta love them. And then that comes to the part of our title, VeVe new grails. I would not have brought this up if the if the max price of the secret rare was like $500 or $600, okay, that's not a grail. That's like, I mean, a grail I would in Pokemon, you're not a grail unless you're $10,000 more. So for this, I was like, okay, well, what is it? I mean, it was like 1800 before, but let's go back. Let's go and take a look at the VeVe app. We'll search David, and after we search David, we'll go and take a look at the 25 in the market. There was 31 before, so either you had some delistings or some people buy, and we're at about, now the floor is technically $900 because there's people bidding for it, but be advised, there was one I saw before that a buddy of mine tried to buy for 1,300 and it sold before he could buy it. And now 1999 or pretty much 2K is the minimum. That is the floor. Now, granted, you might be able to get one cheaper because there's one on auction right now. Currently, the highest bid is $900.61, but there's 14 and a half hours left on that. So that's likely going to double, if not more, depending on what these do. And it's like, well, this is first appearance like David, right? It's like, well, yes and no. Epico had him as a fighter or character in his game as well, but that was on Epico. And as we know, you could have a first appearance on the blockchain, and then there's first appearance on VeVe. First appearance Flash goes to Hero. First appearance of Flash on the blockchain goes to Hero. They got him on the blockchain first before the Superman versus Flash statue that they had on VeVe. Now, I don't know what each of those prices are, but I bet you that the first appearance Flash that's on VeVe is probably worth a little bit more than the Flash that was on Hero because Hero shut down. Now, I don't know what the revenues for Epico are like. I was talking to a friend about this last night. I was like, listen, the reason why I had them on the podcast, the reason why I don't know if I ever had the token, but the reason why I had them on the podcast and the reason why I understand why people were buying them is because they had such a very low market cap. They had a working product, and the game was fun. Now, is the game very similar to Clash Royale or Clash Clans, whatever it was? Yes, it's an exact replica, but they took out the characters and put in Indian ones. Now, why could that be a double-bladed sword? Like that, because okay, you took the Clash Royale and you made it this, but with different characters. However, they did have OMI in there, and they did have ways to make money. And if you can get, what are there, 800 million smartphones in India? If you get 1% of that to play this game, you have just an insane network. So if that would have taken off, if that would have caught on, and we're in the bull market now, maybe it does. That could go crazy. But as of right now, it has not taken off. And we'll see what happens. Anyway, let's move on from that. Yeah, 55,000 is pretty nice. Brock McBlockchain says, oh my, breaking news, just in time for Fishmas. Hooray, Walter gets to continue to be able to remain a teleporting whale. He's re-quoting the Fishes. The Fishes saying, breaking news, Fish City Times reporting update to teleporting whale saga, just in time for Fishmas. Gotta love that. If it's dressing up as, nope. Okay, yeah, so the Google Play Store, they have new pictures that you could see of the app, the VeVe app. This isn't one of the collectibles. It's just something that's coming, maybe augmented reality. And it says, stand side by side with your favorite characters and heroes in the real world. Unleash your creativity in AR and share it with the world. Now, this is not Miles Morales. He's dressed up as Miles Morales. He's cosplaying as Miles Morales. But if you can see, this guy is a little chunky to be Miles Morales. This is Miles Morales if he was either super, super yoked and jacked and did a lot of heavy lifting, or just, a little bit different. I don't know what this is. If anyone can explain that to me, if it's somebody dressing up as Miles, you would think that they would have placed the collectible right next to him, but they didn't. So I'm just really curious on what that was, if anyone's seen that. Anyway, Ecomi, the drop today, they aim to forge a stronger connection between the VeVe community and the Epico brand by celebrating key figures and legendary characters through innovative AR collectibles. Future plans include an expansion of the Ecomi series into comic drops and further explorations of interactive storytelling dedicated to the VeVe and Ecomi team members. This initiative continues Epicomi's mission to combine rich cultural heritage, community engagement, and cutting-edge technology to create a truly immersive and connected collectible experience. Generally, you have, based on a purchase, sale, or promotional code, you have 1,875 people on average that do that each week versus 1,143 this past week. Now, this past week you had Thanksgiving, so not gonna, what did we? Is that this? No, actually we didn't. We didn't. That Thanksgiving was a week prior. 48 people made their first purchase on average versus the 41 that made their first purchase in the past week. So it was interesting. And then you have active wallets. Thankfully, on this week from November 26th to December 5th, there was not one time that okay, that was transactions. Okay, wallets active. Oh no. All right. So the 26th, 27th, and 29th were times where we had less than 1,000 active users over on the VeVe app. The rest of the times they were above that. I was surprised. I think the 28th was Thanksgiving. Yeah, 28th was Thanksgiving. So this is another thing that I found. I don't know what to call it. You would think that whenever I stream or do a video on a holiday, people are with their families, people with whatever. In one of the meetings I had the other day, when they were asking about my followers, and I was saying, like, listen, my followers are some of the best people in the world, but I attract a lot of weirdos. And they're like, well, weirdos have money, right? I was like, they do have money. Why does the app have 1,200 people on it on Thanksgiving and then have like under 1,000 people the rest of the days around it? Like, wouldn't you think that the app would have less people on it that day? And I was like, well, listen, in my experience, at least on YouTube, whenever I stream on holidays, I actually have more viewers. It's like, well, why? Well, again, I attract a lot of weirdos. And a lot of people, again, like myself, like I'm streaming on 4th of July. I'm streaming on Christmas. I'm streaming on my birthday. I'm streaming on these things. There's a tweet by Jenna Marbles. This years ago. It's like 8 years ago. It was like last decade. Where she said, like, I noticed sometimes that Marbles, her dog, like she doesn't eat really unless like Peach is with her or somebody else is with her, and then I realized she doesn't like eating alone. So I sometimes sit down with her when there's nobody else to eat with her because I don't like eating alone either. And I think that there's, and maybe I'm completely wrong here. Maybe they don't have Thanksgiving in Australia or Europe or wherever, but even though more than half my people are in the U.S., maybe it's just people that don't have family. Maybe it's people that don't have a lot of these places to go, and it's like, okay, well, what else am I going to do? Might as well check, what's going on at VeVe. Might as well have. Maybe they don't have anyone to eat with, so they watch me while I eat something or drink something, and they have a drink with me. Cheers, guys. Yeah. And anyway, just an idea. Moving on. Ignore. Also, there's a buddy of mine that ordered like DoorDash from like Walmart, and it was delivered in Target bags. I thought that was the funniest thing. I'm not gonna go, dude. Millie, if you're watching, clean up your Reddit. That's all I'm gonna say. Max from the OMI homie say, Grail alert, our eyes, at least VeVe official dropping another banger, talking about like Eagle Eyes, David and Dan, Ben Rose going in and saying, so funny. Love your work, guys. Love him as well. That dude's awesome. Not going over that, not going over that. Selling, tried for a second. Yeah, damn, that's wild. David Yu saying, thank you for all your incredible support, especially to those who joined us for the Epico drop. I know I've been a bit quiet lately, but rest assured, I've been hard at work building and creating behind the scenes. What's he been working on? Well, since we have a new CEO now and he might be relegated to just, doing licenses, what licenses is he getting? There's going to be some that's important to him, and there's some that's important to the company, and a lot of times, there can be overlap there. The reason I'm bringing this up, not because I think that this is a license that we're getting, even though I hope, and I think one day we will. A lot of people just saying one Pokemon. David shares the TC Pokemon trading card pocket game every now and then, and a lot of times when I do, people are like, what do you think OMI gets to in 2025? It almost never includes Pokemon because I like to have, again, that lowered expectations. I like to be conservative, and I like to have things that I don't like to guess. I don't like to. I mean, I like. All right, that's a lie. I like to hypothesize. I like to have these thought experiments. But dude, what happens if we get OMI? Or no, I'm sorry. What happens if we get Pokemon? It's not going to matter that we don't have exchanges. It just goes crazy. It doubles, triples overnight. Again, there was no logical or no public reason for this pump that we had. There might have been a private reason where somebody, I don't know, they had a conversation with like a drunk VeVe member, and the VeVe member says like, "Oh, blah, 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 blah." Like, what did you say? And then they go nuts. Like, things happen. But dude, if we ever get Pokemon, it is, oh God, I'll 10 cents will be like, all right, that's fair, but we can go higher. 20 cents, all right, that's fair. We might be able to go a little higher. I will not sell if they announce that we have Pokemon before we're at like 002, 003, I won't sell any of my OMI until like at least 1 or 2 cents, because that's where we're going. Like that's the trajectory in which I think we go. That would be wild. That would be insane. Now, again, what has David been hard at work at? He's doing a lot of things. Some other stuff that you could get, maybe you get Lego, maybe Hello Kitty, maybe Lord of the Rings. The new Lord of the Rings anime is coming out next week. I do not do anything on Friday the 13th. A little superstitious like that. But that's when the Lord of the Rings anime is coming out. That'd be great. Harry Potter would be great. Again, even anything Nintendo would be great. It could be like the most not fun Nintendo character, and it'll still have its uses. Amiibo hunting back in the day, I was in the military for it, so I didn't really get to do it. People were buying stuff that they didn't even like just because Nintendo is great at that. Also, shout out to Devi, that's up like 19% today. Shout out to them. Okay, Mike from Heart Trolleys. I heart trolleys. Oh, I've been talking for 53 minutes. I'm so sorry. I promise I will get to all of your comments in like 5 minutes. I will also say that if you don't have time for me to go through all the comments to get to your comment, just leave like a $2 super chat and I'll get to it right away. Anyway, I Heart Trolley says, on your next stream, can you speculate how the Secret Rare Blue U will do against the mighty Spider-Man Noir, with both being 88 mints? Even though that's not really a common Spider-Man, they are doing their best to like pump it up. You have the Nicolas Cage Spider-Man Noir that's coming out. You have the comic Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man Noir is getting his day in the sun, and people will love it. Everyone in the world knows who Spider-Man is. They'll at least know like that variation, or they won't know that variation, but they'll say like, "Oh, it's Spider-Man." It's just a variation of Spider-Man. Nobody in the world, like, there's people that know who David Yu is, but it's a 1% of 1% of the people that know who Spider-Man are. 1% of 1% of 1%. However, most people on the VeVe fam, like David is so infamous, so famous inside the VeVe fam. This is a cult-like thing. And first appearance of David, at least on VeVe, 80 mints. As much as, we have 400 people here right now, I'm confident we could sell 800 Randy Chavez things. As confident as I am about that. And as much as I see that people really like and enjoy me, or at least the content, or at least some of y'all, um, David is on that whole other level where, and maybe almost to a fault, I feel like people don't recognize the hell that David's gone through and just the absolute torture. And I don't use that word lightly. The absolute torture that he's gone through for the company um, is just astounding. And there's no other word to describe that. I mean, there might be, but just not just incredible. Um, but it doesn't take. You're not going to need 3,000 people to go and recognize that and just say like, "Hey, I want one of David's secret rares because he's one of the best entrepreneurs in the world. He's one of the best salesmen in the world. He's taken more punishment than 99% of other men I've known, and I've known people that have got tortured, like actually tortured. Um, so this is the amount of stress that that man has been under is akin to a prisoner of war. It's akin to like going through 8 divorces at once. It's akin to like the president of the United. It's nuts. Um, and it only takes 80 people to recognize that. It doesn't even take that much. It might take like 60, 70 people to go and say like, I'm gonna have this and I'm never gonna let it go. And I don't have one. Maybe when OMI goes to the moon, I will. Just because again, well, also again, I'm coming at this from like I love him. No, maybe a little homo. Um, and just to commemorate that fact. Uh, and other people I think will understand his his plight. They'll understand like, hey, I want to get this because I love and respect him, and that will likely be uh, one of the grails on VeVe in the years to come. Um, it'll be up there with maybe like Vader, ultra rare Vader, or like a sub 100 rare Luke Skywalker. Like it'll be up there, like just because of that lore, like the dad lore that David Yu could drop at any time, especially when they make a documentary and either it comes out on Netflix, it comes out on Disney Plus, it comes, wherever it comes out. Um, that's likely when everyone will recognize. Like right now, it's only a small amount of people that could recognize what that man has gone through. Eventually, it'll be documented in a way where everyone will know, and people will be like, "Bro, how did you not like end it? How did you not give up? How did you not like Jesus? Like that is, oof, oof." Again, I don't have this freaking collectible. I'm not trying to pump these up. I do want one. I'll try to get one at some point. Um, so when I Heart Trolley says, "Can you speculate on how David U. Seeker will do again?" It's like obviously there'll be a lot more people that know who Spider-Man is, especially Spider-Man Noir. It's a variation of him. Um, but at the end of the day, is a fictional character. I don't. I mean, I'll say Spider-Man Noir stays ahead of David Yu Secret Rare for quite a while, if not always and forever. But I'll say the differential in price will be closer than you think, and I'll leave it at that. Anywho, um, shout out to Boldy app. Boldy app has 34,500 followers over on X, saying everyone who traded today just received free Crappy Bird as a part of our daily airdrops this whole December. Big thanks to Crappy Bird Base for sponsoring. Shout out to them. Went over that. Dude, this guy named Magaru, I don't even know how many followers I have, says, I put Ryu and Akuma in a death battle, and they were fighting in like AR over there. And then VeVe Comics says like, and I was like, oh, sheesh. VeVe Comics, what you doing, girl? What are they teasing? What are they teasing? Are they teasing a game? Are they teasing like are they just teasing like a comic? I mean it's VeVe Comics, unless my collectibles forgot which thing he was on. I don't know but this is awesome. Whatever it is, I'm full in support of. Oh my God, it's been an hour. All right, I'll save the rest of the news for tomorrow because there's so much to go over. Croner saying first like energy. What's going on? Meow, 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 meow. It's 420 people here. Everyone comment, blaze it down below for the 420. Croner saying finger red number one. He's number one. He's number one. Let's get this bread. Oh, dude. All right, so my back is actually not this. It's pretty destroyed. I haven't worked out in like months. The video said let's go, but I'm feeling all right. I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling all right. Baby, I'ma have the best heckin' night of my life. There's this good evening, 2 a.m. My guy, that is a lot. And now it's like 3 a.m. Omar says good evening, Omar. Omar says NFL and Disney huge. Okay, so I guess I have to go over this now. Breaking: NFL announces Wednesday night football in 2025. Should we go over the entire article? I don't think we need to go over the article, but just NFL announces Wednesday night football in 2025 on Disney Plus. Can y'all imagine? Party at VeVe Magic's house. Party at the Magic Mansion, where we can all watch football and do other stuff as well. I was saying VeVe might bring out those collectibles they had on their websites in the past. Oh, maybe they will. I don't know if they will or not, but that'd be great. Or says Tom Brady is needed. Well, he's not technically in the NFL anymore, but I could agree. Yeah, people would like him. He's a GOAT. Matt G says Stacker AMA is so heckin' bullish. You can't stop the inevitable. Earth 2S. Oh, let's go over Earth 2S, shall we? Let's shall. Another 15% today to 8.8 cents. Well, I think like 3 months ago, this was at like even a month ago. On November 14th, less than a month ago, we were down to 4.08 cents. We have more than doubled since then. So that's a shout out to Earth 2 Essence going and getting that red. We might have actually even been, we were actually 3.8 cents at once. And then again, up to 8.8. Very nice. How much? Shout out to Earth 2 Essence. They're getting this red. Matt Johnson says, what up, Randy? Thank you for being a member. Saying, it's definitely nice to see OMI moving in the other direction. You do like to see that. That is fun. OMI has been holding steady at the 0005s, mid 0005. So you have this 1, 2, 3, 4. You have this 1, 2. You have this like quadruple top, quadruple bottom. Will it break up? Will it break down? We're not sure, but it's going to break up one way or the other. One way or another, I'm gonna find you. So good. What do we got here? Trevor says OMI 10. Yeah, sell us your OMI, guys. Mr. MC1 says, hi all. What's up, Mr. MC1? I was just talking about you. All good things. Mr. MC1 says, Marvel. Oh, we gotta love Marvel. Marvel is like our guys. Like Marvel is like our thing. Because Randy, you could have made a lot of bread by buying Bitcoin or almost anything else. I mean, the amount of bread that I'll make from OMI as opposed to Bitcoin is just more. It's just gonna writ that small. Marvel Comics #1, 1939. So there's a couple of things that have that little burn mechanism on there. There's a couple of things that have been running right now. Marvel MC1 is going to be heckin' awesome. Wes, thank you for being a member. Says OMI still down bad. Hopefully going to get in the double zeros at some point. I mean, honestly, Wes, like if you didn't believe that they couldn't do that, you wouldn't be here, unless you were one of those low IQ people that was like, oh, I'm going to waste my time being on something that'll never do another 2x. So obviously you believe that it'll go in that 002s and even go into the single zeros and maybe even beyond that. What says we still need a 5x to get back to my average buy. Actually, not bad. We can do it. 2 cents for this bull cycle. Oh, I think you're dead wrong with the last sentence. I think we get to a multiple of 2 cents. But that's just me. That's just my opinion, not financial advice, not financial advisor, not any of your guys anyway. Mo Collection says, yo, what up, Mo Collections? How's it going, fam? Thank you for always supporting the channel. That one says, Randy, do you remember 2 weeks ago when I told you I was buying 100,000 worth of OMI when it was 0003? Maybe. If you did, You done good, brother. You done good. If you went through with it, if you did, I am happy for you. If you did. Bill says, I hear you're soon all your collectibles if no new exchanges. Well, 90%, 90%. And then again, the reason why I would do that is so I can go and buy more OMI. Mostly. There's some other stuff that I would buy as well if it's still down. Well, this is Randy. Tell Jeremy Powder to use his connections to get OMI listed. I don't think his connections are necessarily with exchanges. His connections are more in the physical product stuff and in that space. I'm surprised how much he still loves the token. It's great. Well, I mean, seems like there's been a little bit of loss of love for the token. I mean, he's never sold. He's never had that. I mean, I've offered to buy some of his tokens a couple of times, and he says no. So obviously, he still believes in the project. So he says, Jeremy is great. Agreed. I love that man. Should use his connections to get Pokemon. I'm sure if there's anything that he could have done to get VeVe Pokemon, David or whoever else would have grilled him on it. Be like, hey, bro, got any more of those Pokemon connections? Platinum members, this song is Keenness. When only we know. What says, the Assassin's Creed drop is another evolvable drop. Well, the good thing about the drops on VeVe is that like you don't have to get them. They're not something that they're forcing you to buy. So, if you want to go and speak with your wallet and be like, I'm not buying it, by all means, don't buy it. Or you could try your luck, see what happens. Harvey says, if you're a kid with $60 to spend, do you buy a VeVe collectible or a AAA PS5 game? It depends on the kid. I mean, if you're a gamer, you might be like, bro, I could just buy this AAA PS5 game and I could just have fun for like dozens of hours, if not hundreds of hours. But if you're a kid that's just like, hey, you know what? I played video games a lot when I was younger. I'm into girls now. And part of the way you get girls is by having a fat bank account. And if I spend this money on collectibles, and it goes up, get maybe you can use that to get girls in the future. Or it's just something that you like. You have a job, and I mean, I feel like, dude, I was so. Give me a second. When I was younger, I had two types of friends. Friends that teenager me, like 15-year-old me, right? Friends that had no money, had no job, no girlfriend, no dick. They were just living with their parents. They're just like, oh yeah, go home. Mom makes me nuggies and I play video games and I, pleasure myself. And then I had friends that was like, bro, I'm getting this bread. They had jobs, they had cars, they had girlfriends, and again, it's just, if you're a kid with if you're a kid and you only have $60 to spend, you're probably going to get the video game. But if you're a kid and you have a job, whatever, it's like, bro, video games thing of the past. I'm about to get this bread. I'm about to go in. I'm about to get this car. I'm about to go and impress these girls. And I'm about to go and just roll over any guy that's lesser than me. So, it depends. $60 can mean nothing to a kid. Jeremy also says Assassin's Creed gamified also. The evolvables, yeah. If you call that gamified. Omicron says, hi, Randy. Yo, what up? What up? How's it going? Meow, meow, meow. Omicron, you get that Naruto bread. Wes says, Omi was on a big exchange and it wouldn't be down 97%. Well, that's very, very debatable. And I would say that's false. They could have been on FTX and they could be down even more. So again, you can't really talk about things as if you know the outcome when there are too many variables. DN809 says, we already have Pokemon. Yeah, I would love it if we did. And maybe we do and they're not telling us. I don't know. Says, it won't be announced till the narrative hits and we'll list on major exchanges. There should be more things to be announced that we weren't aware of. Oh, there's definitely going to be things that are going to be announced that we're not aware of. Heading to Vegas. 72 degrees, 7 p.m. I'm so freaking jelly. Oh my God. I'm going to eat. Oh, dude. Anyway. Jesus. All right. I have a dissertation here from Omar saying Ecomi not listed on major exchanges like Coinbase, Binance, Gemini, primarily due to several reasons based on the information available. You have blockchain compatibility. OMI initially was on the GoChain blockchain, which isn't as widely supported by major exchanges compared to more popular blockchains like Ethereum. The transition to ERC20 was anticipated to make listing easier, as suggested by comments on Reddit and other platforms. Then you have exchange listing requirements. Major exchanges typically have stringent listing requirements, including high trading volume, security standards, and some significant listing fees. Hold up, we got a Definity buy over here of $996 on the Ethereum blockchain. Price is 5.1 cents. Sorry. According to posts on X and Reddit, Ecomi might not have met these criteria or chosen not to pay the high listing fees associated with platforms like Binance. Then you have regulatory and legal considerations. There are mentions of potential regulatory hurdles or legal issues, such as lawsuit in New Zealand, which could affect listing decisions. This suggests that Ecomi might be strategically avoiding larger listings until such issues are resolved or until regulatory environments become more favorable, as seen in some X posts. So I'll give you guys, not really alpha, but this hearing started like a week or two ago, like 10 days ago, give or take, like just before Thanksgiving, maybe. I'll let you guys know this. These types of hearings, which again I'm fairly familiar with, well, not theirs, but others like theirs, they usually take less than 2 months, sometimes even a month. So it's a decent probability, if it's like the other things that I've seen in the past, which it might not, but it could be. This could be over by the end of the year or even early January, in which case you could have certain things that, okay, once that's over, then there's other clarity, there's other things, and you could get announcements in January. Is this the reason that why, Stacker's not rolling out right now and it's going to roll out, in January or Q1? Are they waiting for this? Are they waiting for other stuff? Like again, we don't know. It could be completely different from that, but it's just one of those scenarios that you have to go in and kind of weigh and juggle. Be like, okay, just as a thing. Market strategy. Comi's approach seems to be focused. Comi's approach seems to be focused on building utility and user base before pushing for major exchange listings. There's speculation that they might be waiting for the right market conditions or significant update to platform, like the migration of Immutable X or Base, to increase the token's visibility and utility, thereby naturally increasing demand and volume. Then you have current exchange listings as number 5. I'm almost out of Daddy Soda. OMI is currently listed on exchanges like OKX, BitGet, and MEXC, which are considered mid-tier. This indicates some level of accessibility, but not on the scale of larger exchanges. So how can OMI be listed on major exchanges? Well, you can upgrade to a more popular blockchain. Completing or announcing the full integration to a blockchain like Ethereum or its layer 2 solutions like Immutable X or Base would likely ease integration with major exchanges, and we're now on Base. So again, that box is checked. You can increase trading volume and utility. Enhancing the token's utility within the VeVe ecosystem or through partnerships could drive up trading volume, making OMI more attractive to larger exchanges. Again, I'll let you guys know this. Again, not alpha, it was public when it was happening. When Ecomi had the Ecomi Telegram group, you would get almost every day people from these exchanges be like, hey, I represent this exchange. Who do I talk to about listing the OMI token? Because again, if you're an exchange and your people that work under you are worth their salt, you go in and you say like, hey, I found this token that is associated with Marvel, Disney, the United States freaking Postal Service, and Lamborghini and Aston Martin. We need to freaking list these things. And if I were one of those heads of exchanges and I found out about that before anyone brought it to me, they'd be fired. Their position would be disestablished. And so again, you had these like almost every day people from these exchanges in the Ecomi Telegram chat say like, hey, can we list your token? Can we do X, Y, and Z? So the opportunities are going to be out there. The question is it going to be worth it to pay X amount of things? Again, you've had 2 exchanges renegade list OMI in the last week, but what does that do? It gets them like an extra 12,000 in volume, which if you're a token that only has 12,000 in volume, okay, that's great. You double your volume. But if you're a token that has, even at the low end, 250,000 in volume, you're going to likely go in and be like, okay, well, it's not going to be worth it. Now let's go and take a look at OMI here real quick. We did break below that 00055, which we had 2 million in volume, so quite a lot less than the 8 or 9 million that we had. Nothing is over a million, but we do have OKX at 715,000. Next one is MEXC at 410,000. Yeah, that's about it. There's nothing crazy. Anyway, meet exchange standards. Ensuring all technical security and regulatory standards are met. This might involve audits, compliance, KYC, AML policies, and demonstrating a sustainable project model. Then there's marketing and community engagement. Stronger marketing efforts could increase community size and engagement, leading to higher demand and visibility, which are factors exchanges consider when listing tokens. Then you have legal and regulatory compliance. Resolving any ongoing legal issues and ensuring compliance with international regulations would remove barriers to listings on major exchanges. But then you have lobbying and partnership. Ecomi might need to engage more directly with exchange teams, perhaps through partnerships or by participating in listing votes, like the one mentioned on X for HTX. Ultimately, while Ecomi has expressed interest and intentions to improve accessibility through exchange listings, the process does involve complex considerations of marking fit, legal landscape, and strategic timing. This is from Grok. So why isn't Ecomi on major exchanges and how can it be listed? That is what Grok had written. I gotta say, thank you for the time and effort. I appreciate it. Omar is heckin' awesome. I have a ton of messages I'll get to later. I hope we have Pokemon. We'll see. Recovery says, who remembers when Tapestry was predicting a $100,000 Todd? That is definitely possible at some point in the future. Tapestry is a good dude. Just hung out with him in Vegas a few weeks ago. He'll be back, unfortunately, next bear market. Paul Lizzie says, what's up with the token advisor? Ben, how many does he have left to dump? I don't know if that's public or not, but I'll just say that it's not public, but I'm not worried about him. I'll leave it at that. There's a recovery. No way Tap said that. Well, no, that's definitely possible because it wasn't just him. You had Silicon Secure say that Todd could be worth 20 ETH, and Todd at 20 ETH would be like 80,000, right? Because it was like 4K last time. So 100K is not outside that realm of possibility, and typical NFT projects have like 10,000 NFTs, and Todd at 7,500, so it's 75% of that, and it's freaking Batman. It's not these freaking weird things that pixelated animals. So I could understand if Tap said that. Let's go, Randy. Thank you. NFT Troy says, hey, Randy, with such negative, unsettled sentiment, do you think it would be best for the company to rebrand and launch a new token? Before I get to the rest of that, I don't know if you're new here or if you've been here a while, but this was an argument that has been made for years, saying like, hey, there's this VeVe company. Okay, so there's a VeVe token, right? Well, no, there's an OMI token. Well, there's an OMI token. Like, there's a disconnect there. Could we rebrand? Could we do this? Could we, airdrop the new tokens to token hold? This has been talked about for years. If it hasn't happened yet, I feel like the longer it goes on, the less likely it is to happen. Is it still possible? Sure. The likelihood of that happening, I don't know. We'll see. So I've seen other projects do this and receive better community support, move forward positively. This is why I believe that we're in a simulation. Because this is something where, okay, let's simulate if this happened. Let's run a computer program. Let's run a simulation. If this happened, how would people react? And then you could be able to say, like, okay, it's negative right off the bat, But then after a couple months, be like, hey, it was super negative, but in the long term, you had a wicked antiparabola. It goes crazy up, and this way you can tell what happens before you actually do it. I don't know. It'd be a thing for fudders to rally behind at first, but then if you were to do it and rebrand and make it a VeVe token, the VeVe app, VeVe token, I understand how that could be cool. But if you also do that, I'll leave it at that. So it says maybe we can get a as long as we can get a big exchange for the 2030 bull run. Like, Wes, do you ever just like fuck off? Or do you just like constantly try to like FUD without fudding? Recovery says Wes, oh yes, he did. But it says 50% of the token supply get listed means it probably get locked up by buying it. Not necessarily. This is out of circulation. Again, not necessarily. There's DevLaw and some private coins, David and Dan. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. We'll see. We'll see. We got Bill Garner says Randy Vision continues. If that's what we want to call it, sure. Omili says, hey everyone, what's up, Omili Tees? I was just talking about you before. Forget the timeline. Foreman says, if you're trolling the chat, just leave. Let Randy do his thing. Champion for VeVe and OMI. If you don't like it, maybe move on with your life. I read your comment. Informant says, Omili Tees, fire. Straight fire. Omar Kasadi says, people don't know you, Randy, the way most of us do. I mean, like I said, I was talking, and I'll talk to Informant about this. I'm gonna probably get more. You have to recognize that people have their place in the community, and even people that. So Omar, I'll say like the way most of us do. You could have some people like I don't know. I'll make something up like Mr. MC1. I won't use his name. I won't use any name. I'll say like, okay, let's say Mr. E, Mr. Essentia, right? Mr. E is a character in the VeVe and Ecomi world. And let's say Mr. E goes in and makes content, giving his pure, unadulterated thoughts, completely unfiltered. Sometimes good and sometimes bad. And both Fudders and Moon Boys hate him, because the Moon Boys hate him for the FUD that he spreads, and the Fudders hate him for the positivity that he spreads. It's just his unfiltered thoughts. 50-50, maybe a wild card. But then let's say Essentia that makes maybe $100 a month from YouTube, $200, like whatever. So it's like, well, maybe Essentia is smart and says like, I have, computer knowledge, and maybe I don't have finance knowledge, maybe I don't have collectibles knowledge, maybe I don't have a lot of knowledge in general, but what I do have is computer knowledge. And I could use the help of computers to snipe some of these VeVe collectibles. And I could go in and I could say, I have these certain collectibles, certain mints, and I hold them hostage. And I say, Mr. Chain, I know you want this number 333 collectible or number 69 collectible, and I'm going to go in and say like, hey, I know you want this. I know you're a good, positive person, but I'm going to hold this collectible hostage. And I don't care if you don't pay what I want. I will just hold it forever until you decide to come around and get me that. And to the collector community or the whales, Mr. E looks like an asshole. But because Mr. E goes in and I don't know, he gives his unfiltered thoughts, Mr. Chain can't really say anything because like, okay, you bring in other people that help pump my collectibles. So we're going to have a begrudging respect for one another, even though personally they don't like each other. Professionally, they will. There are going to be, Omar, many people that don't like me for a multitude of reasons. And then there are obviously the people that watch me, just the majority, I feel like they'll be like, hey, I like this guy for whatever reason. So I understand that people say like, they'll hate on me or hate on any YouTuber. Let me put them back together. I am here because I like it. It's still fun, and I'll do this until it's not fun anymore. As I'm not gonna say I don't mind the photo. As I know that out of the 500 people that are here, I'd say I'd say like 1 to 2% are fudders because I see fudders repost my photos and video clips. Like they still watch me and they still clip me. So either they're just haters, they're actually fans and they post as fudders, whatever. Like I remember when I was like 8, 9 years old, whatever, and I like Powerpuff Girls because it was awesome. But I didn't want to let anybody know that I liked Powerpuff Girls because even though it was a great show and it was violent as heck, still kind of for girls. Like it wasn't. It was for everyone, but it's called Powerpuff Girl. Blossom, Bubbles, Buttercup. Um, there's people out there. Apparently, I'm one of the main subjects in a lot of Flutter groups. If you publicly hate on me but still privately watch me, you're still a fan. Like you still like me. You just maybe are not public about it for whatever reason. Mr. MC1 says, agreed, David and Dan are most motivated for the token to grow. Agreed. 100,000%. Cover says, is a holding token that is down a raging bull run. You know that we're still fairly early in this bull run. And I'd much rather hold a token that, again, has like doubled the last couple days, but can 100x from here, then hold the token that has already done a 10x and can only do another 4x from here. So you have to go and say, like, okay, yes, if you had other things that ran, you could sell it. And where would you go? Like, would you put it into any of the if I had $1 million and I could only get either something in the top 100 or something that's not in the top 100, I'd put it in OMI. Because even though I love flow and I have a large amount of flow's in the top 100 at like a $1.5 billion market cap, $1.8 billion market cap, whatever it is. And could that do a 20 or 30x? Sure. But I believe OMI can do like 100-ish x more if we get Pokemon and Nintendo. So why would I want anything in the top 100 when I would have it? Now, granted, there is that option like, well, I think XRP does like another 4x before OMI moves. And you could be absolutely right. XRP could do another 4x, or Cardano could do another 4 or 5x before OMI moves. And you could move those gains into OMI. Absolutely right. But if you could only have one thing, again, I would pick OMI. But that's just me personally. Everyone else has to make that decision for themselves. David U. Blue is a grail. David U. Blue, I think, will be a grail eventually. Agreed. Jeremy also says, man, it's hard listening to you and playing Pokemon at the same time. What game are you playing? Are you playing blue, red, yellow, gold, silver, crystal, ruby, sapphire, emerald, platinum, diamond, pearl? Are you doing black and white 2? Are you doing X and Y? Are you doing Z? Are you what game are you playing? And is it main series game? Is it Pokemon Puzzle League? Is it Pokemon Conquest? Is it Pokemon like Battle? Like let me know and I'll help you with it. I've played all of them. Omar Kasaja says recovery. Look where Slum Doge was. That people mentioned same thing when Doge was down. Only went from 0026 to 0055. It's good to those that DCA. Agreed 100%. RC saying this take on listing fees and capital allocation is spot on. Thank you. No problem. Informant says Epico has utility for using OMI in their market. It's OMI on, I think, Polygon. There's like 5 different OMIs. There's like GoChain OMI, there's Polygon OMI, there's ERC20 OMI, there's ERC Layer 2 OMI, and then there's base OMI. So yeah, there's a bit. Jordan says because on Thanksgiving, all the family members opens the app and scream at you for giving them bad advice. I mean, maybe. Rafael Martinez, Stagger's still down. Any news on why? It's down for right now. It'll be back up at some point. I don't know when. Friends are laughing. Queen VeVe says, love this drop, but the Queen thinks you should create NFT characters of VeVe influencers that have been battling with you on this journey for years. We have waged many wars in X spaces for the cause. Plus, the Queen wants to whip the real Randy Chavez character with her own. I love her so much. So that's one of the other things I haven't gone over yet as far as Ben. I don't think he's still listening. It's been freaking 90 minutes now. I'd be Ben, if you're still listening, I owe you money. I like owe you lunch. I owe you whatever. The other day, Ben was on the Chad from NFT Pirates podcast, and Chad from NFT Pirates said, like, hey, asked a question about like the people that work for VeVe, the developers and all that. And Ben said, like, listen, we have to like be kind to the developers that like get all this hate, because you release something and developers are getting nothing but hate. I agree. There is a lot of hate that the developers have been getting. Some of it justified, some of it not. But I also think that there's a yes, and I don't know if there's something that you say publicly and then privately you do something different, but publicly, like, to go in and say like, hey, the developers are getting a lot of hate. The developers are at least getting paid, and everyone else that has been putting money into the app and into the token and influencing has been getting hate as well, and also watching their bags go down. So I feel like a little bit of just like, it's rough for everyone out there. I might be a little appreciated. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the mental health of the developers are far worse than the people that can take the heat. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being insensitive to that. And if so, I do apologize. I want us all to be friends. Pink Panther says, Randy, did you just call us weirdos? I mean, we're all weirdos. Like, remember there was a episode of The Wild Thornberries where Eliza was having a bit of strife with her family because they called her an oddball. And even though she was and is, she's just like, it still hurt. And she's like, they called me an oddball. And that means I'm not normal. I'm weird. I'm different. And then there was a guy that was in charge of a circus. I forget what you call him, ringleader, whatever. And he says, like, sure, you are an oddball. I'm an oddball. Everyone here in this circus is an oddball. And it's like that. I think it's a Dr. Seuss quote where it says, like, listen, you laugh at me because I'm different. Well, I laugh at you because you're all the same. And there's nothing individual about you. And at least me, yeah, like, you might be able to go in and say, like, I'm different for X, Y, and Z, but at least I'm an individual. And so I attract the weirdos because I recognize that I'm also a weirdo. I recognize that I'm also cut from that same weird cloth as a lot of other people. Molly T says, did Ren just I read it. Do you mean my ex? No, I meant your ex. Sure. If you have spaces from like 2 years ago or posts from like 3 years ago, sure, clean that up too. But also clean up your Reddit. Jason Pena, thank you for the being a member, saying, you my boy Blue. Ace Room is a good morning, Randy. Good morning, Ace Room. Good morning. GM. I have so much. Vegan thing says meow, 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 meow. Jason Pena 2000 saying, so happy for David, Dan, Eagle, immortalized on the blockchain for all time. I wonder if any child can do a finger painting, right? Like, any child can draw something, and maybe the child or other children can like know what it is, but adults be like, what is this? When we see something drawing on walls is like really relegated to children now. But it wasn't always. When you see drawings in caves that are like newly just discovered, and you see like, wow, I wonder who drew this. This must have been man hundreds of thousands of years ago, when there was maybe no other way to communicate. Maybe the way they could communicate was on walls and drawing it. They had chalk, they had dirt, they had whatever, talcum powder, whatever could, and it was maybe preserved. Maybe in the future, or maybe even now, you have aliens be like, "Oh, yeah, we have blockchain too. Like, you just figured that out." It's like, our children do blockchain stuff. Maybe one day when we're gone, aliens come down and they see our stuff on the blockchain, and they see like, okay, these people must have been super important. Um, to for humans, which are an infant species, a type zero civilization that at least figured out blockchain, to be on the blockchain, okay, they must have been super important. And they're right. They are. So I hope we can show them. I hope aliens come down in my lifetime. I hope they come down. We can converse with them and we could ask some questions. Like, hey, let us show you what's important to us. Marcy or Mark HY says, I think I'm selling everything. VeVe OMI. The team is not really there. Oh, I guarantee you the team is 100% there. You might not see it, but they are. Jeremy Olson says, NFL, from what I understood, will be playing in Disney World Wednesday nights starting 2025. They will. Can't wait. JKRB, thank you so much for being a member. Saying, any news on VeVe's affiliate program? Super pumped if that happens. Yes. I'll say this. They've hired the people for it, and the people that they've hired are working right now. They'll work for the next couple of weeks. I can't say anything about their holiday schedule, but before the end of Q2, you'll likely see a couple of things rolled out from that. Maybe even Q1, but again, let's be conservative and say Q2. Publicly, they've hired people publicly. That's it. They've hired people. What I can say past that is just that they're working on it. And we'll get it before the end of Q2. Going to be before the end of Q1. I hope so. We'll see. There's a lot of things that are going to happen in Q1. Jason Payne says, I still have my lunch money from the third grade. Dude, I love that, man. I love that so much. I love people can change, but so in the military, you learn that the same things that scare you as a kid tend to scare you as adults, and you can use that against the enemy. I love that somehow it's like some people don't change, and some people will say like, well, that means they're not growing. That means they're not becoming better people. I think you can simultaneously become a better person while maintaining who you are at your core. I love that. 3GP Garage says, the real Randy Child. Yo, what up, fam? What up, girl? Girl, tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern? Peng Panda says, Hawkso did girl. I don't think she did. So was it a well, I mean, let's look at it. Let's go over what has happened, and let's go over what the intentions were and not were. All right, Hawk on Soul. The Hawk Tua, spit on that thing. You get me? It is currently a $26 million market cap. And there were times where it was quite a bit lower. It was like a $15 million market cap. So it actually could have gone on and been like, oh, actually, I made money on it. Now, obviously, this went crazy at one time, going to 5 cents, and now it is 1/5 of 1 cent. So people that bought at the top, sure, they did it. But what I think was, again, Coffee Villa. Ooh, Lordy, I'm a little down now. I think CoffeeZilla, from what I've seen, his videos they seem to be fair. from the couple that I've seen. I haven't seen all of it. I've seen just a couple clips of a couple of videos. They seem to be fair. However, comma, in that X Spaces like 2 days ago, he was not fair at all. They're like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing X, Y, Z? And it's like, bro, dude, calm down. I don't know what you're on, but you need to like ask one question, let them answer. And if you have a rebuttal, see where that goes before you ask 5 or 6 questions at a time because it sounds like you're on speed and then say, oh, see, you're not answering. Bro, take a breath. So again, his videos the clips of his videos that I've seen, they seem like they're well done and they seem they're very fair. The X Space that he was on the other day seemed like he was on something and he was just like, I don't know what it was. It just was not a fair thing. And what it seems to me is that the Hawk Tuah girl, up until the past few days, she seemed to be. Now, I'm a little biased because I like her. She seems to have a personality. She seems to be fun. She's pretty. And you know, even in court cases, the juries tend to be more lenient on people that are good looking. So I admit I'm going with a little bit of a bias, but when I go in and I hear her talk and I hear the people talk, okay, something might have been sniped, sure, whatever. Even if it wasn't, it kind of seems that, and I'm not talking down on like people from the South or whatever, but it seems like she is a person that is a little bit more traditional, a person that is just, you know, she donates to animal charities. She seemed to use her power for good. And when she heard, and again, this is how I'm interpreting it, this might not be what happened. When she heard, like, hey, if someone came to you, close your eyes for a second, said, Haley, I've seen you on TikTok. You became a millionaire. You donated a lot of stuff to animal charities. What if I told you you could 100x the amount that you gave to charities and still be a deca millionaire by the end of it? And she says, skeptically, well, tell me about it. And it says, like, okay, well, we could do a crypto. You know of crypto. You've heard it on the news. Somebody that you know, I assume, has talked about crypto. Like, yeah, I heard of it. And I say, okay, well, me and my team, we've done X, Y, and Z. And for somebody that's not in the industry, that's not in Web3, I can go and be like, hey, we've done X, Y, and Z. We've done all of these. Been successful on this. And we believe that with your popularity, we can make this meme token go crazy. And people can make money. You can make money. Charities can benefit. And this can cement your legacy as a modern day Mother Teresa. And it's all positive. It's that Texas, what's it called? The triple three Mexican standoffs. Like it's a win-win-win scenario. You win, the people win, and charities win. Let's get this bread. And if they have examples of things that they've done, again, you can cherry pick data. And she'll be like, all right, let's do it. Thanks for being so nice. Everyone's being so nice to me. And many people are nice to her because she's famous, because they want her to like further their career, they do whatever. And again, like as a good old girl, you might feel like, yeah, that's what we do. You know, we talk straight. You know, you give give whatever. I think that she was that one person from the White Sox in the 1920s where they had fixed the World Series, where these people came up to him and was like, hey, you know, take the money, take the money. He takes the money. He's like, okay, people take me because they like me. And he goes in and has like, you know, an average of 1 or 2 RBIs per game. He bats like 350. He's like, okay, this person's clearly not trying to throw the freaking series. He's winning the freaking MVP. I think that she was just taken advantage of. I don't believe that evil was in her heart. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's taking us all for a loop. But I honestly think that she was just taken advantage of. And again, it seems that the community's pretty strong. It's still at a $26 million market cap. I don't have any. I kind of do want to go and get some because I like her. But, you know, we'll see. Mass orders, hit the like button. Yeah. Crypto A says, why do you still think Secret David Yu is more expensive than Dan? Well, I love Dan. Dan is awesome. Dan is awesome for so many reasons. Um, Dan has never really come on the podcast. I think maybe when I did on my 69-hour stream, he might have come on for a bit. I don't really remember. Um, but Dan has stuff to do. Dan is not really one for the spotlight. Dan is like, I have work to do. I'm doing X, Y, and Z. David's come on several people's podcasts. He's been on my podcast like 4 or 5 times. He's been on my podcast 4 or 5 times. He likes to take pictures with people. He's a social butterfly. Because if one's a social butterfly, you'll build social capital, and people will just like you more. So I think that's why. I think just like if they're both awesome, I love them both. But obviously, I know David more. I have a better relationship with David. Just I talk to him more. That's probably why, because he's just more out in the public. Pink Panther says Litcraft is doing their swap money. Oh, are they? Okay, all right. Fias, let's go. Let's go. I can love those guys. Oh, you gotta give it that hot tool and spit on that thing. You get me? All right, so I'm fairly well drunk right now. Listen, guys, I gotta tell you, I have my flow, I have my alluvium, I have my Devi, I have my OMI, and I have my Definity. I only have like $600-700 worth of Moon. You know, the Moon token. Link down below for the contract address. I like that, and obviously meme tokens. I have the cat, which I'm writing the freaking comic, and it's amazing. And I have Crappy Bird, and Crappy Bird is just, it already has utility. It already has a bunch of stuff. That's one of those things that's on base on that meme coin base family that could go crazy. But I really like Moon Token. I like the founder behind it. I like the story. I like the tokenomics. Next month, I will not ask for any and for my I will not ask for any like Ethereum or fiat funds. It will just be tokens. And I will not sell any until a $10 million market cap. So you have my word on that. I will not sell any of my Moon tokens that I get from the sponsorship till at least a $10 million market cap. And I won't ask for any fiat next month. It'll just be Moon tokens that I cannot sell any of them till at least $10 million market cap. I really like this project long term. Stephen Duarte says, well, I appreciate you, good sir. Meow, meow. Appreciate you too. The Facer, what's going on thing? How long is this bull run going to last? In what order will everything probably run? We'll have multiple runs. So we have no idea. We don't have that speculation. Everything's theoretical. But Charles Hoskinson, who's never given a Bitcoin prediction, in the last week has given a Bitcoin prediction from $250,000 to $500,000. You know, what does that mean? Is he too conservative for it? Even if it gets to $250,000 and we do like a 2.5x from here, well, what does that mean for? And again, that's on the very conservative side. What does that mean for everything else? What does it mean for XRP? What does it mean for Doge? What does it mean for Cardano, Ethereum? What does that mean for Sheeb and Jasmine? And most importantly, what does that mean for Flow? I think it goes from the Bitcoin down to the rest of the major alts, and then down to the rest of the top 100, and then down to, and it could be DeSci, it could be DeFi, it could be NFTs, it could be Metaverse. We don't know yet. It does seem like Metaverse is that, or sorry, NFTs, the Metaverse is that next narrative to run, but we don't know. I don't know. I think that conservatively we get to 2 or 3 cents. I think 5 to 8 cents is probably more likely. And if we get Pokemon 10, 12, 15 cents, 20 cents, if we get Pokemon and Nintendo, it's going to go freaking nuts. The amount of absolute tomfoolery is I will document everything. That is going to be one of the, if we ever get Pokemon or Nintendo, guys, I don't know I don't know what type of chaos is going to happen in the markets, going to happen in the macro with OMI. There will be people putting in 7 figures into OMI without batting an eye. Maybe even 10, maybe even 8 figures. Henry overseas says, "Why are you guys leaving Dan's Secret Rare Blue out of the discussion? Man as well should be a so that was actually a thing before where people were talking about what was it? Well, maybe I don't have it. People were talking about like, hey, let's get some buys on, let's build a fund to buy Dan. He deserves love too. I was like, yeah, of course he deserves love. He's the man. We love him. But again, just because David is a bit more popular because he's more social, that tends to happen. Henry overseas is, why are you guys leaving Dan? Oh yeah, I just read that. I am doing well, thank you. Jeremy Olson's Pokemon TCG Pocket new app game, dude. That's so much fun. That is one of the, oh god, that's so much. And it's nostalgic too because 25 years ago, and I'm a kid playing for a gym badge in Toys R Us. It's just, oh god, there is likely nothing I owe. There is. I mean, the amount of things that I owe my success to in life, Pokemon is in the top 5. I was born lucky. I was born with a decent brain. I was born and got adopted and immigrated. So my luck, my brain, um, finding Pokemon early, just anime and that in general, in the same time that I was born. Again, if I was born in the 50s, I don't know what the heck I would have done. I was brought to a country where being a minority wasn't a major hurdle. Was a hurdle for certain things? Sure. But it was not a major. You're still in a first world country in the West. And then, obviously the other thing would be getting out of the military and going into finance and having Daniel Hardwick as my mentor. I'm going to take a picture of when I'm going to tell him to at a minute 52 or an hour 52. I could have done anything when I got out of the military. I could have stayed in the military, still be in the military. They would have definitely medically retired me by now because my body is destroyed. But one of the luckiest things I ever did was go work at QuickFi Capital with Merchant Advance Now, with Lou Perigine and Daniel Hardwick. Daniel Hardwick is one of the people, if you go and see like, hey, how I went from sleeping with no bed to being a millionaire with Ecomi, Daniel Hardwick was a major player in that. He was a major reason why I did that. Because a lot of people get really upset at the 1%. There's a lot of political strife about that. There's a lot of people that say like, oh, this one dude at United Healthcare, yeah, glad he got shot. And I understand some of the reasons behind that. They were a bad person, but the 1% does get a bad reputation. They get a bad rap. Where at the end of the day, because I know a lot of the people in the 1%, they just want to pass on what they know. They just want to go on and say like, hey, I have all this knowledge and I want to pass it on to a worthy successor. I'm not going to say that I am the worthy successor that he had, but that dude became my brother. And I would not be here without him. So you have my luck. You have me being brought to get adopted into a first world country in the US. You have the time that I was born. You have Pokemon and you have Daniel Hardwick. Pokemon is again one of those top 5 reasons why I'm successful, because I happen to be born with a brain that super enjoys that, and I happen to be interested in something that can make a lot of money. So Pokemon, if we ever get that, that is going to be like a double, triple whammy for me. NumPy guy says, hi Randy, what a week. Do you still think the price of OMI will drop back down to 000? 3 level? There is incentive for me to want it to drop back there. We did drop below the 00055, so we'll see what happens there. I don't know. I'll say this publicly, I don't think there was a public reason for us to pump as high and as hard as we did. Maybe there was a reason privately, and maybe, whatever happened. But for the excuse me. But for the and then again, before when I go, I guess special mention VeVe and Ecomi and their team. Another reason why I'm successful. Anyway, um, I don't know. I hope it does, because that gives a better buy. As I make more money, I want OMI as cheap as possible so I can buy more. If I were a betting man, I'd say no. I'd say we're in the 0005s until we break lower, and if we break lower, 0004s, and then where do we go? I don't know. And again, there hasn't been any public announcements, but once they start doing that, I think in the next 6-ish weeks, then you might have some reasons why we pump. Crazy Dan 420, thank you so much for being a member. Saying, what the heck am I doing here? Because I'm a creep and I'm a weirdo. We're all oddballs. We're all weirdos. I mean, again, I think part of the reason why. So I'll tell you guys this. Maybe I shouldn't. I need a drink, but I'm out of drinks. What is that? Hold on. We're gonna get something here. Yeah, my body. All right. I think this is empty. This is empty. I don't have any more alcohol down here, so I will not be taking any more drinks. But I'll say this. I have told someone on the VeVe team that there are people that likely should have more viewers than I do. And the people I gave them was Crypto Rain and Doctor of Stuff. They're both older, smarter in this field, and Crypto Rain I know is more experienced. Doctor of Stuff might have this, but the knowledge that they have in macroeconomics and in finance is greater than I have. And even though I can think outside the box and I can definitely hold my own, they are the ones that should have more subscribers than I have and should have more viewers than I have. But I think it's because, I do make these pop culture references. I do have this really weird and crazy life that I can reference and people identify with. We found each other, and maybe Doctor Stuff and Crypto Rain are too like clean cut. I mean, VeVe typically only hires people that are clean cut. They hired my collectibles. Ecomi hired Foster Hilt, old rhubarb. So these are these like good looking white guys that are like, okay, let's easy on the eyes, and are people that can be other people can see themselves in, at least in those heteronormative ways. And then you have people that are like me, like why am I the biggest one? Why am I the one that gets the most views? I would like to think it's because of like I have a decent intellect, but I think it's because people are just like, bro, Randy's so crazy. He's so chill. He's so silly. Grace's whimsy. I have no problem saying I've been a weirdo my entire life, and in the same way that a lot of people that are lower middle class, like I grew up as, even poor, are jealous of the 1%. There's a lot more people that are poor or lower middle class than in the 1%. And there are a lot of people that grew up that were just a weirdo. There are a lot more weirdos than there are popular kids. Um, and that's it. So maybe I have no problem in the word, because like you guys are my peeps. I'm a weirdo too. Eddie Almeida says, if VeVe doesn't give OMI tokens to Binance, how is anyone going to buy or sell on said exchange? I mean, there's one thing in wanting 5% of tokens versus 15%. Heckin' nuts. So I'd rather VeVe not even go on Binance. Yeah, if Henry Overseas is because they were avoiding questions. Who's avoiding? I forget what we were talking about. Overseas, Randy wants that too. So I'm not going to go over it now, but the essence of the Haktua, I do not want like it, and I love her, I love Haley Lowe, but for anyone, the Haktua, that is not something that I would want. If I get like $100 super chat, I'll go over that X-rated story or NC double. Like that's gonna like. It's probably I already said it, so I can't take it back. But yeah, that's there's a reason why I do not want that Haktua, and it has nothing to do with Haley Welch. I love her. She's bad. Henry Overseas says she might not have known what they will do and just use her understand. Yeah, agreed. I think that's what happened. I am Groot. Shout out to the 550 people that are here, even after we've gone for 2 hours. I was like, where do you store Flow? You can store it on. Well, you could store it on Coinbase. You store it on Coinbase wallet. You used to be able to store it on the Dapper Labs wallet. You can store it on Tangem. You can store it on Trust Wallet. You can store it on a bunch of different places. That was a rug day one. I don't know. What are we talking about here? Forget. Joe's Moon on ETH base. So no, Joe Bro, if you go onto my, oh God, who this? Do you have a puppy? Is that your pupper? Oh my goodness. Sorry. In the description is the contract address for Moon on base, and I'll show you what I have. I'm not going to be not a gatekeeper, nothing. All right, hold on. Let me reset this, and I'll go to where'd you go? Moon credits. I have 518,000 moon credits, right? And 518. Let's go to the tape. Let's go to Moon and 00167. So I have 518,000 times 00167, $865 worth. So I don't have a ton. I don't have like 30 grand, but like pump it. So I mean, like I don't have that. This is for the long term, and next month I will opt to have him not give me cash and just give me like a whole bunch of tokens. Hit that like button, smash it. The face says nice work. Yeah. Thank you. Dog Boy says, Randy, me and Rita Baby are top. Oh, you have a puppy. Oh my God, that's your puppy. Oh my God, it's a little King Charles puppy. I gotta show everyone. Oh my God, look at this baby King Charles puppy. Oh my God, what are you naming her? Charlita, Bartholomew, Randita. I don't know, but just, oh my God, that's me. Sarah is watching college football. Gotta love college football. It's very exciting. I started watching college football before I joined the military. My friend Mark went to LSU. He liked those games. My friend Ernie right now. Now, obviously, I have converted to Ohio State. I got to go in and message this to my friend Mark because I love him, and I got to be like, yo. And see what he says. Come back around and says, have you seen Virtual's protocol? I have not. If you can link that to me, that would be great. I would thoroughly enjoy that. Have you ever been using date apps? So yeah, this is like one of the last questions that'll answer. So when I was like 18, I saw an ad for Ashley Madison. There was this hot, at the time, middle-aged. I was 18. She was like 30. And I was like, all right, I'll try Ashley Madison. And I didn't know that was what you used to cheat. And like, that's what you used for married couples to cheat. I did not know that. I just saw like this hot chick, like, okay, let's go. And then I signed for the account, I do this, and I get a date. And it's just, well, it was great. and I did not find out until later that, oh, she married. Oh. Um, since then, I had used plenty of fish. I had used Tinder. Like in my early 20s, I was a sleut, and um, it was awesome. I was young. I was hot. I had more hair. My body was great. And so here's the thing. Believe it or not, I get more women now that I'm older, not as in shape, less hair. I get more women now than I did 10 years ago when I was young and hot as fudge. I'll give you an example. Like, um, let's go, let's go back to the beginning, back to when the earth, the sun, the stars all align. Goodbye. Let the rain, like, dude, like the rips and the muscles. Um, Make my dreams, let it wash. Dude, that hairline, the jawline, the beard. This one isn't a good photo. It's not like the best. You have a couple little ab shots there, but it's not the best. Like, bro, like, fucking fight me. Like, it's um, I had more. I have. It's so crazy. I have more chicks now than I did when I was clearly young and hot, and that's not even like the best photo of me. Like, there's other better photos of me. And like, why do I get more chicks? I don't know. Is it because I have a little more money now? I have a little more like famous on the small quarter of the internet. I don't even have dating apps now. It's just it's a decent following on X, decent following on YouTube. It's dude. I don't know what it is. I think women can just like smell like success, and they could smell like, oh, they could just tell. Like, I distinctly remember one time in my mid 20s, I'm doing a job with my friend, my friend Brittany, and she's like, "That woman, um, that woman likes you," and I'm like, "What? Like, what? I don't know this woman. I don't know." Like, and she's like, "No, no, she likes X, Y, and Z." And then she left to go to the bathroom, and this woman comes straight up to, "Hey, you're new here. Hey, I haven't seen you before. Hey, how's it going?" Like, and then I think Brittany purposely stayed away, and she was just like, so that I could like find out for myself. I was like, "Yeah, so you like I appreciate the conversation. Love this. Why come up to me?" And the exact reasons in the exact order, this woman is like, "Well, I like you for X, Y, and Z." And I was like, women are just, they know things. And I just, as God, maybe I'm just, did it, and I don't understand. Maybe guys just don't understand in general. Women have this like sixth sense of like what guys are, and they know, and that's got to be an evolutionary factor. Like, they just know. And I don't know how to I don't know like what it's like. So I don't have a sense of smell, right? Like, you could fart in front of me, you could throw like a bottle, like whatever. I will not smell you. When other people say like, "Oh, it smells like pineapple in here. It smells like burnt toast in here." It's like, how did you know I burnt toast like 20 minutes ago? Like, to me, that's a superpower. And when I see like women be like, "Oh, this woman thinks X, Y, and Z," even though they've never talked before, they've never said anything to one another, they've never, and then that woman says, "I like you for X, Y, and Z," is like, how did they do that? Women are freaking another species. And again, I don't know how women signal that stuff out, because again, as I've shown you guys, I'm older, I have less hair, and my body is not as good as clearly when it was. And women go for me now more than they did when it doesn't make sense. Because like, I don't go out and tell them like what I do. I don't go out and tell them, "Hey, here's my my Trezor, here's my Trust Wallet, here's my Tangent, here's like I just like and I don't dress well either. I dress up in like jeans and a t-shirt is like my go-to. So I don't have like I mean I will have slacks, but I don't typically dress up in like slacks and a button down. I don't like gel my hair. I don't like dude, I don't dude, women have this just sixth, seventh sense, whatever you want to call it, and they just I don't know. Because women love that dad bod. So I definitely have a lot, but it's not really self-confident. I had more confidence when I was young. I don't care now. I embrace whimsy and I just like I like to have fun and I like to talk to people and I don't when I was younger it was just a little more like I swear I had more riz when I was younger. Like, hey cutie, how's it going? Hey, what are you doing here? Hey, can I buy a drink? Like, hey, like you are the prettiest woman. And like I would have these lines where I'd be like, I've been in like 12 different countries. I've been all, in a bunch of different states. You are the most fascinating woman I've ever met. And I've met thousands of people. Let's spend more time together. Let me cook you a meal. Let me do and like the Riz when I was younger was off the freaking charts. And now it's just like, who's your favorite starter Pokemon? Like dude, now I'm like I've embraced the autism. I've embraced like I, dude, I don't know. Maybe is it I feel like what's his name from Simpsons? Be like, am I out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong. It's like, am I like out of touch with like? But no, it's the women who are wrong. Like, dude, I don't know. I don't know why, but it happens. So I'm into it. What happened to your ability to smell? Um, it's a very long story. I don't even want to go over the why I don't like the Hakua. I definitely don't want to go over this, but some super chats maybe I'll go over it. I don't know. NFT Player One says app.virtuals.io is the AI coin with the AI agent trend picking up. I interacted with Luna, which is one of the most popular AI agents right now, and it reminded me of your meow commentary. All right, let's take a look. Luna, meow, 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 meow. Okay, hold on. Go here. You say Luna, right? Okay, Luna. Remember those Luna bars? Those Terra Luna Classic. All right, which one? You got to give me the contract address. You got to give me something. You're naming him Castiel or Cast for short. Oh my goodness, I love that. Oh, Castiel, Cast. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Elon Musk. Mr. Pags. So again, I feel like I have to go over this. Where Homie Dan says, "Wow, never thought I would see this. Although don't blame Randy. Hopefully, we get exchanges." Mr. Pags says, "Hey, real Randy Chavez, I'm going to hold you to this. You starting to see the light. There are new exchanges by the end of Q1. Also, 90% of my collectibles and comics. I should just refer them to the stream where I said like, people are big dumb. People are big dumb. So let's go over it. Let's go to the live. Let's go here. We'll take the share. We'll copy the link. Everyone also smash that like button, please. Free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon, smash the super thanks button down below, super chats as well. Be like, you, people are interpreting this wrong. Let's see. Let's see if we can get Mr. Pags on, shall we? Shall we? Let's see if we can get Pags on. Let's see if we can get him on. Let's give him a call, shall we? They love experienced, confident men with humor. I think they do. I think they do, because that's what I am now, apparently. So yeah, they do. They do. Let's call the Pag. All right, so we're calling the Pags, and he's not answering yet.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
He says on phone. So let's do this. Let's give him the StreamYard link, copy URL. And I'll be like, I'll paste this like, come get the truth about VeVe and Ecomi. He's definitely not gonna. He's definitely all right. I'm gonna have to pee real quick. So I'm gonna sing a song while I go to the bathroom. Let's do this and say, oh God, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? My life is a party. My home is the club. I party like a rock star. My life is a party. My home is the club. I party like a rock star. And I say, hey, you stay home, spin me round like a yo-yo. I say, hey, you stay home, and everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. We love you, Dashi. All is bread. Okay, all right. This has been a longer video than I've been expecting. Apologies for that. But you know what? Sometimes a man's got to do what a man's got to do. And right now, I got to utilize that latrine and then wash my manos, my hands. I am just noticing now that I'm going to have to clean this bathroom before the end of the night. It is little. I want to be the very best. I know it. The gas is my real test. The train is my cause. And I will travel across the land, searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power that's inside. I'm gonna put my blankie on because I am very my feet get cold. So I'm gonna put my blankie on my tootsies, on my toes, and then we're going to answer these questions. We had a misspelled link. I think better to search for it on X and make sure it's a official link. Yes, definitely make sure of that. It says, sing Frosty the Snowman. The Crate Mountain says, crypto, ho! It's called undervalued, Randy. Nonstop. That's how you do it. And on time for Pags. We want him back home, all for the community. Well, I sent Mr. Pags the link. So let's go here. Let's go on and let's go to my profile and let's talk about it and be like, quote, hey at Mr. Pags, Mr. Pags, let's get you on so we can talk about the truth about hashtag VeVe and $ OMI texted you the link. All right. Well, and let's see if he responds. Now, granted, a lot of times for people that are super busy, you can't go on and expect them to just drop everything all willy-nilly. He's a very busy man. It is Saturday night. He could be with his family. He could be with his loved ones. He could be doing other stuff. And he just might not be able to join, which is 100% okay. If anyone texts me, they'll be like, yo, Chavez, get on right now. And I'm in the middle of something, be like, hey, I can't come here when you say come like a dog, like I have other stuff going on. I understand that. But yeah, we want Pags to talk about it. Let's get Pags to fill his bags. I don't know if Pags filling his bags. I don't know what he's doing. But I do know that he was a oh God, hiccups. He had a bunch at some point. Cocky Gaijin says, thanks for keeping up the content for so long, Real Randy Chavez. I don't comment in the comment sections much because I'm usually gaming or something, but appreciate your content, bro. Somebody says, is he ending? This is no, just a shout out. People are so salty. Be like, we'll be live for a while. Glad to hang. All right. So while we are waiting for the Mr. Pags, let's go and talk, shall we? Let's go and talk about some of the things that I have done on VeVe and things that I will continue to do on VeVe while I get more alcohol. So there was the Lucky Gold Rosso that I sold for $750. And while I got that Lucky Gold Rosso, I bought a first appearance Mephisto. Now, it wasn't just any normal first appearance Mephisto. That first appearance Mephisto happened to be a sub 100. and it was only $10 above the floor. So I got it, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to continue to go and get undervalued things while I can. That Spider-Man Noir, which is several $1,000s right now, is something that I am not going to get right away. That Spider-Man Noir, I will get after OMI does like a big run. And when OMI does that big run, I will go in and say, you know what? I got my Spider-Man Noir. Oh, shoot. And now I'm good. And now I do not need the Spider-Man Noir after I got him already. But again, OMI has to run. OMI needs to go on exchanges. OMI needs to be marketed. I am not going to complete my Marvel Mighty set. I'm not going to complete that Spider-Man Noir unless OMI runs. But I am very confident that it does, and thus the reasons for that. So let me put on my. Okay. I feel like History of the World's over here, whereas I'm not even going to go over the reference because I'm not going to lie. A lot of these references for a lot of these old movies are kind of dated, and they're a little racist. And we don't need more hate in our lives, do we? Maybe we do. Maybe that's what we need. Maybe we need more hate. So, Facer, I think that women nowadays with a little bit of experience can easily see through the riz of players like you used to. So, all right, I'll give you an example here. For, I don't want to say a lot of, okay, this is, okay, that, all right, we're going here. For a lot of people, I don't want to say a lot of people. Well, I'll say this. The military has a minimum IQ in order to join. And they say that if you have under an 82 or 83 IQ, there is not one single thing that you can do in the military that is completely counterproductive. And they do this for a reason. Because they want to get as many qualified people in positions of power as possible. And the best way they can do that is by measuring IQ. That's the ASVAB test. And now I did very well in my ASVAB test, 90 something, 94, give or take. You can only get like a 99. Like I don't think you can get 100, even if you get everything. But I got like a 94, whatever the IQ is, 150-ish, give or take. Again, the ASVAB is meant for if you have under an 82 IQ or 83 IQ, they do not take you. And they have every incentive to take you because they want to get as many people in those qualified positions. It's the same way with dating, and it's the same way with women. And I'm going to get some hate for this. I'm going to go and ruffle up some feathers. That is strong. You can go and talk to women and be like, I'll do this. Be like, let's say Sam, like, back in the day, it used to just be like, you bump into him like, oh shit, I'm sorry about that. Hey, what were you drinking? Let me get you a drink. Well, let me repay for that. Let me pay for the dry clean. Let me do whatever. And maybe like 65, 70% of the time, they'd be like, sure. And then, you throw it on. You throw the deep voice like, hey, I'm sorry about that, ma'am. I apologize. I'm Randy. Let me go and buy you a drink. Let me go, and then you just throw on the deep voice. You throw on like the gaze. You throw, and that used to work up until like my mid-20s, and then women started to get like, you ain't doing that. Like, oh, and they would get like mad. They would spend paper and they wouldn't talk to you. It's like, okay, well, that's out the door now. And then it became, I like mutual friends and just be like, hey, I really like I like your dress. Like, I don't like those shoes though. You didn't have better shoes for that. And they'd be like, and then you would go and be like, yeah, you have such great ensemble. You have such, you have great eyes, great hair, but just them shoes though, them shoes. And you either one of two things would be like, closed toe shoes, bro. You gotta wear something where you gotta see the toes. Or on the opposite, and it's gotta be like, like you gotta hide that red nail polish. Women with red nail polish get you into trouble. You gotta hide that. You can't just be like floating that about. advertising that, and like 9 out of 10 times that would work. Like, at least get the woman to like conversate with you and like, and then you work from there. But that only works on women that it's like the force. It's like, but Republicans will do fine. What? I was like, no, I need. Oh shit, Mr. Pags. Mr. Pags, I didn't see you. How's it going, fam? I'm talking about Star Wars and Republic credits. How's it going?
I thought that would get you. What's going on? I was on the phone when you called me. What's happening?
Okay, I got I got your text. Says okay, I'm coming on. All right, so you posted about me. So what was your impression with I don't know what you tagged me in. I'll try to find it right now. What was your impression? I saw you tagged me. What was the tell me your impression of the day of me?
I just seen. I was just scrolling. I seen tweet, and I seen you some paragraph about you selling a possible 90% of all kinds of comics and collectibles if you don't see an exchange by the end of Q1. Now,
yeah.
No, that's fine. I'm not saying this wasn't about. I was just saying, wow, in a sense, because there has been previous claims by you prior to this making claims as to if they didn't hit quota or milestones that you were going to be selling, inventory. And I didn't know if that was the case. Cause I mean, I'm like, me, I sold all my inventory based on the fact that of claims that weren't milestones that weren't hit 3 years ago.
Yeah. So I
just thought that we had something that maybe we can discuss and share because maybe you were what I had said. Maybe you're seeing the light.
So I appreciate the investigative journalism that you're doing. We could call you Karen Page. We can call you Christian Amanpour, but you're doing that investigative journalism. You heard something. You want to go to the source. You want to get that. Appreciate that 100%. So you are correct in that earlier this year, I had said that like, hey guys, if we don't get an exchange by the end of Q2, I will sell my stuff and I will, I will bounce. And the reason why I said that is because FUD was at an all-time high at that point. And you can make the argument like, well, that wasn't an all-time high. That was a high, but there were all-time highs different places. In my opinion, that was an all-time high, or at least everyone can agree FUD was pretty high at that point. And I said, like, my confidence in the team is so high that I guarantee you we get something by the end of Q2. And I'm so confident that I'll make this statement that if we don't, I'll go in and sell stuff and move elsewhere. And then we did. We got like BitGet and like MEXC. And so, that was my response to a lot of the fudders that said like we would never get OMI on exchanges, that the team was too cheap to get it on, that they were a slow rug. And I was like, all right, guys, so I said that. So today in Jeremy Padower's what's it called, his status, did you read those? Did you get a chance to? Okay. So that he was just questioning like exchanges and questioning like, hey, what is the legitimacy of these reasons why people are saying? Is there legitimacy to the reasons why people are saying, whether it's volume, whether it's regulatory concerns, whatever? And in his second thing, I said, I mean, you saw what I said, but it was basically, we don't have this because of X, Y, and Z, but we should get them, and I'm so confident in it. Again, I'll read the quote real quick. Oh, you actually posted it saying, or somebody posted it. If there are no new exchanges by the end of Q1, I'm selling 90% of my collectibles and comics. And then I continue on and say, I make this statement because they seem to be almost over the last regulatory hurdle, and there's no reason not to get any new exchanges. So in this one is different from the Q1 of earlier this year when I said I'll move on to other stuff. In this one, I only say that I'll sell 90% of my collectibles and comics. The only stuff that I would keep would be like the Lokis and then like some of the Marvel Mighties, like some of the stuff that I said I'd keep.
Yeah, but I mean, from not just an opinionated form, just the fact that I don't think there should be like you're putting like thresholds out there that if they're not met within certain time periods, that you're gonna, exit, you know, not necessarily the community, but your holdings at least, and you know, like, yeah, you want me to get mine? I got mine right here. I
If
got
you
mine.
want, yeah, let's get this, Pags. Let's go all night, bro. It's Saturday night. We in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Hey, 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 oh. Just,
All right.
oh, my man. Cheers.
You know,
Okay.
I mean, mine's bigger. I mean, maybe not that way. I'm saying this, you know, this.
Your Schwartz is as big as my Schwartz. All right, so finish your thought.
No, what I'm saying is, you know, I don't know what. Look, we've always speculated over the years. There's great conversations from tokenomics conversations to liquidity conversations. We've had them, and there's so much. But the reality is, and there has been many like claims as to, well, little kids that are under 15 years old are creating memes, making tens of thousands and millions of dollars, and they're doing all this stuff and getting on exchanges to have the liquidity to do it. And here we are with a $1 billion, not million, $1 billion, you know, company that has unmatched IP. It has unmatched, like, just the resources alone are unmatched. And there's what seems to be a struggle. And it's simple questions when we talk about, like, talking to David, talking to Dan, and talking to, you know, the team about next steps and what they're doing to, you know, to circumvent these hurdles, like, and what's the issue. And for me, it's always been like, it's always a kicking down the can down the road, like, answer. It's not like a direct answer. It's not, well, this is why it's not happening. This is the problem. We're trying to overcome this. Unfortunately, this is the situation. Like, I don't care if they play devil's advocate. I don't care what side of the fence you're on, but not to say there's an expectation at this time. We're looking into going through this, it's just like kicking a can down the road stuff. And like, what are we going to be? I mean, bro, you're intelligent enough to understand, and you're very mature enough to understand that there gets a certain point in time where we're going into 2025, bro. We're going to what are we going to go into 2026 and still talking about VeVe 2.0, VeVe 3.0, and it still looks like a 0.0, a 0.1. You know what I'm saying? And I don't talk bad about it. I'm just saying, like, I'm out. I mean, I sold all my obviously my inventory, but dude, I just, the market's pumping right now. We haven't even broke the ice. I've been pushing. It was 2022 in June of 2022 on a podcast, Cavell Anderson's podcast. He's always taken me and always been great enough to invite me when I'm in Vegas every year, and he's asked me to come on, and I was trying to, like, talk. Yeah, nah, man, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying, Millie? Yeah, man. If I'm with Randy, you know the Kool-Aid's getting passed around. So, you know, and I try to explain that, you know, there's other tokens out there, there's other investments out there that you can. They're actual, like, claims that are being made, and there's milestones that are being met, and you can follow those paths. Those are real things that are happening. With Ecomi, with VeVe, it's there's challenges, and it just seems like, not that you're getting lied to. It's just that there's just not being as open as I believe that we should be fair to expect and accept. And for those particular reasons, I just, you know, I've always said I feel bad. And I try to give, and I'm so glad that certain people like myself, like Cavell, like God's Entry, and I'm not speaking for them. I'm just making a point that we're considered OG semi-whales in this community, and we're out, and we've been out. It's been 3 full years since we've been out, and we've been reaping the rewards elsewhere with our investments, not just keep getting drained and people just drinking Kool-Aid drop after drop after drop, making, like whatever they feel happy about filling their coffers with in their inventory. And now, this new VeVe app now. Oh, okay. Yeah, but what's that? You know what I'm saying? It's a great thing to give to the community, the current community, but to expand the community, to know that there's this many people coming on. I want to know stats. Are you adding at least 1,000 people per month? If so, I want to see that data. I want to see the data. If you're adding 10,000 per month, I want to see the data. If you're adding none, that's okay too. Obviously, I don't have to see the data. You're just being honest. But at least, or you're losing? Is there a negative gain? Is there a loss of people? And why is that? Like, come to the community as a real CEO, as what I would bring to the community, is what I would do. And I would be so transparent. I would try to explain myself, because if we're going to lose with truth and dignity. We're not going to lose with kicking can down the road and lying to people and saying, well, we did it great, but whatever. No, man, that's not fair. But 6 years later, 7 years later, still nothing. While other, Gala and Mana and these other projects that are Engine, and they're really moving forward. And there's developers putting real money into real projects that are actually coming to fruition, like real stuff, not just signing up vendors to just create art galleries to sell pictures and, and collectibles, and just for like an ego trip. And that's what I felt it's always been for me. And honestly, I really hope that, there's some kind of, there's a passion and understanding that there's the chain links of the world that are doing things that are elite. I'm not chilling. I'm just saying there's specific protocols in the world that are really doing real things for real companies. And those particular companies are real billion-dollar companies. They're really doing it. Sleeping, you're the man. And I say this with conviction, because I believe you follow the real people and follow the real deals that are really happening. And those are the companies that we invest in. Those are the companies that we make money in. Man, like the train hasn't even left the station, bro. And I'm already like almost 4.5x already out the gate. This is insane. Insane. Like, didn't even expect it. Like, holy shit, here we are. I'm like, I was thinking, Q1, January, February, March, we're going to start to pump a little, based on 6 to 8 months after the halving, things are happening, coming out like this. We haven't even left the station. And I say that I don't advocate selling your position to get into something else and get out of a community. I don't want that. That's not the narrative here. I'm just trying to say, if people like myself listen to God's entry back 3 years ago, including yourself, you'd be in a much higher bracket of financial status. And I could come back into the market right now, spend probably about maybe 75 to 125,000, get everything I had, plus more, plus a million OMI, and sit back like King Dong. And I'm not even putting that much money in, where there's people putting in 3x and 4x of what I'm putting in or have in. And they're sitting there holding a bag for 3-4 years because they didn't want to take advice, because they think, Mr. Pag is fought in and all this shit. And you know what I'm saying? And I take that personally, because you try to share your experiences with people, and they think that you're just fudding or you're just bashing and stuff. It's just that's the way it's accepted. But it's not that. I'm sharing you what I'm doing, and here's what I'm laying out for the facts of why I'm doing it. You know what I mean? And you've been an integral keystone in this whole. I mean, there's really, you know what I mean? When you talk about Randy, they don't have to say your last name, and they know where you're at. You know what I'm saying? And so, and that's a great thing for notoriety. But for the actual honesty and investment and things like that, if I didn't love the people, I wouldn't be on here right now. I'll be honest with you. That's all it is, bro. For me, it's the people. It's just like politics. I don't care. If Donald Trump was a Democrat, I'd say I'm still voting for him. It doesn't matter. I go for the people. I don't care about parties. Parties matter. Don't get me wrong. But it's the people who it's look at them at the surface. And I love Dan. I love Dave. These guys are great, man. They're awesome people in the world. Outside of their business, they're best people. In the business, they're probably great people too. But there's some things you just disagree about, and I can't follow that. That's just me, though.
I understand. So one, thank you for coming in and speaking your truth and having the. I think anyone, like, whether it's I think at the end of like boxing matches after the cards, people are like, hey. Some people in the fans might not have thought this was a good fight or they didn't like this person, but at the end of the day, these people are in here, they're fighting, they're doing their best, and that's more than they can say for anyone out in the stands. You're coming here, you're completely doxxed, you show your face, you you show up to the parties, and you show up and you speak that truth. So just shout out to you for going in and doing that, having that bravery. But I'm really glad you mentioned the VeVe says as that $1 billion company, formerly multiple billions of dollars. Now maybe not even $1 billion company, maybe even just hundreds of millions.
I just put about $1 billion because there's definitely asset value.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that you brought up other companies like spending like real money. I mean, you've had there's no shortage of companies on that list, like Recur that had raised $50 million, Artifact that had raised hundreds of millions of dollars, Cryptoys, Hero, all these companies that have raised those
HRO.
Yeah, that they have raised these 8 and 9 figures, and they've declined, and they have gone awry. They're done. They're no longer here. They're no longer part of this world. And when
I want to stop you there, and I don't want to make comparisons because it's not fair. But I want to say one thing: in every single one of those companies, Recur, they sold round rings. HRO never sold nothing digital. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about what
they did have stuff. They had stuff that they sold physical, and you could redeem the digital.
But let's talk about in comparison, and you got to realize the way it's chronological. How you build business is different. You build community first, or do you build product first? And VeVe came into this from a strong community standpoint, and IP was built in the background, and they built community and opened up the gate and let some of the product out. Built a community, let some of the product out, and grabbed it. Then the community built. Then they could open up the gates and start flooding. And that's a different that business model is what VeVe's done, and attached a deflationary token. Those other companies don't have that and never did. So you can't. It's apples to oranges, and that's why they're not here. So we have to really make that clear why they're not here, and the reality of those comparisons are the reasons.
So agreed that VeVe has other things in their arsenal that other companies did not have. But in that same breath, VeVe never raised hundreds of millions of dollars. They might have made hundreds of millions of dollars from the product that people wanted. And a lot of other companies, they had that hype and they had those fundamentals. But at the end of the day, those fundamentals weren't there. They could not survive the bear market. And you have to give credit where credit is due, and give those flowers to David and Dan and now Ben, that were very good at capital allocation. For anyone that is poor, they go in and spend $5 as if it's their last. Even if they have $45, they're like, okay, guys, we're eating $5 worth of dollar store stuff today, and then we have $15 to have our car so we can get everywhere. And David and Dan had spent that money very frugally as if it was their last. And other people that were very poor at capital allocation had spent money all willy-nilly, and they're no longer around because of it. So I think that in that aspect, the capital allocation and the good decisions of David Yu and Dan Carruthers and now Ben Rose are the reason that a major reason why this company is still here and why those other companies are not. And again, also on top of that,
the justification is 100% on. You're spot on with that. There's no denying that. That's without question. But I'm just saying that, everything is speculation when businesses start. I own my own business. I understand when you start, you have a plan. It doesn't mean 3 years down the road that plan's gonna, but maybe it'll direct into a different area. Yeah. But they've always kept their nose above water. But I want to make it clear, the IP has always been increasing. It's not like in the beginning, the IP it was small, it was just rounded. We only had a couple, 3 or 4, 1 comic, 2 comic. Then it was a comic a week. It was comic, And what I'm saying is, when you start saturating your inventory, your community doesn't catch up with it. It doesn't matter how good and what your business model is down the line. If you don't have customers, you're not going to sell product. This is business 101. So the customers aren't new people downloading the app every day. The new customers are not what we were when we first came in, and they were adding people like every single day. There's downloads happening. That's gone away. You need a whole new mass enterprise and a whole new mass market. This isn't even the conversation is just about the business model. I'm not even talking about that. You're talking about, we're talking about getting it on exchanges and stuff for at least a token. I'm talking about the business side, the VeVe side. What are you doing? What's eventually, bro, you're going to run out of. You're gonna like I'm saying, like, well, look at this. What are you gonna do? Start doing 500 editions on comics? Are you gonna get it down to 500 editions? I remember when we got that one with the 1,000. It was like, oh my god, the amazing 252. It was like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that was an oddity test market maybe for like the bots and shit, whatever. But not we had 50, 60,000. They were selling out like with the blink of an eye. That's real. Yeah. That's real energy. That's real business. You know what I mean? Now you got it down to 500, and you got to sell out, and you're instead of making 300, 400, 500,000, 600,000, you're only going to make 20 grand, 30 grand. You know what I mean? That's a sign of not good, bad things to come. When things are dwindling, you got to start making changes, or else it's just going to dwindle to zero. I mean, there's going to come a point in time, Randy, if the community doesn't grow, there's only a matter of, this is a reality. There's only so much Dr. Profit's going to put in. There's only so much Sanj is going to put in. There's only so much you're going to put in. There's only so much, Mr. Rolex. There's only so much the community, Charlie Fisher and everything, and Mr. Squibbs, they're going to stop buying. You get to a certain point where it's enough's enough. What are you going to do? No. I mean, really, you're going to go on for 5 or 6 more years, just keep buying and buying, having a million. You're going to be there's going to be like 20 guys that have the whole 90% of the inventory. It's going to make no sense, or there's just going to be wallets that just don't open no more. Yeah, I always play both sides because I'm so passionate about certain particular projects when I'm involved, and I still feel involved even though I'm not in it. It just sucks because I keep seeing I haven't seen anything great. Every time I come on once in a while, I don't see nothing that oohs me. It's still downward. And we get a little bump in the token, and everybody's like, oh my God. You know what I mean? Come on. It's still not even a fucking tenth of a penny. It's not even a tenth of a penny, bro. Dude, we're not even there. Take 1 penny and divide it into 10 parts. We're not even one little slice of that. Come on, man.
I'm glad you brought that up. There's a couple things I want to go over. One of which is someone that I think you've interacted with a couple of times. Someone that I know in real life. J-Dubs or Sniper J-Dubs saying, and this was as of November 1st, saying like, listen, I hate to say it, but I sold all of my 270 million OMI I had at 00038, locked in his loss of about 600,000. Says, I'll be watching to jump back in if it ever does something. OMI was the first crypto ever bought in, and I learned a lot from it. And it's to not trust people and to don't buy at the top of the bull run. Now, you say that like, hey, we're not even at 1/10 of 1 penny, and you're 100% correct. You're 100% right. But that's also, I feel like, cherry picking data, where if you go and say, hey, anytime in this bear market, at the low of this bear market, we're not this price. But crypto markets go at the top of the market 4 years prior to the top of the market 4 years later. So anyone can go in and say like, hey, we're not at this price in the bear market. But if you're not going from top of the market to top of the market, which we haven't hit yet this bull cycle, because we're still very early in it.
Correct.
People go in, and if you're looking at cycles, which again, not everything is the same as it was, things are fairly different. We didn't have in October this cycle because of the election. We didn't have like the first week of December wasn't down, I think, because of, again, the election. And the Santa rally may or may not exist. We don't know, but you have people that based on cycles are not doing the correct thing. And it's not because they're dumb. Like clearly if J Dubs has $600,000 to lose, it's because he's very successful in real life. And he's not doing these decisions because he's dumb. He's clearly very intelligent, but it's because he's just new to crypto. Anyone that goes in on chess and is trying to do a Sicilian defense against the Queen's Gambit, they're just going to get wrecked. And it's not because that they're dumb. It's because that they're just new to chess. So you have to understand. Again, I know you know, but other people that are looking at these things and like, hey, a lot of people are selling, big whales are selling, this token's done. Meanwhile, a lot of the people that were considered whales or are considered whales, they are doing the wrong thing because again, that was in November 1st, and we did like a 70% gain since he went on. And now we did like 100% gain and then it came back down, but it's about a 70% gain since he sold, and he can't get those tokens back at that price. Maybe if he knows somebody that has tokens that are willing to sell in the hundreds of millions or billions, and he can manipulate them into selling for a cheaper price, sure, he can do that and get them as cheap or cheaper. But most people are not going to be able to do that. So
listen,
that's just
with the circulating supply and with everything that's going on, J Dubs' little wallet is such a small fraction of the big picture. That's the first thing. The second thing is everybody has a different threshold, and you're 100% right based on that with tops on tops. But realize this, we're in a different paradigm right now, and I go with the actual things that are really working with utility in a real world and real world function. Okay, real world assets and tokenization is on the brink. This isn't about talking about one community and we're trying to like build it still and still build and get these, like when VeVe comes out and then there's going to be, and all this like, OMI to NFT. We got OMI to NFT, right? We got OMI to NFT, right?
I would say we have OMI to NFT for like 20% of the licenses, maybe even less.
I'm saying, but we have OMI to NFT is what I'm trying to say. There's a function of it is what I mean, right? It doesn't have to be 100% of everything that's on the app. I'm just
it's like 15, maybe 20%, but yes, we do.
Which is okay, but we have it, right? It's not like it's not in beta anymore. What I'm making a point is that there have been things and there's claims that have been made, and we're getting there, and that's fine. This is an issue. It's not a question. But here we are now, right? Going into 2025, in every single fashion of comparisons to previous cycles, we've never had all hands on deck when it comes to conversions, political, social, every single way, from government regulation all the way up to the president and House and the Senate. So we get laws passed easier. We have a pro crypto president. We have an SEC chairman. Things are like, there's a lot of things that are on the brink. This is helping crypto out in a way that's never happened before. Now you want the government's going to come in and add Bitcoin to the treasury, and you have multi-trillion dollar corporations now being adverse into purchasing Bitcoin on their treasury, as MicroStrategy did going into other ones, possible Apple, possible Tesla, possible Google, and very soon possible Microsoft. So these are real deal stuff. So it's like grab the cake that's on the table, not the cake that's baking in the oven. I'm trying to like make an analogy here because it just seems like there's a rush to try to like justify the means of something that's been promised years in the making. And with all of the money that has been made and all the investment that has been thrown into it, and it's still not there, and we still have issues with exchanges, for me, I don't know. I think that speaks for itself. I know there's a lot of people, they love the community so much. They turn an eye to what I say, and they turn an eye to what's going on in the market because there's just so much. There's what I would consider bamboozled into obligation. That's how I look at it. When you're bamboozled into obligation, that means you're brainwashed into already being so obligated into being into something. There's absolutely no way out, and you can't do nothing about it.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that one day VeVe and OB holders can celebrate, just like all the DGen crypto XRP Bitcoin holders that have been celebrating the last month on their comeback. I mean, comeback on their comeback run. So comeback run. Yeah, there's right now we're at a better time than we were in 2020. We're in 2021. We're in a better point because of everything that's merging right now. And these particular things that are happening, they may never happen. It's never going to happen again, Randy. You know what I'm saying? It won't ever happen again. This is the starting point. It wasn't the starting point 4 years ago. Now is the starting point. And especially when you get regulations that are permitted. I mean, CZ's out of jail. There's a lot of good stuff going to happen, man. And I'm telling you, if the United States does this, there's going to be bills passed, laws passed. You got Charles Hoskinson making strides across the world, signing constitutions. These are it's big moves right now, man. Real deal on a global level.
So
I'm reading the
yeah, I'm trying to read it. They're going too fast. I can't like catch up. So I agree. There's a lot of reasons for people to be super bullish. And again, if you go in, you mentioned Charles Hoskinson, and if you buy Bitcoin now at 100K, I'm not going to say that nothing is guaranteed, obviously, but Charles Hoskinson, who's never given a Bitcoin prediction up until last week, has said Bitcoin is likely to go between $250,000 and $500,000 within the next 2 years. And again, for somebody like him to say that, he's probably being fairly conservative of it.
He's being conservative, but I'm going to tell you something. It's because he finally has now the anchor of his project that he's had 10 years in the making, a part of the Bitcoin OS now. And so he's actually, there's going to be smart contracts on Cardano. You're going to be actually, Bitcoin and Cardano are going to be connected.
Yeah.
You're going to build, and it's going to be a part of Bitcoin now. And there's going to be a lot of transferring of those assets back and forth. And there's bridge currencies.
So
we're in such a beginning stage. We're in such a beginning stage of that right now. And there's a lot of NDAs that have been signed, I'm sure. So we really don't know, and there's stuff that we can speculate on. But the real look, I don't know what you're doing. I'm sure you know already. You're familiar with it. Brad Garlinghouse, CEO Ripple, is going to be live on 60 Minutes tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Yep. Yeah, 7 o'clock. So it's really important that you listen, because this is going to be the first time you're going to have an actual guy that actually has a real company or a real asset and real things that are happening, a real American-based company. And it's important for this country. And while we sit back and we watch, all this, we sit back and watch how this all plays out. There's going to be people making, some great moves here. And you're going to be able, I don't want to say you're going to probably take the top 10 or top 20 coins, put them on a dartboard. Anywhere you throw, you're going to hit one, and you're going to do good.
Well, I would say you're right on that. Like, yeah.
I mean, and I'm only saying top 20 because it's likely there's going to be some low ones that are probably in the top 50 or top 100. They're going to make some strides too. Not necessarily
in the top 100. I would agree. Like,
right. Not even for the fact of like bringing memes in, just for the fact of just because they've been in the game so long that there's just so much. There's still liquidity, and that's another problem with OMI. There's no liquidity. Not even having to do nothing with the exchanges. Nothing going on. You can't even get volume anymore.
I mean, we had like 8 million volume yesterday. Now it's back to 2 million today, but
I know, but times 3 zeros and a 5, bro. That it sounds like a lot, but the volume in coin is different than volume in monetary value. It's a little different.
No, it's the volume.
I'm just saying, if we had 7 zeros and there was 8 million, what are we talking about? $8,000.
Well, it doesn't matter. Volume is volume. It doesn't matter what it is.
Volume of coin, but volume is volume. If it took $8,000 US dollars to move 8 million coin, you can't say, we had a high volume, but 8 million.
Well, no, that's not how it works.
To get there.
8 million in volume. It's like 100 pounds of feathers versus 100 pounds of gold. It's still 100 pounds. So 8 million in volume, whether the price is.
But it only took 100. But only took 100,000, 150,000 to get there. I mean, 200,000.
No, that's not how it works.
400,000, 450,000 to get there.
No, that's not how it works. The 8 million in volume is just based on 8 million trading volume, whether it's swaps, whether it's sells, whether it's buys. So it doesn't matter if the price is Oct 801 or it's $30. It doesn't matter. That's how it works. So something I want to bring up as well is you have someone named Crypto Bro who goes on and has the OMI Watcher account that says like, hey, we recently observed a discussion questioning whether Randy actually holds as much OMI as he claims. We believe he does, and we think this is his wallet address. We will add it to our bots list of wallet addresses to track. So I'll tell people that want to go in and say like, hey, is this his volume to dock somebody's wallet? Yes, that is my wallet. But be advised, Crypto Bro or OMI Watcher, whatever you call yourself nowadays, you were James K back in the day, and I had gone on, and I have your license plate. I have where you are over in Sydney, Australia. I will 100% dox you if you don't fuck the right off right now. So anyway, I will go and continue this discussion saying, Mr. Pags, that you have to live in two worlds. And it's Schrodinger's OMI right now. One world is in which maybe VeVe is too frugal and too cheap to pay for exchanges. Maybe this is a slow rug. Maybe they are lying to us. And maybe they are just trying to milk the community for all they're worth, getting licenses.
Do you believe that?
I have not yet done my latter portion of the of this dual world here. That is one world in which someone can believe, and that's one world where it might happen. There is another world in which David and Dan, which is confirmed true, have 30 billion OMI each. Dr. Profit has 30 billion OMI, and he probably more than that by now, and he's building that third-party utility. And you either believe that they are going to go in and be human and do stuff that is going to grow their own bags, or you think that they're not. And they could spend $5 million, and yes, they can go on a bunch of exchanges with that. They could save that $5 million for themselves, or they could spend that $5 million and they can grow their OMI by billions of dollars, because you have 3 rate cuts that have happened this year. There's going to be 4 more rate cuts that are going to happen next year. Just from that alone, $3 trillion will rip into the market, not including the regulatory rollbacks. The regulatory rollbacks will go on in either one of 2 ways. They're either going to roll back those regulations based on how they see fit, or they're going to roll back all the regulations and then reinstate them as they see fit. And if it is the latter, you're going to have multiple trillions of dollars on top of the ones from the regulatory rate cuts going in and rip into the market. And let's say you have $6 trillion into that. Does half of that go into crypto? No. But does 10% of that go into crypto when hedge funds and all of these people going in and saying like, hey, the margins are fatter in crypto and the profits are fatter in crypto. And if we take 2% up front and 20% of the profits, what are they going to do? Are they going to push a T-bill that gets them 5%? Are they going to push a certificate of deposit that gets them, 2.5%? Or are they going to push certain types of crypto, which again, just on Bitcoin can likely get you a 2.5x, not including a bunch of stuff like XRP, and Cardano isn't even all-time high that could do like a 6 or 8x. And then you have something in the top 100 like Flow that could do a 20x. What do you think happens when you need to have $10 billion to be in the top 100? OMI could do I use this way, Definity could do 1,000x from here and not be anywhere near the top 100. If OMI goes and gets to 1 penny is $3 billion, they could be 3 cents and not be anywhere near the top 100 when they've been in the top 100 before. So again, you have 2 scenarios, one in which Ecomi and VeVe are not successful and one in which they are. And it's not a 50-50. The probability of the latter in which they are successful, in my opinion, is like 98 or 99%. So again, Pat, I'm curious on your thoughts. Which route do you think it's happening? You could have something in the middle where maybe
I'll tell you what, that's a fantastic point. But I want to say this, and I just want to retract something, just bring back something. You believe that we're going to have 4 cuts this year, and if so, you don't get less than a quarter point. So you think that we're going to drop a whole percentage as that?
Rufus, shut up.
Get out of here.
Tell your family I said hey. Tell your family
They're all here. They're all here. Everybody's
Okay.
here. My wife's making cookies. My daughter's
cookies.
I don't know what she's doing. Oh, she's on her DS.
Yeah, Nintendo for the win.
Going crazy over there. The dog that I kind of had to adopt, the guy that we were taking care of, he passed away, died in his apartment, and we went there one day. He was dead, laying on a thing. And
oh,
so
damn!
We got his little dog.
Did your kids see him, or did you see him?
Me and my wife walked. Well, me and my wife walked in. I mean,
okay, all right. At least you
photos. I mean,
protected the kids from that.
Yeah, he just died, and we kind of adopted his dog. He really had no family. His family's in North Carolina, and he only has a brother. And it was just this little dog is amazing, bro. A little 6-year-old, like a rat terrier. Bring him up, babe. Pick him up. Bring him over here. Hey, what's up, bro?
What's up, Randy?
Hi, how's it
I
going?
wish I was able to spend more time with you in New York, bro. I was in there at it. You know, here, let me see the
Yeah, New York was crazy.
this guy here. See him?
Sam?
There he is.
Oh,
Bring him
wait.
this way.
Oh my God, hi, baby. Is that a little Shetland
He's
Terrier?
he's a rat terrier.
Yeah.
That's the breed. You know what I'm saying?
Rufus, look at.
Look here.
Oh, puppy.
He's a little 6-pound nothing. I just gave him a little haircut today here.
Oh, baby.
But I you know, so with the rate cuts, I'm not so sure. And obviously we're in the real estate business. We understand, you know, we have meetings and we sit down with brokers and financial consultants that handle this on a daily basis. They have meetings every single morning and they see a lot of trends. It does not necessarily in the cards that we first thought, because it was like really didn't know really where we were going to go with respect to, you know, obviously inflation. We didn't really know what was going to happen with who's going to be president. Now that we kind of see this, sort of what Trump is creating, this dream team type of effect for the administration, it seems, you know, very likely that not necessarily will it mean that we're going to have rate cuts, because we might not have to pump economy and it doesn't have to make the dollar cheaper. So there's really a few things that we got to really go over with the claim that you might say. I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference. I think that just in a crypto world, just because we have a lot of things, like I said, that are hitting on all cylinders right now with respect to the FTC, with respect to regulations, and with respect to the actual people, as Charles Hoskinson and obviously Brad Garlinghouse, you know, American-based companies that are doing wonders, and especially with Michael Saylor. And he's spreading his wings, and he's doing a lot of stuff on his end. There's a lot of things that are going to happen in just this country when it comes to crypto. And there's claims that Trump has made and Kennedy have both made, and it's very beneficial. And so everybody's gonna feel it. But I don't know. I just getting back to OMI and the claims and stuff. I don't know where the, like when you're saying there's like these junctions in the road. I don't know where. You know, if I had to take a right or a left, I might not. I might stay right on the cusp of that delta right there and just sit there, because there's points for both sides. There really is. It's strong arguments. But I see when you have head guys holding the bags, I put myself in those positions and I say, what do I do? There's on one hand, which is we barrel forward and status quo, and we just continue doing what we do because we do it well. And then on the other hand, obviously bringing in Ben and do we bring in new people, and we bring in people? What's up, Omar? Do we bring new people in and we start to create a different direction, different avenues of what we have already built, and we try to build from there, like domino those particular areas. So I really don't know. I know, and this is just some brief stuff that I went over with Al. Is when we spoke in depth about markets 2 years ago, when the first time we were at the Marvel, remember in New York when we were sharing the booth. Good and time. Alcon said, and I said to him, I said, Al, forget about Pokemon, forget about that conversation. Let's just talk real. Let's talk. There's no OMI, there's no Ecomi, there's no VeVe, there's nothing. It's just where is the industry going to go? Where is the most movement going to be made, in your opinion? And he comes from obviously the toy background. He's got that going on, right? He's got that stuff where he changed entire directions, entire industries right now. Multi-billion-dollar industries is in effect because of that one man, right? You know what he said? He said one word: gamification. And when he said that, I wasn't even thinking about collectibles, anything else. I was thinking like the merging effort of DeFi with the tokenomics built into games, and we already kind of have it with all the VR and AR that's coming out. If that guy is saying gamification, bro, that's where you need to park your money because it goes up so fast, you don't get a chance to catch the runaway train.
Well, let's examine
Those
that
type
quote
of
for a second.
investments, that's where I went. That's where I'm going. And that's where the industry's building. You have obviously the processing power. You have those particular companies making those strides. And you have the crypto environment that's building at a rate faster than never seen in history. So if you put all that together and you have the regulation that's built in, you have obviously bills and laws that are going to regulate it and keep it legal and tax it properly, whether there's taxes that are omitted or not, applied, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of reads that I get. And there was no mention about OMI getting involved. There's no mention about VeVe getting involved. There was no mention about the NFTs didn't even come in. No Pokemon didn't come in. Nothing came in. It was just one word. Where is this all going? Where are we all going?
I'm very glad
he
you
didn't have a
asked
conversation.
That is a great question to ask. I want to applaud you for that because not many people would even think to ask that question. But when you go in and talk about gaming and talk about, let's say, how much people are spending on it, let's say like Meta. Now, regardless of how you feel about the practices of Mark Zuckerberg or what he does or who he is as a person, he is a beast. He went on and bought Instagram for cheaper than he probably should have, went and bought WhatsApp for cheaper than he should have, and it's just a beast at what he does. He's currently spending about $25 billion a year in order to build the metaverse. Now, when you're talking about metaverse and talking about gaming,
I don't know that claim. I don't know that claim.
Yeah, he's spending about 25 billion on Meta's metaverse right now, like per year. It started at like 18, 20. It's up to 25 billion now. I don't know if he sustains that for a while or if that continues on, and maybe in a few years he starts spending 30 or 35 billion dollars a year. We don't know, but right now that's what he's spending per year. When you have that claim of like, hey, we really need to start like gamification, and some positive ones are like Axie Infinity, their Decentraland, Mana, and their Sandbox of Sand. If you take a look at the monthly NFT trades, Sandbox and Decentraland have less than 1,500 NFT trades a month, whereas Ecomi and VeVe have well over 100,000. The monthly NFT volume for Sandbox and Decentraland are under $1 million per month. Ecomi has like 2.5x that. The monthly active wallets for Sandbox and Decentraland are about 1,000, maybe 1,200, depending on the month, where Ecomi and VeVe has again 10x that, 12,000.
What does Sandbox sell?
They have land and they have.
Because you're just comparing transactions.
Yeah,
it's like saying, well, ShopRite, ShopRite has more transactions than Home Depot, but they're selling different things. So you can't comparing transaction volume doesn't really is not a good data set for me. And
that is a fair point. The Discord members
Bailey's on ice.
Oh, cheers, mate.
Good stuff.
Strovia. So Sandbox and Decentraland combined, they do have more Discord members than Ecomi and VeVe. Ecomi and VeVe have about 14,000. They have about 19,000. So they do outperform VeVe there. And the social media activity in the hundreds of thousands, Decentraland and Sandbox do outperform Ecomi and VeVe by about 30% when combined. But even if you go and you take those, let's say they're even though they're not, the monthly NFT trades, the monthly NFT volume, active wallets are skewed completely in VeVe's favor. Sandbox and Decentraland have a fully diluted market cap that is in the billions, and Ecomi's market cap is less than 200 million. The volume on them for Decentraland and Sandbox is in the 9 figures, in the hundreds of millions, and Ecomi's market, like just in the last couple of days, yes, it's up to like 8 million on sometimes, but a lot of times in the hundreds of thousands. So you have, and then you have in Sandbox and Decentraland, you do have a lot of holders, even though they don't have the amount of monthly active wallets. It's about, again, less than 1/10 of VeVe and Ecomi's monthly active wallets. But the holders of those wallets, even though they're not active, they're at about 500,000, where Ecomi and VeVe are like 25, 26,000. It's very, very, very small.
Is there that much?
There is. It's just it's very small. So when I go over that and I take a look at, you say, like, okay, anything in gaming. Well, it's not like anything in gaming. Like Sports Network is doing okay, Illuvium's doing okay, but let's say like something else in gaming, like the biggest gaming thing, like let's say it's Illuvium. It's like it's in the top 300. They had market cap, or they had a price of like $1,900 per token last time, and now it's like $70 per token. You have the ideas of like other stuff that have been more successful than VeVe and Ecomi in the past, but what are the odds that that Ecomi has a higher ROI than they do? Like you could have like Bitcoin from the bottom has had like a 6.5x from the bottom at like 14K. Now it's at like 100K. Do you think Ecomi from the bottom is not going to have at least like a 60K? Again, maybe you don't. Maybe you think like, okay, maybe Ecomi only has like a 20x from the bottom, which would be about 007, one of the local highs from last year. There's no way that Bitcoin. Maybe it does.
I always listen. You're making a point that I was the one that, look, going back 100%. We can go back to original claims, and I always said that it's a liquidity issue. You need to have look. It doesn't matter how much is bought and sold. Profits are made. People pour profits into other altcoins and they just move on. It's like when Bitcoin goes to 250, 300K, people are going to take profits and they're going to dump them in Ethereum, XRP, going to go down to Cardano. It's going to go to Solana. It's going to go down Chainlink. It's going to go down the line. And because that's just the way that diversification with profits are. But that's not the point. What I'm trying to say is when it comes to exchanges and increasing the actual liquidity, those particular points are what's going to move it. People got to start making profit on something. They can't just keep losing. And you're going to have VeVe attached to it. Now there's a question. Well, hold up. Do I spend $1,000 picking up this grail, or because OMI is so freaking cheap, I can get 1 million OMI. I can get 2 million OMI for the same price. Like people start to consider and they're like, well, wait a minute. But then if I do that and then OMI does this, I can buy that. I could buy 2 or 3 of those grails then for the same price. Why am I going to, you know what I mean? So it's really, I always felt having both was great. We come from obviously the beginning, obviously you had obviously a lot more OMI before you had the inventory. I came from the fact of having more OMI than inventory, and then more inventory than OMI. And then I balanced out, and then I just sold all the inventory. And then I obviously tried to sell the OMI, and then I got back in and then kind of got rugged, but that's still sitting in BitForex. But look, for me, it's not a question about whether or not, the token does what it does. It's just about the industries themselves and where those industries go. Like, honestly, when you talk about gamification, this is such a huge fucking word. It doesn't, but I look at it from a DeFi point. I look at it from, like Roblox, Steam, Epic. These are companies, they're pushing the needle right now. And it's only going to take some consolidation moment and some effort from acquisition standpoints that are going to happen within the next 2 years. There's only going to be 1 or 2 conglomerates. It's probably going to go to a software company. It's going to go to a software company somewhere down the line. So whether it's Microsoft, it doesn't matter what company goes to, but there's going to come points where they're going to start to cross bridge, and then they're going to get their own coins, Microsoft coins, Sony coin. You know what I mean? And then those coins are going to be interoperable within those particular worlds. That's why when you talk about Mana and Decentraland and Sandbox, I don't own them. Those are great. At least
they've done well.
The land. I know Earth 2. You've been talking about it for 4 years. I know you, but I look into those things, but I don't own them. But they have promise. Now, Engine has a promise. Gala has a promise. There's certain gaming companies that have certain promises, and these particular ones that are attached, at least from a decentralized standpoint or a centralized standpoint, once they get ported and they could go on to chains when those cross chains or in those side chains are going to be interoperable, people are going to start hopping. They're going to hop off Ethereum. They're going to hop onto Cardano. They're going to start hopping around. And when they start hopping around, they start seeing a lot more speed, a lot more inexpensive fees, and a lot more, obviously those costs are going to come down. All of this happens real quick. And the developers are going to everybody starts to talk. Oh yeah, go here, go there. This is what you do. And those development tools are going to be available. We're like 2 to 3 years away from like some probably some compelling stuff. it's great to see it because my kids are obviously gamers. You're
there's a
ex
lot of
gamer.
compelling stuff coming. Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on. Like I know like Solana likes to tout that they can do 80 or 90,000 transactions per second.
Listen, the Solana
then you
has
have a company like VeVe, and VeVe can do 8 million transactions per second. And
I don't forget about transactions per second because you can always multiply that. Those things that you can have different nodes and you can multiply those factors get you just it's not necessarily 100% that, but you got to realize something. When you overburden a network, you blow breakers. And when you don't have those modifications that are in place, like Solana, they trip breakers, and what happens to the network? Beep, reset. No good, bro.
Exactly, but that's why you have sharding. And then when you have sharding,
right? That's true. That's true. But there's only so much you can do. That's why when you talk about a product, I'm not chill. I'm just saying when you talk about a product like and a protocol like Cardano, that's 10 years in the making. It's been 4.5 years. 24/7, 365. They never tripped nothing. The network's nonstop with over thousands of stake pools. And it's just a constant, the effort has not stopped once throughout all their upgrades and all their forks.
And
we're around in third right now. Voltaire's just around the corner from being complete. Bro, that's it. The key's going to be locked. It's in the stake pool hands. 100%, 100 times more decentralized than Bitcoin.
So I feel like
not a claim, bro, reality.
We're talking a lot of really bullish things here, and even though I think we can both agree that the future, at least the next couple of years, is likely bullish for crypto, there is a scenario in which it's not. You've had people from the Congo. There's like 300 dead from this unknown disease in the last couple of days. You've had the French government that's collapsed. You've had South Korea that's gone on and they've declared martial law. So, do you think that with all of these happening, what are the odds that a great recession's coming? I'll let you answer that, but I am going to cap you at 90 seconds because we do have Ben Rose on. So I'll cap you at 90 seconds for that.
Welcome.
And then we'll give a talk to Ben Rose.
Welcome, Ben. So to be honest with you, brother, and you know this, I've been saying this for 2 years. I've actually made a point when I was with Cavell in Vegas, and I always made a point, and I never was like conspiracy theory. I didn't want to bring up black swan events, but I did make it clear. I did make it clear that there can be a very look. We're coming out of the Biden administration. There was this time when we were 2 years into it, them making claims about it. There was possibilities because we still had things out of line, and I know that things are. I always mention that the macros can affect the micros, and I always said that if something happens out there, shit could flip just like this. And I don't want to make a claim to it because like I said, I'm not conspiracy, but yes, there are things that are in other factors outside that can happen. But look at Venezuela, look at Argentina, these other countries. They were supposed to go. They were overthrowing the presidents, and the inflation was going beyond levels, and they worked it out. So it's diplomatic. What's up, Ben? How you doing, man? Great to see you, man. How you doing?
Yeah, you too. Good to meet you. How are you?
You too, man. Great.
Ben, Mr. Pags, Ben. Pags was an OG, had a lot of the special mints, had a lot of OMI, had sold. I don't know if it's at the point where if he buys back now he would have lost, or if he buys back now he's still in the black. But we were talking about just a couple of things. One of the things that we were just recently talking about
I've been watching for a while. I know what you've been talking about.
Oh, okay, very good.
That's exactly
what are some of the points that you want to bring up?
I suppose I wanted to have a chat with Mr. Pags about kind of where the business is at, and some of the the points you've raised I think are worth exploring and talking about.
Okay, let's do these thought experiments. Let's get this, Brett.
So yeah, look, I think one of the point you were making before about there are so many drops now, there are so many IPs, and it's saturating the market. I think it depends on how you look at what the business is there to do, right? What the business model is, because when Amazon sold books, it sold books. When it started to get into other products, there were those at the time who said you're saturating the market. No one's ever going to buy all this stuff. We've got out and we've said there's a role for someone in this industry to be a marketplace for multiple premium brands, right? Not just one or two. And there's those like NBA Top Shots who've done their thing, done it really well by focusing just on one. But what we've said, and we've said it with comics, and we haven't delivered on it yet. We launched it earlier this year. We've got a few publishers on there, but we're starting to add more. is that what we want to be is we want to be a marketplace and an ecosystem. So it's not just about one or two or three licensors. It's about having hundreds and hopefully thousands. So the point that you made earlier, though, I think is absolutely spot on, is unless you grow the user base, it's all very well, but it's academic, right? So I think that's absolutely key. But what I would say to you is that I've only been here a few months. The reason I'm here and the reason that we are bringing people like me in and investing in growing the team and doing a lot of the things that we've spoken about doing in the last few months is to grow the user base, because we agree, we see that too. I think that the user base, the size of user base the business had early on, it was timed really well with the whole explosion of NFTs, and OpenSea saw a growth in user numbers back then that they don't experience now. And I think the whole industry experienced that. What we've got to do is we've got to build a sustainable, larger customer base. And so that's where we're focused, right? So that's why we're investing in it, because we believe in it. Because if we didn't believe in it, we wouldn't be here spending money on doing it. So I just wanted to put another side to the point of view that you've got, which I absolutely respect. But I think it's worth saying, look, there's another side to that too.
I listen, and that with respect to that, but there's also the sides of when you make that effort to actually get to that point. Like, those are the nuts and bolts that I like to hear. Like, getting to that point, talking about getting to the point is one thing. Getting to the point and how you're going to get to the point, those are the specifics that I talk about. And for me, I don't know. This all just comes down to money, because it comes down to budgets. And for me, it's like business 101. It comes down to advertising. And unless you're on every web page, pop up, chain mail, Super Bowl commercials, and you're really plugging away.
You can't tell me that any business of any size, it's either do that or nothing, right?
No, it's not do that or nothing. It's do that because you don't have it now. That's what I'm saying.
So if you watch the Super Bowl commercials, the vast majority of those, of course, there are always outliers. The vast majority of those are multi-billion-dollar corporations, right? So this is a business that has been around, has been live for 4 years. So absolutely, we need to advertise. Absolutely, we need to invest. We're not going to be running, TVCs on the Super Bowl. We're not going to be having billboards around Times Square on a continual rotation, because this isn't IBM, this isn't Coca-Cola, this isn't Microsoft.
If you want to be Coca-Cola, if you want to be Microsoft, if you want to be IBM, that's what you got to do.
Well, I have a
sorry. With all due respect, it's all very well to sit on the outside and say that's what you've got to do, but what you're asking is for us to go and spend billions of dollars. We're talking billions of dollars,
really,
around the world, because we're in 180 countries. We're not in one. We're in 180 different countries. So you're talking about spending billions of dollars. So
wait, hold on. Let me hold on. Time out.
This is a classic example. Sorry, let me finish.
Okay.
This is a classic example of an opinion and a reckon of what a company should do. But when you're in a business, running a business, you've got to make real capital allocation decisions. And saying, would I like to have the marketing budget of Apple? Of course I would. It's not the reality. It's not the reality. And we've seen companies that have raised multiple billions of dollars. They're not around. So there is a balance. Absolutely. The point you made earlier, there is an absolute balance. You've got to spend to grow. Of course you have, right? You also have to run a business within your means so it's sustainable, because otherwise, if we just went and did that, we wouldn't be around tomorrow. So who wins then?
So it's really like a pick your poison. And so you really get to a point where you decide, on one hand, you have to obviously address the needs of the business, and the budgets are what basically dictates that, because the pace that you move forward is based on how much you could afford to move. And obviously, like you said, you love to have Apple's budget. You don't have that. Okay, so within the means of what you have, you're just going to spend what you got and hope that makes it work. But if you don't, The plan
Well,
B.
that's your assumption.
Is,
That-
the plan,
that's your
let me
assumption.
let me finish. Let me finish. The plan B is what's plan B? You see what I'm saying? It's like, well, in other words, my whole thing is if you're going to build a business from the rock bottom as VeVe is, if it was like a year ago, we can have this conversation, Ben, and I'd say you're 100% right. You're fresh. This company, and you're talking about $1 billion budget, and you're talking, you don't need billions. You don't need billions to go to Times Square. In fact, I have some connections. I can actually get signage that's done probably under $6 million, and you could be for probably a good 6 months, and you could be all over the state of New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut, and on buses, trains, billboards, and this is a good 5 years of that.
Guys, I think you're showing your age.
Let me just say, and that's we're talking about a meat hook of actual like viewing. That's the first thing. The second thing is you said you were in 180 countries. I know that. I get that. But let me talk about data. Out of the 180 countries, what is the largest percentage of investment? What country or countries come from the largest percentage? Give me the pie chart. 180.
We've all got data. Here's some more data. 60% of the world's population live in Asia, right? Currently,
out of the 180 countries. No, I'm saying out of the 180
data. I'll give you the data.
Out of the 180 countries,
our company currently reflects in the same way that the US represents about 40% of global financial investment. The US and Canada are the majority of our business. They're around half, but there are other markets around the world as well. There are also other countries.
US, you're saying US and Canada have about 50%. So 2 countries out of the 180 have about 50% of the total revenue coming into VeVe.
For the people that watch me, it's slightly above 50%. Yes.
Okay.
That's
So all right. So you're saying that there's 178 other countries that spread out that other 50%.
That's correct.
Okay. So wouldn't it make sense? Okay.
So running any business, you got 2 jobs to do, right? You got to retain your current customer base, and you got to grow it, right? So we don't have just one strategy for that. Our current customer base at the moment is distributed across mostly Western countries. There are huge growth opportunities for acquisition there, but also elsewhere. So as I said before, 60% of the world's population lives in Asia. NFT ownership in India, Latin America is 4 or 5 times higher than that in North America, right? So there are opportunities outside the US and Canada, and absolutely there are opportunities inside. So it's super easy to say, listen, all you need to do is X, Y, Z. Every day, everyone's got the all you need to do is. If it was that easy, everyone would have done it, right?
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe in that, because I've owned businesses myself, and I currently listen. Look.
Yeah, but how many of your businesses were in more than 3 countries? I feel a lot of your businesses.
But you see, business, when you go to business school doesn't you don't learn for business in this country and business in that country. You get a master's degree in one college, you learn about business, and you go out there. It doesn't matter. It's supposed to be a general education. So it doesn't matter where you're located. Okay, that's the first thing. We set that straight. The second thing is when it comes down to customer satisfaction and customer retention, that's a commonality that goes across any business, right? So where are you at? Where are you at in the sense of customer satisfaction and customer retention? Are you losing or are you gaining? And if so, what's the data based on the last 6 months in comparison to the previous 6 months? And where is that direction going? See, these are just questions based on the regular simple data, because that'll dictate whether or not you got to make changes in those areas. If not,
well, yes and no, because you're talking about data from 6 months ago that are in a bear market, which are completely different in a bull market, where people don't care about market cap, they don't care about X, Y, and Z. They just care about.
I'm not talking about the coin and crypto market. I'm talking about the actual sales of actual products.
Yeah, but you can't say that I can't talk about the coin without talking about the collectibles, when the collectibles, again, are NFTs. And when that NFT narrative runs, it's a completely different mental state and narrative, as in the bear market, when NFTs are just not in the limelight.
Listen, we could debate that all day long. And I'm not, that's not really the point I'm trying to make. And I agree with that. But the thing is the reality is when you look at a business and you look at your 6 months prior and you look at your 6 months going forward, if you're increasing your business, you have to look at customer retention. You want to keep your customers, you want to keep them happy, and you want them to repeat and come back. If you don't, and they're just a one-hit wonder, then what kind of a business are you in? So if that's the case, that's what the discussion we have to talk about. But if you are talking, wait, let me finish. If you are talking about customer satisfaction and you're talking about customer retention, for me, increasing the customer base comes from new eyes and new ears. And those are senses. Well, those senses have to be triggered by something that we see or hear. And that's based on advertising. So it all comes down to that. It all comes down to that when you're looking at it from a standpoint of, just simple, advertising. That's all.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but you're saying it with so much energy and passion as if it's the first time we thought of it. So let me give you a sense of actually from the inside of the business what that looks like. So I'm not telling you about thoughts and plans. I'm telling you about what we're doing. Right. So we have hired a lifecycle team. That's about retention and engagement. So our numbers are transparent, right? They're on trend. You can see that our user numbers are lower than they have been in the past. They were the highest they've ever been during that early bull period of 2021, right? And they're absolutely lower now than they have been.
Listen, Ben, with respect, I was a part of that. I'm not saying that. I'm only going 6 months back. I would never, ever, ever say anything to try to put you back when there was a bull market of not only NFTs. It's not fair to you. Right? It's not fair to you to start comparing back in the day. Trust me. I'm just going 6 months.
It's all visible. But you
6 months is still in arm reach. 6 months is still in arm reach.
That the net growth comes from retention as well as acquisition. So we've got to do both of those things. So we're spending money. We've hired people. We've built a lifecycle team, which, I mean, literally people have been starting in the last few weeks. We've got people building a retention program. So that's about once we get somebody in, how do we increase their sale rate? How do we retain them? How do we engage them around, building sets, etc.? When we see the signs of somebody who is looking like they might churn, how do we retain those people? How do we reactivate dormant accounts and do win backs? In addition to that, we're building an affiliate program. So again, hiring in people with that expertise who have built affiliate programs in the US, in other markets, to work with content creators, communities out there, because again, in collectibles, there are billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars being spent every single year by people who are into stuff. It's physical stuff. They're in communities. We've got an affiliate program that we're reaching out to them right now just to design the incentives, etc. That's underway, happening right now. We'll launch that next year. We're also building a PR and comms program. We haven't had that before. Again,
PR what?
PR and communications program. So this is a 4-year-old business, right? That has been a startup that has had, in terms of marketing and growth, it has had a team focused on doing what you need to do to get it live. But we haven't had some of that deeper expertise, which we're now spending money to bring in. So a dormant business, a rug pull, doesn't do that. It doesn't spend money on bringing people in, because the shareholders, our founders, who again, as Randy said before, they own the majority of the equity. They also hold OMI tokens. They believe in this, and that's why we're investing in it. So we're doing a lot of those things that you're talking about to say, why don't these people do that? That is what we are doing right now. We haven't spent the sort of money that others have during the last 4 years. And that's one of the reasons why we're still around. It was the same in the exchange world. I used to work at Binance. Binance wasn't sponsoring Stadia that others were. Binance wasn't spending huge money that others were, and that enabled them to outlast some of those competitors and be there for the good times. So that frugality, while it might be frustrating from the outside, if people want a long-term sustainable company, that's got to be the right thing to do at certain times.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously what you have in plan and what Luke, stop. Go in your room.
Yeah, I love you so much, man.
Come on,
let him join in.
Yeah, let him join in. Bring him on. So, Ben, I have a question for you. There are. If anyone remembers the Super Bowl,
I want to wait, Randy. Well, let me just address that real quick. I just real fast.
Okay.
Look, this is not Luciano, stop. There are mechanisms in our economy and instruments that it manipulates things. Okay, we have to talk about the reality of all these moving parts. It's not a perfect science, Ben. You know that, and I don't come on here with like a to do. What's going on, Rand Foster? I don't come on here like a tell-all book, and this is how it's done, and here's a step-by-step booklet, some biggie smalls thing. This isn't about that. This is just about trying to be aware and make aware that the struggles that businesses go through, and the struggle and the potential that you might be going through, it's not necessarily a bad thing or something that you might be. It's just challenges, and you just overcome them, and you hire teams and you go through the process. This is what it is. But when you're looking at direction, not looking at the past, where you say, oh, well, people say, oh my God, my business was making $1 million 2 years ago. Now it's only making 600,000. What were we doing then that was different? We have the same recipes. We got the same food. We got everything the same. Nothing's really changed. We actually have the same customers. We really haven't lost much. Why are we losing it? Now, not just P&Ls and looking at margins, because that's a whole nother game. Because money and profit, gross and profit.
You can't just X that out. You can't just say, why are we losing, and then ignore P&Ls and ignore margins.
No. I'm not making that as the argument, was what I'm trying to say. I'm not making that as the argument. What I'm saying is that without looking at that, because gross is gross. You can make $10 billion and lose $1 million. I'm not making it. I'm just making a point, is that looking back at the past, you can't say, oh, what were we doing back then that we were making? You got to realize, at least from VeVe's standpoint, I can tell you it doesn't matter the numbers and how the industry and how at least the community was growing. That's not really what it was, because you don't even have to really worry about who brought you in, who brought you in, and who brought them in. That's not a big deal, because we're all in. Who we're in, we're in. And we can always bring other people in, and how it grows, it grows. But what the difference that there was and what there isn't now is inventory. We had low inventory.
No, that's wrong. No. Sorry,
Ben,
I'm sorry.
Ben,
I'm sorry.
Ben.
I listen. A lot of what you've said.
Can I finish though?
That's not.
I want. If you're saying no, let me prove it. Then
you're making.
Let me prove it. Let me prove it.
Guys, I feel
You had hardly half. You had percentages.
You're saying the
you have a very small.
Missing. Have a view.
No, but listen, you had very small.
You have an opinion.
I love you. I got Pags. I had to mute you for now. I had to let Ben go, and then we'll get you back. I promise. All right, Ben, go.
I'm just saying, you have a view, have an opinion, but you can't just state it as fact. The thing that's missing from then is the thing that's one of the many things that is different today that was different then was back then we were seeing people buying 10,000 copies of anything on OpenSea because it had NFT in it, because the NFT noise at the time was enormous and people were getting into it. It was a brand new technology. What I'm saying to you now is there are multiple things that are different, but the reason I jumped on this to respond to you was because everyone has got a view and everyone's got an opinion, but don't just come on and say, well, then they're not bothering or they got it wrong or whatever. It's just not factually correct. It's not correct. The reality of the situation is that's not the case. Have our user numbers declined since launch? Absolutely. Has the environment changed since launch? Absolutely. But do we think that there's huge potential, and are we investing in growing? Yeah, of course we are. That's literally what we're doing. So to come in and say some of the things that you've said as state them as if they're fact, it's not okay. Have a view and let's debate it. But just to say the thing that's changed is you've got too much inventory, you're saturating the market. It's just not accurate.
So there's.
Let me know when I could come back. I mean, I don't know if I'm.
I feel. Pax, can I give you like a 60-second rebuttal, and then whatever you have to say, go in 60 seconds, then I cut you off. Is that cool? Okay. All right. Go.
Look. The reality. I feel like I'm on CNBC.
55 seconds. My Pax.
The reality is, which is not factual, The reality is actually factual, because VeVe had only maybe a percentage of the amount of IP that they had back then. So obviously the inventory had to be a lot smaller, because they had nowhere near the amount of comics on a daily basis. They didn't have Marvel's every new comic that's coming out in the real world. They didn't have that out. They could only get, and they were doing grails. It was mostly the grail comics. In the very beginning, it was only a couple of heavy hitters. It wasn't any book out in the world, and they had nowhere near the IP. So they had nowhere near the collectibles that they had, and the different variations of the collectibles. And
10 seconds back.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
10 seconds. All right. 6 seconds.
There was nowhere near the inventory. So to say that that's not true, how's that possible? It's not that you're purposely saturated. It's just that you were very fortunate enough to get a lot more IP and have a lot more products to offer. But when you have a lot more products to offer and you don't increase the community gets lost with a lot more opportunity options around them. And then you have to start minimizing addition of numbers and burning a lot more, which didn't exist then.
Okay, so I'll give Ben that like 45 to 60 second rebuttal, and we have a super chat. But Ben, if you want to respond to that, 45 to 60 seconds, and then we'll get to the next one.
You're drawing causal links between things. Number one, yes, what just happened, that's been through work. Number two, the user base is smaller. It's not one because of the other. There are two things that have happened, and there are things that we can do to fix that, and that's what we are doing.
Okay. So Ben, all right. So Paris, we have to kind of move on here. In the recent updates, and I applaud you guys for after the update that you guys had, you brought Mitch on and said like, "Hey, there's a bunch of people that are super upset with this. Tell us why." And he did. They did that whole Backstreet Boys "Tell Me Why." However, since the 3 updates, and I applaud that the updates were quick. One of the updates that we had wanted said like, "Hey, can we get the recent listings?" And they did say you did get those back, but they're not recent listings anymore. They are the latest listings. LK Franklin, who was I forget, Omi the Clown, I think was his name, says former employee here. Dev team says was not great, so I left quickly. What is the dev state now? The new app has a lot of issues and is even less accessible. Part of what I'll agree with is that in the new dev state, for anyone that's invested in any type of tech before, we'll say like anyone that shows going from recent listings to latest listings does go and say like, "Hey, this is a third world team. And is there any person from an American company that's going in and is having a like co-pilot and going in and in charge of those teams? Or is that something that they're just third world teams and there's no American teams, no Americans that are guiding them?"
We've got employees in all of our teams, including our dev and product teams all around the world, including America.
Okay. All right. So there's at least one American in every team.
I couldn't tell you in every single squad how many Americans there are. It's not a metric that we use, but we hire people. We hire people based on their skills and expertise, not their geographical location.
Okay. All right. But okay. So moving on from that, we have a bunch of stuff going on here. When Paz was talking about marketing, a couple of Super Bowls ago, there was a Ford electric vehicle Super Bowl commercial. They'd spent like $5-6 million on that 30-second commercial.
The one that drove all the Tesla sales.
Yes, the day after the Google searches, after the Ford electric vehicle commercial, the most amount of Google searches were for Tesla Cybertrucks. Are you guys going on and taking a page out of Tesla's playbook and saying like, we don't need to go in and market? When Cryptoys earlier this year or last year, they had spent $100,000 with iJustine and the guy from TikTok. They actually really marketed for us because Cryptoys had a inferior product, and all the other companies like Artifact, like Hero, like Recur, they had inferior products, and every single dollar that goes into their marketing is actually marketing for us. Is that why you guys haven't marketed in previous years? And if so, how have you corrected that? I know you guys have done a bunch of hirings in marketing, but can you give us a little bit of insight into it?
So the reason Tesla, which obviously is a different business, hasn't advertised is because their belief is you develop the best product, people will come to that, and they'll share it through word of mouth. Yeah. So our approach has been similar to that over the last few years, not because we took a leaf out of their book, but because we were frankly focused on building the product which hadn't existed prior to that. So we have put the majority of our resources into development and build. We have. when I say we're not taking a leaf out of their book, that's why we are investing in marketing now and PR now, and growing the customer base now, and you have to pay to do that. If you want to have a successful affiliate program, if you want to get in front of people, you have to incentivize those channel owners to get in front of them for sure.
I've seen. So Pags, to your point, when you say like, hey, you have to invest in marketing, the last like 7 people they've hired have been for marketing. So it seems like, again, I'll ask you this question from before: either you believe that VeVe and Ecomi will not be successful because of X, Y, and Z. A lot of people claim like broken promises. Not saying that you claim that. People claim broken promises. People claim that they're too cheap or frugal to pay for exchanges. Or you have this other world in which, hey, you've noticed that the trajectory of the company is doing a lot of hires in marketing. Ben has himself said on my podcast that he is incentivized financially to go in and grow the number of users, to grow the hobby. How do you go and interpret the data that the last 7 people they've hired is from marketing? And this is clearly, again, Ben is incentivized by doing that. How do you interpret that data?
Well, I mean, look, obviously the direction of the company and how it's setting up, obviously having obviously hiring Ben in place, and Ben, you obviously so far so good. I believe and the whole community is obviously going to be the way it's going to just continue to do what it normally does. This is about new eyes and new ears. This is what I'm trying to say. Like we can talk all day and night until we're blue in the face. And you can hire 20, 50, 100 different people in all different marketing campaigns globally. And you could spend all kind of useless money and making attempts to do that. And it may break ground here and it may break ground there. There's a lot of different moving parts and there's a lot of challenges that are ahead. And that's okay. There's this business. And you take the good with the bad. But I always say, and I want to make this a point. And I don't like to compare apples and oranges, but I just want to make some kind of a comparison here, because I don't want to make it like, I don't want to make this point to where you're making it like VeVe doesn't have to grow to make money. And I don't want the less is more narrative that I'm kind of bringing out as making it that it's that important, because I always believe in less is more to a certain extent. I'm not saying less is more. No, VeVe, don't hire more people to get more IP. Turn down Marvel opportunities, turn down DC opportunities. No. I believe in growth. I believe in growing from a standpoint of sales and from a standpoint of growing a company. That goes hand in hand. And obviously your marketing teams are going to be the ones doing the dirty work, and they're going to be digging the ditches. Okay. This is not a debate, but where the differences come from is it has to do with milestones. And this is where the incentivizing of those particular milestones come in. They don't come in with the whats. They don't come in with the whats. The milestones aren't the whats. The milestones are the whens. You could hire 100 people, and each one of those 100 people can get 10 people. Guess what? You just gained 1,000 people. That's the what. No. Wait, let me finish. That's just the what. That's just the what. Wait. That's the what. Because you hired 100 people, and all you had to do was get 10. But it could happen real quick by doing that. But if you only hired 10 people, they each have to get 100 to get that same number. And guess what that does? You're still going to get the what, but it's going to be a when issue now, because it's going to be a harder timeline because you're going to get now. It's going to take you have to get 100. Each person's going to get 100 to get 1,000. You understand what I'm trying to say? So what I'm saying is the challenges are focused. You can't incentivize something in the what aspect. You have to do it within timelines, because time is money.
All right, guys.
And time is money. Time is money more so, because you're going to get to a point where a competition is going to come over and they're going to stomp on you, and they're going to say, "What the hell? You didn't do this, that, and everything else. You were worried about that. We just worried about just this." And the less is more focus. And look where we are now. And then they're going to be looking like the star on the stage.
You had a couple minutes there. We got to let Ben answer. We get the conjecture. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Ben, how do you want to answer that?
I don't need much time. I agree. I absolutely agree with you. It's
okay.
Growth. You can judge growth by the number of customers. 100%. Couldn't agree with you more. We definitely agree. I suppose the point I'm making to you, and what I heard from you before I came on, was just that assumption that they're not bothered about it. They're not doing it. So I suppose I wanted to put that other point of view to you to say you are not wrong, But just rest assured that we're doing this, and a business wouldn't be investing in doing that stuff if it didn't believe it was possible.
Listen, Ben. You're gonna create so much new stuff. There's so much more opportunity that's going to come into your toolbox, and you're going to be able to do some magic. And I'm sure you're going to bring a lot of greatness to the company. I think you were a great addition, and I'm sure that you weren't a pick out of a hat. I'm sure there was probably a good filtering process to get you where you're at, and that's a great thing. And those accomplishments don't come easy. So I'm sure you do a lot of work, and that's a great thing. I hope to meet you one day. I'm sure we will. Being here in Jersey, even obviously the Comic-Con's a lot more closer for me. And if you're ever out here, that'll be great to meet you and hang out. Awesome. And I know obviously everybody that's involved in the community. I mean, I still communicate with them off out of the community itself, just personally. And it's great. But I mean, I don't look, like I said, I don't have I'm not like the guy that has the mousetrap and I'm going to tell you how to get the mice. I'm just telling you.
Oh, that's why I came.
You have to learn from people on the outside that were on the inside. You were not on the inside when I was on the inside, and now I'm on the outside and you're on the inside. And we have different, views of thought and schools of thought. So the timelines are different. I was coming in when there was a bull market. You're coming in now when there's a bull market. So it's kind of relative, but it's just it's a great time, overall. And if you have the right, obviously the tools, and you have the right people in your camp, you're gonna do things that are going to be compelling. And I'm sure that things are going to work out. I just know VeVe has such, they have such conviction in what their plans and what they do, and they have IP that's unmatched in anybody in any company in the world. They have all the gold. They have all the gold in their hand, bro. They can't fail. It's like really you got to.
Glad you said that.
Yeah,
we've come to the same place. Perfect.
Yeah. So Mr. MC1 has a super chat here. I'll ask this while I utilize Latrine, saying cost per new customer is very high in a down market and a lot lower when the market conditions are positive, which we're about to get to right now. Saying VeVe is set for growth at a low CPA in the right conditions are now. Ben, how do you go in and capitalize
from a crypto background in a bear market? He's absolutely right, because your cost per acquisition also has to do the job of selling the category to the consumers who aren't sure about it. So in a bull market, totally different proposition. The question is, where do I get my NFT from, rather than what the hell's an NFT? So absolutely right. It's a really good point.
We've been 4 years into it, and there's still people that don't know what crypto is. We've been 4 years into a bull market, and people still don't know what NFTs are. In fact, when they hear about crypto and NFTs, unfortunately, they hear about scheme and Ponzi still, because that's all that the news and media has brought out in the last 2-3 years, between companies going and guys getting arrested and people scamming and Bernie Madoff type people. And so it's a bad name for everybody. And that those particular shadows, they're behind everybody that's involved. And it's unfortunate.
Sure.
You know what I mean? That's what
I think the points you were making before, though. I think that, the points you were making before about Trump, but also, also the ETFs that we've seen, not just in the US, but in Hong Kong, all around the world. Now you've got, Bitcoin price, you've got the ETH price on tickers on NBC, on the TV news. It wasn't even a conversation. So I think where we're at today is, it's a pretty different place. But I think Mr. MC1's point about cost per acquisition in a bull versus a bear is absolutely right. It's right. When you're in an innovative new area, your marketing spend has to do the job of selling the category, the product, and your brand. Whereas when you're in a bull market, it's you've got a lot less to do.
Preach. So there's a little bit of talk about VeVe spending their money, because the David and Dan were fairly frugal for the first couple of years, which has made VeVe last over the bear market where others have failed. And now you seem to be dipping into that war chest. Can you go and explain a little bit? Hey, I have access to 25% of the war chest, 50% of the war chest, going on and saying like how much you've, not maybe how much you spent, but percentage-wise, how much you spend versus how much you're able to spend,
No.
or is that proprietary privilege?
No, I will not tell you that. No, I will not tell you that.
Well, great respect to you for telling me no. Great respect to you for that.
We actually look at it far more simplistically. We look at it from a what's the cost per acquisition of a customer, what's the lifetime value of a customer, what's the external opportunity, and kind of go from there. So it's not a there's this amount that you can spend, you have X%. Those are the metrics that we use.
Gotcha. So there is a people having patience of a saint. You don't have to obviously tell us any type of financial numbers or any type of numbers, but how long are you contracted to be the VeVe co-CEO for? Is it like, hey, you have 8 months to do your thing, you have 2 years to do your thing? Is there a contract clause in there? We're saying like if you do hit or don't hit there, that you could be there for X amount of time longer. Just trying to get a gauge of how long you.
It's a permanent contract. I've become a shareholder as well. I bought into the business, but frankly, I have a job as long as I'm performing. I mean, I think as a CEO, you have to be very clear. If you get to the point where you're not creating the value that you've been hired in to do, then you got a decision to make on both sides, right?
That'd be great. Pags, I'll let you go in 1 second. I just have to ask, in the last particulars of shareholding due to New Zealand offices.government.nz, you were not in there. Is there do we have a date on when we will get to see publicly when like how much you'll hold or how much
it's pretty small. It's pretty small. It'll be there under my family trust.
Okay,
because,
cool.
Under New Zealand law, if you register as a shareholder as an individual, your home address gets published, and I didn't think that would be a great idea. So it's in there just as a family trust. The shareholding was meaningful for my wife and I to invest in. Not enormous for the business, but I thought important coming in as CEO to make it very clear that I've got skin in the game, and my the business's success is my success, rather than just coming in to take a salary and whether it works, it doesn't, it doesn't. That's not the approach I've taken.
Okay, Pags, you can build up on this. We have OMI the Clown saying you had 2 million user accounts, active users at some point. You have 218,000 X followers. Why has in-app comms not been a priority, or at least lower on the priority list? Pags, you can build on this for 30 seconds before Ben responds.
It's a fantastic question. Maybe Ben, you might have a little more to share about that, because honestly, that's more internal.
So the answer, the honest answer is we've been very generalists in our approach to marketing communication since we launched, which is what all startups are, but they get to a certain point of scale where they need to start specializing. So we are bringing in right now. We've hired our first full-time comms and PR people because we've got as many of you know, we've got really strong community managers in the likes of My Collectibles and Eagle. But what we haven't had is more of a PR and comms and community management function that does things like identify each of our channels and agree what the role is going to be, and have a calendar of events and a calendar of communication, those sorts of things. So those are the kind of things that you see in bigger scale up companies, you don't see in startups. That's the reason why we haven't had it, but we are building it right now.
Ben, I have a question, direct question. Maybe you can help just for instance, and just like not putting you on the spot, just a roundabout like kind of answer. If just say, for instance, there was knowing the development team, knowing where VeVeVerse is and what stage it's in from an alpha standpoint, and getting it completely finished.
Yeah.
And let's just say we were to speculate going into a little bit more down the road with like VR headsets and like Meta and getting into something like that. What possible investment do you believe, from a standpoint of an actual funding, the actual investment, do you think it would take to actually have an application that can be uploaded or downloaded from a headset, interoperable throughout the other headsets and VR headsets? That would be the VeVeVerse, that you'd have actual gaming and gamification and actual IP and the animated and non-animated items that are in it, including comics, actually that's in the app, involved in the VeVeVerse, involved in that app. That would actually be, I mean, what are we looking at? 10 million, 50 million, 100 million? Or do you think it's a lot lower than that to get to that point?
It's a lot lower because when you're working off, if you're building it all from scratch, I mean, Meta investing, I think $20-25 billion a year in theirs, right? But the approach we've taken is we're using Cavernous, we're using existing platforms. So we could do that under a couple of million, and we could do that today. However, the uptake is not yet there for 3D headsets. It will be, it for sure will be, and it's coming. Look at the goggles that Meta have released. The hardware is getting cheaper at the moment. $3,000 for a set and a battery pack attached and all that kind of stuff means it's not yet a mass proposition. So you've got to have the building blocks in place, which is what we're doing now. To get it ready and compatible is not huge money, but we're not prioritizing it right now because at the moment.
So let's just say this just hypothetical. Me and say 4 friends, we all put $250,000 each. We have $1 million. And we put it in to focus on just one thing and nothing else. Yeah. And it was just building up some gamification application with only VeVe IP.
What do you mean gamification?
In other words, a gamification where you have application where you're involved in whether or not you're a third party, whether you're an NPC, however you want to, the developers want to create the actual characters that are in the game when you're playing. It's up to the developers to develop it. I'm not speculating on that. I'm just making a point that the actual IP that VeVe currently has, it's intertwined within that particular VeVeverse or that particular application. You can call it whatever you want. I just said VeVeverse. It could be whatever. My answer
to your question. So I understood your question as building a metaverse, building a metaverse that's compatible with VR headsets.
An application, though, like an app that would be purchasable, and like you would do now, a game online or whatever.
Yes, but if you're talking about NPCs and you're talking about creating another version of Fortnite, that's not a couple of $1 million. That's a totally different thing. So gamification as a concept, we already have gamification right now. We've got MCP, we've got bronze, we've got the different levels. That's gamification, right? Whether we're not a gaming company, so we're not going to create Fortnite. We're not going to create Roblox. That's not the business that we're in. So for us, VeVeverse it's one step up from the X Space, the Discord server, the showroom that I can have by myself, but it's bringing collectors together to talk about collecting. It's not
like gallery style,
a place for people to come together and geek out about the stuff they love and interact with it.
Right.
Groups of people. Yeah, but it's not a gaming platform.
So a gaming platform is more in the $20 million and $50 million, like I was talking about, something like that.
Oh, even more. I mean, look at Meta are spending $25 billion US a year, and who knows how. That's
a whole hardware. That's a whole hardware and software platform. I'm just talking about one little app that gets put on it, like an app.
Though. It's not little. It's not little. It's easy
one app. One
from the outside to go, look, how hard can it be? Just bloody build a thing. I'll give you some money. It's not that easy.
So 50 million?
I couldn't give you a number. I couldn't give you a number.
Okay, so I knew it was a lot more.
They're spending $25 billion per year, and they have nothing to show for it.
Of what gaming looks like. There's no answer because one person's simple mobile game is fast forward. You could have Weta Workshop in New Zealand has been building a Lord of the Rings 3D immersive experience, and they've been building it for 7 years. There's just such a wide spectrum.
Could I walk into such a VeVeverse as a character with a headset on and go into what would be like a maybe a showroom of someone else, like it says Randy showroom?
So that's what the VeVeverse itself. That's what that will be. But you wouldn't do it on a headset. You do it on a PC. You do it on a mobile. Do it on a tablet.
Okay.
So, but to make something like that compatible with headsets, that's the bit I'm saying to you. That's $1 million. That's $2 million.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
But the reason we're not doing that, the reason I know the number is because I've asked, right? But the reason we're not doing it is because at the moment the focus, as you rightly said, is on growing user numbers. So we've got to go where people are. And right now, they're not wearing Apple Vision Pros. They're not wearing Meta goggles. They absolutely will be in the future. But today they're not. Today it's 2/3 of our users are coming to us via their mobile phone.
Totally respect it, man. Listen, trust me, Ben, going back to September of 21, I had a great podcast with Randy. I had an expectation about things that were apparently supposed to come within 6 to 8 months from that time period. And it's been over 3 years now. It's very disappointing. It was a reason why I got out ultimately. And there was other couple reasons, but ultimately, like I said, I still am attached at the hip, even though it's not
guys, if you're going to bring up
so much financially.
There's a couple. I heard you say that you were in this for the long term, and then 18 months later you sold. So if you're going to bring up the past, I have to bring that up as well, just to be completely fair.
I had obviously I had a good friend. His name is God's Entry, and he had come in from a standpoint of showing me different values of just different trading cycles, and I was looking at things that I'm saying he was trying to share with me that this particular, not just the market, this particular coin had no bottom, and he said it couldn't fall out, and it was 003 at the time, and he said you have a significant amount of money that was invested.
I'll say two things.
You might want to think twice about it, and I really considered it, and that's the reason why I got out of the OMI stock.
I'm gonna protect you here before you go any further. I'll say two things. God's Entry said the ancient support level is 0004, and then the other thing I'll say is that he had said a couple of things that you don't want released publicly. So we'll stop that there. There is a couple of other things that we kind of wanted to go over as well.
Can I just make a point, Randy? I think Mr. Pag's timeframes and investment timeframes are his. I think everyone has to make their own choices, right? So, and everyone has different definitions of short term, long term. Everyone gets into different projects for different reasons. You know what I mean? So I fully respect what Mr. Pags is saying, because that's the fantastic thing about a free market, right?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, because there's two sides of this coin, it's not just like VeVe or just OMI. There's two sides here. So my investment from a standpoint of collecting was still valid, and I still had a lot of my collectibles at that point. But from the actual investment side, I got out, because if he's telling me there's a chance that I can lose 90+% of my value, I'm going to take a guy that's been doing it, that has 9 figures in his bank account, that has actual money, that has things that are actually coming. And he proved to me, when I met with him, and he showed me, and I followed him, and I listened, and he was correct. It actually dropped more than 90%. It was actually close to 98%.
So did the rest of the world.
He saved me a lot of time and money. But on the VeVe side, I had opportunities because there was people entering the markets that wanted to purchase what I had. So I was able to capitalize on that side of the fence too.
That's the only reason. The reality of all decisions that we all make, whether they're financial or otherwise, are we all make them for different reasons. And you've made one there because someone who you respect has given you a view. Others make them for different reasons. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think there's any right or wrong. But I think the reason I hopped on this to have a chat with you was because it felt like you were being quite dogmatic and saying, no, this is right and this is wrong. And I think it's important to recognize that there are two sides to every decision, and there are two sides to every view. So it's worth talking through.
Very true. Very true.
So there's something also here, like Pags, if there was the large amount of people that had thought the way that you thought, the pictures of the CEOs today, CEO, COO, and Eagle Eyes, who I'm not 100% sure what his thing is, they wouldn't have sold $55,000 worth of collectibles in 7 minutes, and it would have been 1 minute if everyone was allowed to buy it at once. They wouldn't have sold if there was no confidence in the company. It wouldn't be like, there's more confidence in the VeVe company right now than there is in the French government, where the French government had that vote of no confidence. And now you have people that are voting, like saying, like, yes, I believe in Harvey Dent. I believe
a true statement currently, but sounds good.
How many editions?
It depends. There was, for the ultra rare, there was 888, and for the secret rare, there were 88.
Right. That's the reason. That's the reason why, Randy. When you're talking anything on VeVe that's sub 200 or 100.
But wait, take a look at that statement. When you said
guys, can I just jump in to both of you? So I don't know if either of you have seen the movie Fiddler on the Roof. There's a moment when Teddy comes into the house and he says, "You're right," and someone else says something to him and he says, "You're also right." I think you're both right. Okay. Yeah. So there is confidence in the company. There is a passionate community who are engaging and love it. That's correct. That doesn't mean that we don't need more users. It doesn't mean we don't even want to grow our user base, because absolutely, if we grow our user base, that'll be fantastic for both.
Right. You could get back up to additions. You can get back up to additions at 50 grand and selling out in a split second.
Yeah, but
that's what we want.
You're both right, but the fact that you're each right doesn't mean the other one's wrong.
That's fair, but
and the election's over.
This would not have happened on any other platform. You could do this on Disney Pinnacle. You could do this on Hero. You could do crypto. It doesn't matter. Any other failed platform, this would not have happened. You would have not have sold $55,000 of, because it's not a JPEG. It's a high-end 3D digital collectible. You said like, yeah, anything with this amount that would sell on VeVe. This would not have sold out on any other platform.
This conversation isn't VeVe is not the top of the king of this market. That's a guarantee that's the case. It's not about where VeVe is and what VeVe produces. It's about getting customers here to actually continue to grow the company into a bigger standpoint.
Am I married with children in 1989? Because you can't have one without the other. You can't go and say like, oh, this isn't a thing without.
Like I said, it's not. I made a good point. It's not about the what's, bro. It's about the whens. If it takes you 20 years to do it, that's too long. That's what I'm trying to say. It ain't what you have. It's how long you can bring it to market. This is a timeline here. We're not like saying VeVe isn't the best. That's not a question.
If there was no other licenses other than Marvel, they would still have 10 years worth of stuff. That's not including.
Listen, Candy Digital's doing a great job, and they're selling out as well.
I just want to say one last thing. You talk about time frames.
Yeah,
David and Dan and their team in 4 years have built a business in an industry that didn't exist. They got over 200 of the world's most recognizable brands. They're selling out drops.
It's amazing.
So that's time frames. I agree with you. We got to grow it. That's what we're here to do. But you mentioned married with children. I am, and I'm getting the eye because it's dinner time here in New Zealand. So lovely to meet you. Jump on. Hopefully, I'll see you in New York at some point. See you soon.
Take care, Ben. Nice meeting you, man.
I love you, Ben. Thank you so much.
Great conversation.
Thank you for coming on. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. Anyway, so yeah, you can't say like, hey, you can't have one without the other. There's the only things that VeVe could do, they could only do because they're VeVe. Any other company would have failed in any other type of any type of life trajectory they would try to go. The only way you could do it with VeVe is because of their community, is because of the people that they have under them. But
those other particular what I would call brand X companies that you mentioned, I don't know any of those companies that had individual people put in $1 million by themselves. They put in maybe 10 grand, 5 grand, 8 grand, 6 grand. Me, myself, 7 figures. God's entry himself over 500, over $500,000. Squibs over a couple million. I mean, you got Profit, you got Rolex, you got yourself. Dude, we were $1 million investment people into this community. That just about 5 or 10 of us steamrolls the collective complete effort of all those companies, probably collectively. So you can't, obviously they're not going to make it because we're just a little handbag of people that put a lot of money in. Of course,
exactly. And Pags, you said you were here for the long term, and you said there's a timeline, and you've already sold everything within 18 months.
How long is long term defined? That's the question. For you, it might be different. For you, it's different.
Long-term investments, it's like 10 years.
No, that's for you. That's your definition. That's not my definition.
No, that's anyone coming from stocks, and you can't say that you come into this in 2021 when crypto was just a baby and say, "Oh, I'm in for long-term," and then sell in 18 months, and then you can't talk about timelines when you already sold everything within a year and a half.
But you have to realize too, I was coming from expectation of that there was VeVe. In fact, you yourself, we agreed on. You yourself even agreed with me that VeVeverse was supposed to be coming out 6 months into 2021.
It was supposed to be, but you're a real estate investor.
I feel like I'm lying. I feel like I'm being lied to. I feel like I'm being lied to.
Real estate takes 18 years to go from top to the top, and you couldn't last even half of the amount of time that crypto was in. Not when
I'm in real estate. I control my own destiny. In this particular thing, when I'm being lied to, I feel like someone's pulling the rug, bro, and I'm going to get out. And I luckily,
what real estate do you invest in where you say, okay, it's been 18 months, my investment's not up, I'm going to pull out right now?
All day long. We do it all day. We do it less than that.
No, there's not.
Sometimes we do 6 months to a year. Yeah, bro. Sometimes
that
doesn't
silly.
happen.
Dude, that's silly.
This is the market, bro. Yeah, everybody's got a different threshold. As Ben said, your definition of long term isn't my definition. And there's no book of long term. In fact, you say 10 years. You said 10 years. Guess what? But what's his name? Warren Buffett, his long term is 40 years. See how we're all on a different scale. He's not going to look at you saying, "Oh, 10 years is long term." What are you, crazy, bro? You know that. Everybody's got a different timeline. Like
I agree, but you being in real estate, where the top of the timeline to the top of the timeline is like 18 years.
They don't run like that. They're
18 months is ridiculous.
They're different cyclical periods. They don't run like the way that you're talking top of tops.
Agree. Top of the market in crypto is 4 years, and you know that. You're smart. You're intelligent, and you can't last 18 months. You can't last half that time.
Crypto was 4 years. It's not like that no more. It ain't like that no more.
All right. Well, when was the top of Bitcoin? Tell me when the top of Bitcoin was. I tell you, I can pull it up right now.
Right now.
and no, top of Bitcoin was end of 2021.
Yeah, right now though, it came back up, right? I know, but you think that another 4 years is going to be at the top of that again?
Every 2025.
Maybe exactly. Every year could be a top, so it might not be 4 years now. That's what I'm saying.
You can't go and say like, okay, here's the historical data, but now because what I'm saying, now is the top, even though it's only 3 years as opposed to 4. You can't say that. That's silly. There's no proof of that.
Listen, I agree, bro. I just know that when I feel that I'm being misled, I pull out, and I don't really care. I could care less. I don't care long term, short term. I don't care if I fucking sign a contract or someone's friggin' making claims, and I'm saying that I believe, and they turn around and it's not the case. I'm leaving. I'm not losing money. You held. You lost 90%. You lost 90% of your value. I didn't lose 90% of my value. You lost 90%
sold and you locked in those losses.
I didn't lose 90% of my value.
But you still locked in losses. You bought it at Z and you sold on Z.
But my numbers were satisfied by where I was at that moment, and I was okay with that. You know what I mean? There's a difference.
Yeah, but you said like I don't really care, and then you sold when you lost. So I understand that if you say like, hey, I'm going to lock in these losses to put in somewhere else.
I was very we got to realize, like I said, VeVe is a two-handed arm here. We have obviously the OMI side and we have the VeVe side. And on the VeVe side, I did very well with the comics and the collectibles, so it really didn't make too much of a difference. I mean, when I only sold 10 items, made about $250,000 from just those 10 items. I still had almost 1,000 still in my thing. So what I gained or lost, it's all together. It's like this is all VeVe and OMI. It's all one package. So what I lose and gain, it doesn't really make too much of a difference overall. As long as I'm making money, that's what really matters. That for me is what matters. I like to make money. Some people like to hold bags and they drink Kool-Aid. People like to drink Kool-Aid and they're okay with losing. I'm not like that. We're different people. It's okay. You're okay. It's okay.
Yeah. Yes. You may have made some money over on the VeVe NFTs and lost on Ecomi. But when you say I don't really care, you've already lost, especially when you've locked in those losses on Ecomi. Now, maybe at the end of the day, your VeVe gains outweigh the losses on your OMI, on the locked in OMI losses. But you have to recognize that you did go and sell, maybe not at the bottom, but at a point where it was you locked in those losses.
When I sold my OMI, I was already in profit, bro. At 003, I was already in profit. I was getting stuff at 0004, 0003 back almost how long ago? Before that, a year, 2 years before that, in early 2021.
So
in 2021, early 2021.
When did you buy in?
January, February timeline.
When did you buy in?
January, February.
All right. So if we go over to the OMI at that time, we'll go to max. January, February 2021.
No. When I sold January 20, when I first sold, when I came into the market, I sold in 2020. I sold in January, February 2022.
Okay, so 2022. Okay, so January you were at 005. In February, you could potentially be at 00. I guess 004 all the way up to 0069.
Yeah, I got out. It was 003 and that little time period. I got in that range.
Okay,
it wasn't. Listen, for me, it doesn't matter. Like this isn't about who gains and who loses. This is just about someone that didn't feel confident enough with the communities, or at least I don't say the community, not the community, really the who was running the show and the people that were behind it, developers. I mean, I remember what's his name? What was his name that left? Remember him? He was in some of the Twitter space. Trevor. Remember Trevor?
Well, he didn't really leave as much as he was excommunicated because of the horrendous shit that he pulled, both in VeVe and then both in McFarlane.
Yeah, he was nice enough to come in spaces though and describe a lot of the experiences that he was going through and things that were happening, obviously within means. And you know, it just didn't seem positive. You know what I mean? It's like, what? How did you feel when you were? Was there pump and fist pumps and everything? Like that's how I look at a company. If I'm not in there and to know, I'm going to take that at face value. I want to know if everybody's like really pumped and really didn't seem like.
Wait. You said if you're not in the in, you're going to take an ex-employee's their dialogue as face value, even though they could have been someone that is salty. Because
everybody that I listened to, they didn't fail me. That's why I believed them, and it worked. What are you saying? I don't do that, but it worked. So yeah,
I guess you can do a couple of wrong things in math and still come out with the right solution, but it doesn't mean that you made the wrong effort in following the wrong person.
Listen, I wasn't 100% in one thing. These are just little tidbits. It's a collective decision that gets made based on all those particular facts. And for me, that's what made me do what I did. I still have 88 million OMI still locked in Biforex. I'm technically still an OMI holder. If you want to get technical.
Okay, so you've
Peanut too. She's got what do you have, about 5 million? She's got about 5 million still stuck on there. We're having a problem with the authenticator.
Did you guys KYC?
We sent all our stuff in, and they said we'll get back to you. And then we did they were trying to give us open up the 2-factor authentication, and we went through it a couple of times, and we get failed. It's okay.
How many weeks has it been since you tried the KYC?
Oh, I don't. This is going back months ago. This was months ago, Randy. This is before the New York thing.
Okay, so the KYC, as long as you guys did the ID and then the picture with the ID, and then it. So I had gone through this with a couple of people, and they said that it took several weeks, but it went through. But your guys never went through, right?
My brother-in-law is a good friend too. He has about I think he's got about 8 or 10 million.
Yeah.
He's having an issue too. It's been a while for him too.
Okay, so for the KYC,
he didn't do the KYC though. He wasn't questioned on that. I don't think he had 2-factor authentication enabled. I don't know if that makes a difference, but he just had login issues, and they're just not clearing them. And
yeah, for the KYC,
we're gonna get to it. There's no rush. We're gonna get to it. It's not a big deal.
Okay, yeah. They told you that you would. So again, hopefully you get that back after OMI's run quite a bit, and then you get a little bit of capital.
That's what I said. I said the same thing. I said the same thing to my wife. I said, watch. By the time I get it out, it'll be a penny or something stupid. It'll be ridiculous. I'm over here naysaying it all these years, and it was because they got caught up. Because honestly, it would have been sold already, bro. I would have been at a loss right now because I would have probably sold it at maybe less than it is right now, most likely.
Yeah. Okay,
definitely.
so I guess that's a good thing, and again, that's why I like to bring up that I think it was it E-Trade? I think it was E-Trade where they did a study years ago where the amount of customers that had the greatest gains were not the hedge funds. They were not the people that went in and were the stockbrokers. They were people that had died. The greatest amount of gains were people that had died because they didn't get cute. They didn't try to trade.
They didn't get to pull. They get a chance to pull out.
Yeah, they had their stuff and they held. And then those
is E-Trade even still in existence? I don't know.
I'm sure it is. I haven't used it in 5 years or no 4 years. I'm sure it is, but I have no proof of that. That's just my feeling. They might not be. But speaking of stuff from years ago, you said that you've had a lot of success. I forget which businesses, whether it's real estate, whether it's pizzerias, but you've had a lot of success doing Times Square ads and doing other ads locally on buses. Do you think that's something that is viable for a billion-dollar company?
That's a fantastic question. I really don't know. That's why I asked the question when he said there was 180 countries. I want to know. So 178 countries are 50%, and 2 countries are 50%. So if you just focus on just at least 50%, you only got to deal with 2 countries, and you focus a lot of the advertisement and marketing and just in those 2 countries, not negating any kind of opportunities or pulling away from or just neglecting anything. I'm not saying that for the other 178 countries. I'm just saying for 50% of the pie, where you only have 2 countries to focus on, there's a lot of volume there. And for me, I think that there would be a great I don't know, maybe a good push to try to do something like. Listen, I'm not in that business. I don't know, and they already have their ducks are lined up already, Randy. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to listen to me or do whatever. They're going to do what they want to do. But I know where when you have, I do have a lot of experience in advertising when it comes to on the local level, whether it's city or county. And when you're trying to expand your business, when you're looking at demographics and you want to expand, you're going to go in the area, obviously the areas where you don't have customers. You're going to go in the areas where you don't have customers, try to gain customers. But if you have 50% already of your total base that's in 2 countries, focus on those particular countries, because at least they can network. You have 50% of your total revenue coming from that. That's you can network enough in those volume plays to where hopefully it builds up to where maybe 75% now comes from those 2 countries, and then you build from there and outbuild. I mean, it's a tough this business, bro. Look, I'm not in that business. You know what I mean? There's a lot of maybe things that I'm completely wrong about. I'm just generalizing, commonalities between, business and business, and just trying to do what I would feel trying to get new customers.
I feel you. So you have been present at certain, whether it's VeVe events or whether it's Sanjay events for the Gold and Silver Logo Group. We were just at Vegas in a while. When are you going to come to some of the other stuff that's maybe non-VeVe official sponsored, but can you come to Arizona?
To tell you the truth, that's a really like a hit or miss thing. That's based on proximity or where I am at that moment. I've obviously been a little more tied into real estate in the last 2 years, pretty stronger now than I was 2 years prior. I have a lot more time now, but when I'm going to different places in different cities and different, if I'm in an area, like if I go to Vegas and something, I try to get to the San Diego Decon. I've never been to California ever in my life.
Wait, really?
Never been to California ever. Been
dude, it's
Vegas,
so much fun.
Yeah, been to Vegas 1,000 times. It's on a bucket list. It's gonna go. My wife are gonna go. We're probably gonna buy one of the those the big camper trucks. You know what I'm saying? The motorhomes.
Yeah.
RVs, and we're gonna do a cross country. Probably go to Cabo, cross over. Come back out. And do that. What we need to do is just bucket list stuff. But where are you at? Where are you in? Are you moved?
Yeah, I'm in Ohio right now.
Okay.
I'll be either in Puerto Rico or Arizona, Washington, South Carolina, or New York. One of those places next year. I'll keep you posted. I'm not sure. So I unfortunately will never be in Jersey again because I hated that horrendous time in the military. But I have no problem being somewhere close to New York City, Long Island, or anywhere near there. And Pennsylvania as well. Maybe not Philly, but I was in Pittsburgh for Thanksgiving. By the way, what did you do for Thanksgiving? How did you go and get that bread for Thanksgiving? What did y'all get up to?
What I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Oh yeah, for Thanksgiving. What did y'all do?
We have my house right here. We do most of the holidays here. It's my house has more room, and we have a lot of. It's like the entertaining spot. Obviously when I had my pool, everybody used to come over. Now it's my kids are a little older now and everything, but it's still cool. We're gonna do Christmas here, and we do usually New Year's and stuff. We like to stay home. Well, I like to. People come to my house. I like to entertain. It's okay. I like to go out.
I still haven't gone yet.
What is if I want to drink and going out, you don't got to worry about how we getting home. We worry about who's driving, and all that.
You had me. I remember that one text where I was like, I don't know, the Uber will be like $250, and it was like, bro, you're a fucking millionaire. Like fucking pay the $250 Uber. I was like, oh shit, you're right. My bad.
You remember that.
So question, you have like 80-ish million OMI over in Bit4X.
Yeah.
And you've seen the moves that OMI's done the past couple of days. How much does it have to move for it to take you to be like, okay, I see the trajectory and it's going. I'm going to go buy in now. Where does it have to be for you to go buy back in?
The truth is, man, is that I have other crypto. I have other investments in crypto that I'm focusing
That'll
on.
be greater than 100x that OMI will do?
Well, 100x. I mean, that would be fantastic. But I think that we're a few legs away from getting anything when we can talk about XX, because we really need to be on exchanges that have the capability of being able to to deal that liquidity. And we really got to get into that, man, because the liquidity is everything. And I don't think I go back to Biforex. If we had Biforex right now, or Gate.io, or things like that, where we had before, things were a little more liquid, and we can kind of do some seamless stuff with it and get in and out. Not that you can't get in, you can't buy it or nothing at all if you want it. It's just that for trades and for swaps and for there's limitations. And
it's very hard for Americans. They're like, you can have OKX, you have OMI, but those are not readily available to Americans. So I understand that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure maybe Binance, possibly Coinbase, possibly maybe KuCoin. I mean, we're gonna get there. I mean, I know it. I have faith that I'm sure it'll finally get there. And then at that point, then we'll make those decisions. But for now, for me, it's just I mean, it's like a whatever. And I don't really stress about it. It's not really something that's on my to-do list, and I really care too much about. I mean, don't get me wrong. If things just happen, we got into a Binance, and then we get into a coin, and these exchanges started to pop up, and the liquidity came up, and VeVe's now a little more back into the face of what I would consider larger communities and out external, and I start seeing stuff online. That's different,
Yeah, I feel
what happened? Wait, hold on a second. What happened?
I like Pies. I'm glad he's here, but people rarely challenge his bullshit.
Where? I'm not even paying attention to these people. Who's talking shit? Crypto, bro. I don't know. My wife's reading the comment. I don't even pay attention to these people. Listen, you got a question you want to ask me, Crypto, bro? You come on.
I haven't seen. I'm like 20 minutes behind on comments, so I haven't seen.
Yeah. I don't even pay attention. I pay attention to people who care, and people who want to just make comments. It's like, give me a break.
So there is something that I do want to ask, and be advised, there's 1,700 people here. We have had politicians like Nancy Mace, who's the not senator, congresswoman out of South Carolina's 99th district, that has questioned Congress and saying like, hey, what is happening with these unmanned aerial phenomena? Have you found the pilots? And they said yes. And it's like, okay, what are they? And they've confirmed that they are non-human biologicals.
Yeah.
Watt Mammoth has said, before we end, I need to hear Pag's thoughts on the UFOs and the biological entities that pilot these things. What are your thoughts on them? Because I never get to ask these types of questions to anyone else. So
yeah, I mean, I obviously have been in the belief of this stuff for over almost 3 decades. I've always had at least. I mean, I'm 51. I remember before I was even a teenager, so I was over 30 years. I know it's 100%. It's 100% that. Not getting off topic, but I had always had a belief that I have the segment of belief that the Earth is not a sphere, and that we've been lied to. And I'm not. I never said it was flat. I just said that we're not living on a sphere. That's all I'm saying.
I have this. I want your opinion on this, because I've now come to the conclusion that I do believe that humans have gone to the moon, but I will also acknowledge that I think that the footage that is supposedly from the moon is not from the moon, and it's 100%. Footage that is doctored. So can you tell me a little bit on that? And
well, I know that there was questions that NASA couldn't answer, and when you can't answer something, that's the answer by not answering it. And it's a real simple question. How did the camera get based for the module to record the module before it landed? And there was a lot of questions based on shadowing. How can you have light on this side if the sun and the reflection is coming from this side? There were shadows that were conflicting shadows. We could get into this. So we could talk till we're blue in the face. I'm just making a point from the facts of that we see, because we're only privy to what we see. It doesn't add up, and I'm okay with none of that. That's not even about that. I'm just talking about what the lie of why we can't be on a sphere, why we're not on a sphere. Not to say that we're flat, just to say why we're not on a sphere. And the reality is that if I'm going from, say, New Zealand, if I'm flying from New Zealand and I'm a plane and I'm flying VeVe, if I'm in a plane, I'm going from New Zealand where Ben was just at.
Yeah.
And I want to go to Argentina, or I want to go to Brazil. If I'm a plane and you're on a sphere, I'm just going to cross over the Pacific and go straight to South America, point A to point B, right?
Yeah.
And if there's going to be enough fuel to make that trip, because it's a nonstop trip.
Yeah.
Right. But if you go on an airline right now, you can't get a nonstop trip from New Zealand to Argentina. It has
I
to
don't think
stop.
I've ever seen one. Yeah.
And the reason why you can't is because it's not that's not the shortest point between two lines between New Zealand and Argentina, because it's not a sphere. You have to go through Los Angeles. You have to go through. You have to come. It's the straight line on. If you look from a flat map, the actual old United Nations map. If you look on an old world map, it goes through. It stops. It has stops, and it doesn't have stops for any other reason. In fact, that it has to make gas stops. It needs more. It needs more fuel. That's the only reason why. And because from A to B, it's a lot longer than it is on a round. If it was on a globe, it would go from A to B, and it would make it. So that's the point. We're not on. I mean, even this point. My wife flew from JFK to Italy. If I'm on a globe, you're on a globe, right, Randy?
Yeah.
You're in New York. You're in JFK. And you know where we are in longitude and latitude lines, right? Okay, so if you go from New York and you go to Italy, and you take which if it's round, you would take a tape measure, right? And you would go right from New York to Italy, right? You could picture a globe, right?
Yes. However, because of the supposed rotation of the globe, if you go north, you could actually fly a shorter distance because of the rotation of the globe. So I could see two ways of going there.
No, but what it's not about the rotation of the Earth. It's about there would be if you're going to go from A to B, if you're going from east to west, the Earth is traveling the opposite direction. It's not going east. It's turning west. It's going in the west direction. You're going east. You're going in that direction. You're going into the Atlantic. So you would go right.
If you were up in here and you were not moving, the world would turn and you would wind up in Europe.
I'm not going to even get into that. It's a whole nother argument. But just say that you were just traveling east and you were going to go from New York directly to Italy. Yeah. There would be no reason, if you took a globe, there'd be no reason why you would have to touch France. And 100% of the reason that you would go over Portugal and over Spain to get to Italy and over Sicily to get to Rome, right?
Yeah, you would go over Europe.
But their path, when I tracked them, they went up over Nova Scotia, over Oak Island, and they came down from the north section of France to the southern part of France, into the northern part of Italy, into Rome. Never went over Portugal or Spain. So I'm looking on the globe and I'm like, why would they go all the way up and all the way around and go this way? Now I put a flat map on my table and I drew a straight line from New York to Italy. Wouldn't you believe the shortest distance just happened to be the exact distance that they traveled from A to B? And the longer distance would have been, why would they go all the way around if that was the case? Because it's not round.
I need to visit, and then
these are facts.
I was
tracking them on my app.
We need to get like a pencil and a shoelace, and we need to turn it. We need to like do this
it's super simple, bro. You get a globe and get a flat map, a normal map, a map prior to 1958. When NASA was created in 1958.
Wait, why 1958? Oh, because when NASA was created?
Yeah. Werner von Braun, it was the director. He brought all the friggin' German scientists over to friggin' from Germany to America. They set it all up, bro.
I have another thing to ask you before you go. I feel bad I'm taking you from your family, but NASA's now like all about space, but NASA was originally formed to explore the oceans, and then X amount of years after they were founded, they stopped. Do you believe that because you see a lot of unmanned aerial phenomena or UAPs or UFOs, and they go from the surface to under the water?
They're USOs, bro. There's been sightings in California and San Diego, USOs for over 20 years. A kid I went to college with came from San Diego, said he was surfing one day. He came up he was getting some juice from one of the vendors, and he swore there was this thing that was about the size of like 2 school buses in length. It came out of the water, it went up in the air. It lost sight of it. And then within like minutes later, people started seeing it, and it came and diverged back down into the water, and just it cut the water like a professional diver that comes off and does no splash. Are you kidding me? At like speeds you wouldn't believe. They're called USOs, underwater submersible objects.
Okay, so
unidentified submersible objects. Yeah, bro.
All right,
definitely.
So there's another. So I obviously agree that there's got to be a reason why NASA went from the ocean, and they're saying, no, you can't search the ocean anymore. You have to search space. I think that might be one of the reasons.
Randy, the real reason is that we are not permitted to go to if me and you right now jump in a plane and we charter a plane, I don't care. We could get a Boeing bus, whatever. I don't care if we spend $100 grand and we charter a plane, just me and you, and we tell the pilot, just continue to fly south. Don't go east. Don't go west. To go south. Just go south and don't stop. Eventually, in that direction, he's going to hit the ice wall. And you know what's going to happen? He's going to get they're going to say you are out of your range. You're out of space. Then what that is, you're going beyond the level of what they're allowed to fly. You're not allowed to go there. There is no Antarctica, bro.
Yes, there is, but I'll confirm. You'll be happy with what I say to a point. There is Antarctica, and there are areas that you can go, and then there are areas that are lined with security forces that say you cannot go past this point. And officially, the term is like, hey, this happened in like the 80s or 90s. People could explore, and there was a whiteout, and they died. But unofficially, there might be a thing like, why are they not letting us go past this? Maybe that's a story. Maybe that's like, maybe some people found something they weren't supposed to.
There's pyramids. There are photos of pyramids that are over there that are huge, bro. Huge. Some bigger than the Great Pyramid. Some the size of the Great Pyramid, almost for exactly the same 2 kilometers on each side. You know what that is? 2,000 meters by 2,000 meters all the way around, bro. And there's photos of it. I mean, these aren't like fake photos. They ain't like a conspiracy guy trying to make it up. You know what I'm saying? And you know, the general that was General, what's his name? That was in the thing. He wound up dying.
Colonel Byrd?
Yeah, Byrd. General Byrd. He was on many. In fact, you can go on YouTube and listen to some of his claims. He was saying what there was. He said there was land out there, non-ice, perfectly like tropical with like live plantation, like vegetation. Come on, where's that? It's not Antarctica. That's beyond the ice wall. It's beyond levels of where he went beyond because it wasn't back then. It was none of that. That was pre-53, 58.
Have you ever heard of the aquatic ape theory? The aquatic ape theory is when back in the day there were like hundreds of thousands or even like millions of years ago.
Oh, you mean like evolutionary stuff?
Yeah. There was like people that said like, hey, or beings that said, we're going to stay near the water because we can go in and we can hunt for mollusks and fish and, you know, like clams, like whatever, and mussels. And we can eat based on that. And we don't need to be in the trees. We don't need to be, you know, bipedal. We could be in the water. And that's why supposedly that there is, if you look at like chimps' fingers, they don't have this webbing where we have this webbing and chimps don't. And why we have like a collapsible rib cage, we can hold our breath longer than most other mammals. Like, and the theory is that some of us have descended from those aquatic apes, and there are supposedly beings that that Henry Hudson had found, that Christopher Columbus had found. Like back in the day, before like the 1600s, there was no such thing as like sex dolls. That had originated in the 1600s. And people the randy sailors that got, you know, horny on these voyages, they would boink manatees because the genitalia is very similar. And then when other sailors would look at these beings that would be like half man and like half fish, whatever, they'd be like, oh, that's just the offspring of manatees and sailors. Now, granted, we right now know in 2024 that humans and manatees, their DNA will not splice, so they will not produce any offspring. So what are these beings that people are seeing over the last several hundred years? That aquatic ape theory, where maybe the beings that stayed there in the water, they had stayed there and essentially we're finding mermaids. Do you think that those people, like those mermaids, are those aliens, or are those aliens from a different planet? What do you think of that?
No, I think the 100% there are mermaids. I mean, in fact, there's actually a video of a team that went down into some depths, and not as far as the Marianas Trench. Yeah, no, it wasn't that far down, but they went down deep, and the being actually came up to the window and put its hand in like and swam away. And they actually have like a segment of the body of the actual fish. It had the head. You seen the head had the crest coming up on like right in the middle of the head, and the body was just all uniform, and it had like somewhat of a tail and moving, and it had like, but its hand was webbed, and it had like a glow to it. So this is definitely some kind of an alien style species, something we're not used to, but some sort of a hybrid of some kind of a humanoid type form, because it had a head, and ultimately it had a crest, and had like, shape of that. And I don't know necessarily nostrils, but it exists. I mean, no matter how you look at it, we can get into philosophical sessions, but I mean, it's just that I always just say, if there's a reason for holding us back, there's a reason. Then your answer is there. So really, like, even with the firmament and all that, there's a reasons for all that stuff. We already got that on VeVe Mermaids.
That's we got Ariel. The mermaid,
yeah.
My Little Mermaid. Yeah.
So I mean, other than that, I mean, it just but now we have this new guy that's coming in now. We apparently we're going to have some information declassified that he looked at. I think it even involves some JFK stuff, some 9/11 stuff.
Yeah. Dude, I am so freaking pumped.
If he makes it, I don't know. People are dropping, CEOs are dropping like flies and shit, walking around with unknown people just getting clipped in the street, and people just flying. We have all cameras everywhere else. No one can find this guy's on a bike.
That is fucking wild. We're like, okay, you people have like the greatest CCTV cameras in the world, and you can't find this guy with a backpack. You can't tell where he went. There's something's wrong about that. Like, did they kill him? Did they hire this guy? And they said,
he was just supposed to testify, Randy. He was testifying like in a week or under a week from him getting shot. Yeah. He was testifying on some shit.
Yeah,
come on, man. People ain't. Come on.
Oh, the head of the FBI now said the 7-page 9/11 report will come up day one until the JFK report. Dude, day one, I'm going to go live for like 24 hours for that. That is going to be a field day of stuff.
And I actually seen him say something about the 9/11 report that's so compelling, it's actually going to shock people, and people aren't even going to think that you're not going to imagine what he has to report. Like it's going to be such a surprise, and people are not even ready for it.
Oh, that's why they're supposed to testify against Pelosi.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think under 7 days from him when he just got shot. 7 days after that, under 7 days, or maybe 2 days before that, he was supposed to testify. I'm telling you, bro, this is real deal. This is real stuff. That's what I'm saying. It's like we charter a plane. They ain't letting us go past that. I don't even know what the hell that number is. The latitude line, 60 degree, I think it is. 60 degree to 60
I don't even know which one it is. We were not taught that in the military.
Can't go past it, bro. Can't go past it, or they'll shoot you down. Why? Why are they going to shoot us down? Can't we fly around? What the hell?
They don't want us to know, man. They don't want us to. So I talked about this with someone earlier today. So I can't say what it is, but they are into this type of technology that would completely disrupt the world. And I said, bro, like, do you remember what happened with that guy in the 90s that made an engine that ran on water?
He'll still do it now. They do it now.
Wait, what engines run on water now? There's no. They clipped
that guy because of the he was for patents. This was a different thing. There's people that
unalive him.
Yep, there's people that are doing it. There are people that are doing it now. Look it up.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm very skeptical of these new technologies that people say like, oh, this is going to change the world. Like, is the government going to let them? Is the government going to let them change the world because they clearly have unalived people in the past?
If it's going to put the earth blood away, the oil aside, they can't make the money, bro.
It's hard. It's wild. All right, there's 1,800 people here. What do you want to say before we bounce?
It's insane.
Okay, Dashi.
I can't believe Dashi made it on the plane, bro. Did you pack him up good? How'd you do?
That was it. All right, so I don't know if you know this, but to go to, I had 2 tickets because I had to buy an extra ticket for Dashi. But they only put me on 2 tickets, and I guess they thought I was fat, and that's why I had 2 tickets. I was like, no, I have 2 tickets, one for me and one for Dashi. They're like, well, you have to get a separate ticket because you're on both tickets, but there's this thing that you're putting. I was like, what? Are you kidding me? I have to get a separate ticket for my dog? I'm like, yeah. So I had to grab the 50-pound thing. I had to waddle over to the place that I need a separate ticket for this dog. They finally give one to me. I go through security, and well, I go through where they let me go to TSA.
Wait, you
I
brought
have
the
to-
dog. You brought the dog on the plane in a seat at that statue?
Yes, because UPS, USPS, FedEx, they were all charging like $80 a pound for insurance. And I was like, bro, this thing that weighs like 60 pounds. Like, I'm not gonna pay that. And they were just like,
What?
okay. So I talked to American
A
Airlines.
statue.
Yeah. Yeah, because it weighs like 50 something pounds. They were just like, you can have to weigh like 80 something dollars a pound, which is fine if you have like a 12-ounce Pokemon card, but it's not if you have that. So I go in and I call American Airlines, and I was like, hey, I have this dog statue. And we went through like 45 minutes ago going through the regulations. And finally they said, if you can fit the seatbelt around this dog statue so that if the plane goes down, it doesn't become a projectile and just like unalive somebody in the back, you can take them. I was like, okay, cool. So when I get to TSA, they're just like, okay, we have to make sure, I don't know if it was like racist, but like, you're brown, you don't look right. We have to make sure there's no drugs in this dog. You have to put them up on the table. They were ready to drill in Dashy. Thankfully, there's a hole in Dashy where they can put a snake up, almost like they're getting colonoscopy, and they can see that there's no drugs in there. But
A dogonoscopy. What?
yeah, they were legit. Were about to drill into Dashy to put a snake up there for a colonoscopy, and like, oh, it already has a hole. Okay, and then they put it up, and I was like, bro. And then eventually, I was like, okay, you're done. Let me grab it. Like, no. Legally, we have to put Dashy down, this dog down, and then you have to claim to make sure that there's no the eyes aren't missing, or the collar wasn't missing, or anything of the diamonds weren't missing. I was like, okay. And then as I go, and as people go through security, you don't just walk like 50 feet. You walk like 3 feet as the next person goes up. So I had to constantly deadlift Dashy, waddle 3 feet, lower Dashy until like 30 seconds later, where I had to pick Dashy back up. So I must have deadlifted Dashy like 200 something times. I made use of the things that go forward where you don't have to walk. You could just put Dashy on. Then when I got on the plane, everyone was taking pictures of Dashy, and it was wild, bro. It was insane. It was insane.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it was bananas. Anyway, anything you want to go over with 1,850 people here?
That's unbelievable, man. A lot of people, man. I don't know, man. We're here. I just came on and we already did almost 3 hours.
Yeah, we're at 4
It's 1
hours.
o'clock. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, bro. I got some stuff I got to do tomorrow. But
Okay.
I listen. I want to say it's a great time. It's a great time to be involved in the space. Right now, we're seeing things that it's the first time in history that we're ever going to see all of these particular things come to convergence when it comes to political side and the actual investment side of cryptocurrency and what's going on right now. We have obviously Michael Saylor on Tuesday is going to be in the Microsoft board room to finish his actual discussions with Microsoft to give them his pages out of his playbook to fill their treasury up and rinse and repeat and possibly onto Google. So I'm just letting you know that. But listen, forget about that. The tomorrow's 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, 60 minutes. You're going to have Greg, CEO of XRP, on there. Greg Rollinghouse is going to have a lot of big questions that are going to get asked, and I think it's going to absolutely assist this whole entire industry in ways people aren't even prepared yet. So just to let you know. Probably going to be, they always say sell on news. So probably maybe a little drop in the price. You never know. It could be a pump too. Who knows? But it doesn't matter. We're such an early stage in a bull cycle, early stage in the actual long-term cycle of investing. Like not like now. Like this is like cryptocurrency. There's people, like I said, they don't even know what crypto is. They hear Bitcoin and Doggy, and they call it Doggy coin. They still don't say Doge. So what I'm saying is we're so early in the stage of the mass market hitting it. We're probably 2 more Bitcoin cycles until the garbage men on the street start to talk about it. So, but it's good to always be early. And hopefully one day I'll have enough to sweep floors, if you know what I mean.
Of course. I hope that.
The only time I can say that I'll enjoy sweeping floors. But You never know, man. You never know. Never know.
Always good to have you, Pags. Always love these discussions. I mean, you go off now. I'll go for the next minute and a half, so I get to that 5-hour mark.
Cool, man.
But you go get that bread.
Good
All
seeing
right.
you, man.
I'll catch you
Take
later.
care. Take care,
Talk to you
everybody.
later,
Thank you, man.
Meow. What man was saying, went to visit World Trade Center on August 11th, 2001, and they closed it down right before we wanted to go up security clearance. There was also, if you were like the janitor had went there and they said like, we're not allowed to go on certain levels. They didn't have that key card, and they're the janitors, like they're supposed to clean every level. What's going on? A lot of sus stuff. Apparently, Randy only starts She went at home. Marco says, good combo, guys. Take care, guys. Mr. Pag is our community, whether you like it or not. He does go to a lot of the events. He does go to a lot of the parties. OMI says, props to Ben for coming on. Way to represent. Great to see him coming to support VeVe and Ecomi. Agreed 100%. I had a couple of messages say like, hey, why does Pags get this AMA and we don't? And it's like, okay, I get that. It's just, be advised. I was like, hey, Ben, if you want to come on later, you can. And then Ben came on, and then it's like, oh, okay, guess he's coming on now. You know, maybe he's like, hey, Randy, you're doing an okay job, but I can answer these questions better than you can, which he 100% can. Yeah, Ben was watching a good amount of this before he left for dinner, and I hope he's not watching now. I hope he spent time with his family. I hope he's going and doing stuff with dinner. I hope he's spending time with his kids. You know, you got to have that balance. Also, we love for you, man. Well, Mama says, thanks for coming on, Pags. Good to see you again. Guys, thank you so much for all the super chats. The 1,850 people that are here. Everyone say bye-bye to Dashi. Bye-bye, Dashi. I love you all. My life is a party. My home is the club.